Since light color Merskogen didn't gain his long lifespan from his Beyonder characteristic, Klein could only begin considering external factors. The effects of a mystical item? No, he doesn't have any mystical items on him. Aside from the Giant King's residence, there's nothing in the vicinity either. However, that's the sleeping ground of Dark Angel Sassurer. Furthermore, the key is with me. I don't think Merskogen would dare or have the means to enter. Who took the key to the Giant King's residence after Sassurer fell into a slumber? Isn't that a bit too wicked? Of course, the palace without the powers of a deity augmenting it wouldn't be able to trap a king of angels. Or perhaps, this key had long been transported to the northern continent during the migration of the giants. Sassurer chose to sleep in the palace because, other than a small number of existences, no one can open the door and affect his sleep. Was Vice Admiral Iceberg's key given to me through a roundabout manner by the god of knowledge and wisdom? He wants to learn of Sassurer's present state? If it's not the effects of a mystical item, what could it be? Time given by an angel from the Marauder pathway? Ignoring the possibility of giving stolen illusory items to someone else, there needs to be an angel or a grade 0 sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway. And there aren't any similar existences nearby. Back then, Merskogen was given a lifespan of thousands of years at once. Perhaps only Amon is capable of doing that. Clearly, he wouldn't help Dark Angel Sassurer. In addition, this blasphemer's true body seems to be wandering around the forsaken land of the gods. If there were angels or grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Marauder pathway here, they might have become his food long ago. The cycle of fate? After light color Merskogen's natural death, everything begins with him guarding Sassurer again? Yes, that's possible. If the current Merskogen is in an aged state, then it's completely understandable how so much time has passed. Furthermore, because the time in this loop seals centuries, it hasn't reached a node yet. It's only normal that I didn't manage to discover any signs above the gray fog in my haste. With this in mind, he quickly observed his surroundings to find traces of the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. However, there was no remnant power like that. Klein quickly retracted his gaze and continued to observe light color Merskogen's intense battle with Colin Iliad and the silver-armored knight Evil Spirit. His spirit body threads are normal, eliminating the possibility of him already becoming a marionette. Under true vision, his condition isn't abnormal. This means that he isn't a figure summoned from history. The divine kingdom of the Giant King's court is slowing down the passing of time or aging. The former can be eliminated because my spirituality is almost unable to support my level of observation. This matches the amount of time the City of Silver's exploration team has spent in this area. There is a certain chance of the latter, with life progressing in the sunset state but being solidified during dusk. But the problem is that the ancient god, the Giant King, has already perished. Badheil, who wields the power of dawn and the power of dusk, has brought the divine kingdom to the astral world. It's impossible for this king's court to still have such a powerful influence remaining within it. Klein went through all the possibilities of extending one's life that he could think of, but none of them matched the situation of the leader of the court chasers. He had no choice but to consider another possibility, a secret art with a huge defect. This should be dependent on some kind of power in the Giant King's court. Otherwise, the range of Merskogen's activities wouldn't be so tiny. It wouldn't take until the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at Carrot Residence before he took action. The entity related to life inside the Giant King's court clearly exists, the former goddess of harvest, the present Earth Mother, Giant Queen Omabella. As this thought flashed through his mind, he cast his gaze at the giant statues outside the palace. They were no different from the ones the City of Silver expedition team had encountered along the way. They were only slightly larger. However, after careful inspection, he noticed a small number of abnormalities. These giant statues had the aura of life, and they possessed a certain amount of spirituality. However, behind the mask, it was pitch black without any dark red glow. This light color Merskogen had used some sort of secret technique in the life domain to bind his spirit with the living statues. Using them, he obtained a long life, but this results in him being limited to such a tiny region and being unable to leave. This is very similar to the way evil spirits exist. This way, Merskogen might not be able to show his normal mythical creature form. Klein conjured a gold coin and flipped it up to make confirmation. When he received an affirmation, he raised the sea god's scepter high and prepared to remind Little Sun through the prayer light. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin, who had avoided Merskogen's first attack, suddenly ducked and circled around him, running straight for the giant king's residence from the side. His gaze was locked onto those gigantic statues. In the intense battle just now, although this city of Silver Chief had always been at a disadvantage, he didn't give up on observing his surroundings, nor did he stop thinking. He was similarly puzzled as to why the leader of the court chasers could live for thousands of years. When he discovered that the living giant statues were only standing outside the palace without participating in the battle, he had arrived at a certain conclusion. He didn't know what exactly was going on, what principles underlay it, or what domain it belonged to, but his rich experience in exploration, and the intuition as a demon hunter, made him believe that the statues were the crux of the problem. Tap, tap, tap. With two swords in his hands, Colin Iliad dashed forward, taking large strides. However, he didn't run in a straight line as he zigzagged his way forward. Upon seeing this scene, Light Color Merskogen let out an angry roar as he held the broadsword in his hands and rapidly slashed forward. His reaction proved that Colin Iliad's judgment was correct. Bang! 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 Demon Hunter Colin suddenly leaped away and did a roll. And above his original trajectory, silver light appeared out of thin air and exploded, forming a long snake. It completely lifted the solid ground of the king's court, tearing open a deep chasm. With a loud thud, Light Color Merskogen took a step forward. His nearly 5-meter-tall body bent and smashed the silver broadsword in his hand onto the ground. Clang! The area shook violently as the pillars snapped and fell into the orange cloud beneath. The ground between the two buildings exploded layer by layer, sending countless gravel flying. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he had already leaped up ahead of time and was in midair. He crossed his swords, creating an invisible barrier that blocked the rubble that resembled an arrow. At this moment, Merskogen, who had his back bent his knee and exerted strength into it. His massive body shot out like a meteor, instantly closing the distance between him and Demon Hunter Colin. During this process, the silver broadsword in his hands moved upwards. Seeing that Demon Hunter Colin was no longer able to dodge, a bright light suddenly shot over, accurately hitting Merskogen's broadsword. With a loud clang, Colin Iliad tumbled to the ground and finally approached the giant statues in one swift move. At the same time, he saw from the corner of his eye that the silver-armored knight phantom in front of Elder Lovia had long drawn out its giant sword. It had condensed the light of dawn into a huge bow as it shot out arrows consecutively. Light Color Merskogen's single eye had already been dyed with a layer of red. He didn't care about the arrows of light, and he allowed them to hit his body as they produced clanking sounds. He kept charging forward and brandished his broadsword, causing silver light to appear from different parts of the void. He chased after the giant like Demon Hunter Colin, preventing him from attacking those giant statues. Suddenly, an arrow that was gathered from the lustrous brilliances tore past Merskogen and silently hit the gap in his visor. This was from the evil spirit that Shepherd Lovia grazed. Demon Hunter Colin was merely bait. It was the real attacker. Swoosh! 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 One arrow after another flew past, but this time, they were all blocked by Merskogen. But at that moment, the demon hunter had already positioned himself well. He aimed at the remaining giant statues and swung his two straight swords that were enveloped by the light of dawn. Light bloomed as a hurricane of light blanketed the area. With continuous cracking sounds, the statues collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the aura of the Light Color Merskogen rapidly declined. This King's Court chaser leader immediately roared, "Let's die together!" The silver broadsword in his hand exploded, splintering into countless fragments of light. They formed a terrifying storm that swept everything around them. The silver-armored knight Evil Spirit and Demon Hunter Colin simultaneously stabbed their swords into the ground, creating an invisible barrier. The dazzling white light swept between the two buildings, destroying the grayish-blue door and stone pillars behind Derek and company. However, when they swept into the giant king's residence, they failed to affect it completely. After an unknown period of time, just as Derek thought that the invisible barrier was about to be torn apart by the hurricane of light, the rays of light finally dimmed. In the ruins, the silver armor on the body of light-color Merskogen slowly faded away, revealing his grayish-blue body that was wearing linen clothes. Not far away from him, Demon Hunter Colin's body was covered in blood. He was transforming from a giant back to his normal state, but his aura was relatively stable. It was just that he had weakened greatly. With a clang, Merskogen genuflected as his flesh rapidly aged, decomposed, and evaporated. Under the orange light, he seemed to see the lively king's court once again. In the frozen dusk, giants came and went, playing the seven-stringed guitar or bone flute, wrestling, or enjoying the delicacies that they could eat at any time. The passing of their lives moved extremely slowly, and their king sat on a high throne, watching everything from above with a stately demeanor. After that incident, none of that existed, so he chose to follow Dark Angel Sasrer. A smile appeared on Merskogen's face as he opened his mouth and softly shouted, "King!" This court chaser bowed his head. His flesh and blood completely evaporated, leaving behind a huge white skeleton and silvery white light that had condensed together. Above the gray fog, when Klein saw light-color Merskogen rapidly age and decompose into bones, he suddenly recalled Mobit, Ciatas, Frunzier, and Snowman when they left Grozel's travels. He didn't have the time to stop it back then, and it was no different this time. This was because the leader of the king's court chasers had never chanted the honorific name of the fool, so he was unable to pull him above the gray fog. However, compared to before, with the sea god scepter in hand, he could now do more things by using the prayer light. He immediately accommodated the Black Emperor card and activated the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. He made the paper angel carry his own words and used the crimson star to enter the real world and land on the remnant spirit of light-color Merskogen. This was one of the methods that wouldn't lower his loftiness as the fool. After all, the true creator was still watching the area. As Merskogen's consciousness was rapidly wiped out of existence, an angel with black wings suddenly appeared in front of him. The speed at which his spirit body collapsed slowed down as he heard a loud and majestic voice. "What is the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredients of the Silver Night Potion? Is Sasrer really sleeping in the palace of the Giant King?" Merskogen replied blankly, "The advancement ritual of the Silver Night comes from the blasphemy slate. It needs a complicated altar to be set up, placing the remains of the 6 powerful creatures one had hunted in the correct positions, and receive the blessings of a deity. The supplementary ingredients are... I can't be certain. In short, that door didn't open after Lord Sasrer entered." Amidst the response, the spirit of Merskogen's spirit slowly but firmly dissipated. Finally, he could no longer hold on as he was reduced to points of light that merged into the still dusk of the Giant King's court. And this conversation happened within the soul domain, so no one else could hear it. Thankfully, I'm careful enough to not let Merskogen say the main ingredient of the Silver Night Potion. Anyway, the Beyonder characteristic can be used to replace whatever it is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hear the answer to the second question. The fool heaved a sigh of relief and praised himself inwardly. He then focused and seriously thought about what Merskogen had just said. A deity's blessing? Isn't this advancement ritual a little too difficult? There's only sequence 3. I have to consider the circumstances of his timeline. Merskogen is a powerhouse who survived from the Second Epoch. It was a habit to call an angel a subsidiary god, and include them in the ranks of a god. That also means that the blessings of an angel should be sufficient. Yes, I'll use divination to confirm this later. Of course, even if an angel's blessings are sufficient, I'm unable to do anything for the time being. It will depend if the Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the City of Silver have any living characteristics that can also be communicated with. The act of setting up that altar is actually a little complicated. Must the remains of the 6 powerful creatures that one has personally killed have to be at the demigod level? It's very difficult for demon hunters outside the forsaken land of the gods. How can there be so many demigod-level creatures to be killed? Most of them are protected by their corresponding organizations. From the looks of it, the Church of the God of Combat should have a new substitute method while maintaining the essence of the ritual. Is this the difference between the first and second blasphemy slate? However, for a young chief like the City of Silver, he must have killed more than 6 powerful monsters. That's easy, as he was currently certain that the second blasphemy slate had appeared after the ancient sun god's death. He was able to determine that light color Murskogen was referring to the first blasphemy slate. He quickly conjured a piece of parchment from his interpretation of the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredients. Then, a divination with a topaz spirit pendulum was performed, to which he received a revelation that there were no mistakes. Then, he threw this message to the crimson star representing the sun. This is a gift from Mr. Fool. After doing all of this, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He increasingly felt that the answer to the second question was worth ruminating. He didn't say if Sasra was truly asleep. He only said that the door hadn't opened after the dark angel entered. And the only thing that didn't open was the door. The God of knowledge and wisdom gave me the key, and Adam gave me the unshadowed crucifix. Was it done to open the door to confirm the dark angel's condition? As his thoughts raced, he suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, the true creator wasn't too interested in this. If this entity had sent down his will just now and tried to influence Murskogen's dissipating spirit, he would have clashed with the fool's paper angel on the spot. That would be rather awkward. Only at that moment did Derek dare to open his eyes. His face was pale from having lost too much blood. In order to maintain the unshadowed domain, he had allowed the cross to absorb quite a bit of his blood. He looked around and placed the unshadowed crucifix in front of him as he sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At that moment, Chaim put away Thunder God's roar and his weapon. He removed the leather bag on his back and found a set of clothes to throw to the chief. To the City of Silver's exploration team, as long as they weren't wearing clothes and armor that were mystical items, it was inevitable that their clothes would suffer damage during battle. Therefore, they definitely prepared a few additional sets ahead of time. To them, the purpose of clothing covering their bodies was secondary. The most important thing was to leave space to store materials, ointments, and charms. Colin Iliad looked around vigilantly, but he didn't find anything unusual. He quickly put on his clothes and found one of the small metal bottles that had fallen all over the ground during the battle. He removed the lid and gulped it down. His face turned a little green as if he had been poisoned. However, his wounds and the signs of decline were improving. As for Lovia, she was no longer able to maintain the grazing of the silver-armored knight, and she placed it back inside her body. By the time Murskogen's Beyonder characteristic condensed into a silvery white luster that resembled a miniature sun or heart, it was put away by demon hunter Colin. This shepherd elder looked at the nearby palace with his gray eyes and said, "Chief, the path to the sea might very well be hidden there." Lovia paused for a moment before adding, "Perhaps there's another way to get to the other side of the sea." As Colin Iliad watched Derek, Chaim, and the others clean up the battlefield, pick up items, and deal with the mutilated corpse of Iona, he shook his head and said, "The Dark Angel is sleeping inside, and he is definitely a king of angels, one we are currently unable to resist. Even facing him will be very difficult. Let's head back first and inform everyone that we have seen the sea before making preparations for entry into the Giant King's palace." Lovia's silver-gray hair fluttered slightly as she wore a solemn expression. "But we don't know anything. We can't make any targeted preparations." After saying that, she fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I have a suggestion. You, Derek, Chaim, and the others can head back first. I'll stay behind and attempt to enter the palace to gather useful information. I can fuse into the shadows and perhaps not disturb that dark angel. If I don't return, it means that the danger inside has exceeded the limits we can handle." When Lovia mentioned that she might die, her expression didn't change at all, as if she had long been prepared. Colin listened quietly and stared at her for a few seconds. No. We can't bear such risks. If you awaken the Dark Angel, he might leave the giant king's court and attack the City of Silver, but we definitely won't be able to resist against him. Without waiting for Lovia's reply, Colin Iliad turned his head and looked at the other three members. Derek, what's your opinion? My opinion? Derek was somewhat at a loss. He nearly blurted the question back out. Hyam and the other Dawn Paladin were equally shocked. This was because this was an internal conflict among the six-member council. Colin Iliad had actually asked for Derek Berg's opinion. Could it be that the chief has been nurturing Derek as the next elder of the six-member council? The two members of the expedition team looked thoughtfully at their teammates. This is him asking for my opinion? The fool Klein above the gray fog frowned slightly. His brain immediately began to churn rapidly. What views can I have? If they were to open the door and awaken Sassurer, I wouldn't be able to save any of them. All I can do is get them to ask for the help of the true creator. Let's wait until I figure out the situation regarding the Dark Angel from the Red Angel Evil Spirit and other related existences before beginning the exploration. I don't have to worry about the Dragon of Wisdom and Adam's thoughts for now. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with choosing to be calm and cautious at such times. As his thoughts raced, Klein sternly said, "Return." He then projected this image into the crimson star representing the sun. Derek was stunned for 2 seconds before calmly answering the chief's question. I think we should give up for now and wait until we're ready. Colin Iliad nodded and said to Shepherd Lovia, "This is my decision." Lovia fell silent for a moment before saying, "I will defer to your decision." She didn't say anything else as she helped Derek and company mark the area. As Antiona wasn't killed by a blood relative, there was a high possibility that an anomaly would happen. Therefore, the expedition team would mark the area, making the ones who arrived later to be more vigilant. However, they didn't need to worry about such effects since they were very far away from the City of Silver. While they busied themselves, Lovia suddenly looked up and said to Derek and Hyam, "This is the Giant King's court. There might not be any anomalies." She didn't explain as she looked at Antiona's pile of flesh that had been burned into ashes by the flames. She grabbed a handful of them and placed them inside her leather bag. After completing these matters, the City of Silver's expedition team found another passageway, but they obtained a disappointing outcome. Following that, under the lead of Chief Colin Iliad, they retraced their path back. After entering the palace that had already lost its main door while having the oil painting band playing their tunes, Derek couldn't help but turn his head to look outside at the broken railings again. He looked at the orange-red cloud in the distance, towards the deep blue sea. After staring at it for a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and realized that the chief's light blue eyes were also silently looking in that direction. Colin immediately turned his head and said calmly, "Let's go." Then, without turning back, he proceeded steadily. Above the gray fog, when he saw that the City of Silver's exploration team had begun embarking on their way back as the Giant King's palace remained unchanged, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair, exhausted. After 2 hours of observation, his spirituality was nearing its limits. At most, he could hold out for another 15 minutes. Regardless, the things obtained from this expedition completely exceeded my imagination. It's only right to give the Silver Knight potion formula to the City of Silver. As he rubbed his forehead, his thoughts began to wander. Being aware of these ancient secrets is very helpful to my digestion after my advancement. The problem now is that my Bizarro Sorcerer potion hasn't been fully digested. From the feedback I've been getting over this period of time, it can be seen that all sorts of strange tales are indeed useful. When Miss Magician completes the script and publishes it, it just needs some time to build up some momentum before it's done. However, she started writing a few days ago. I don't know when she will finish her manuscript. Why can't she just write a few more hours every day? When I went to pick her up this time, I should urge her. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. He hadn't given Anderson a reward for finding Vice Admiral Ailment. I'll wait until he helps Danitz become a conspirer. Anyway, this was also part of the agreement. The advancement ritual of an iron-blooded knight isn't difficult, but it's not simple either. Especially for a hunter, it's even more troublesome. It requires a hunter who is adept at provocation and enjoys coming up with ploys to build a team of at least 30 people, and also nurture a deep sense of friendship amongst them while making them strong. When they act almost as one, they'll set up the ritual. The greater the strength and camaraderie amongst the team, the better the effects of the ritual. Seeing that the City of Silver's expedition team was returning in an orderly manner without encountering any accidents, he finally felt at ease. He left the world above the gray fog and threw himself into bed, falling into a dream. After some rest at the afternoon town camp, Derek Berg finally recovered and his face was no longer as pale. He had just eaten bread made from black-faced grass powder when a figure grew out from the shadows outside and said in a low voice, "Derek, the chief is looking for you." "Yes." Derek subconsciously stood up. "Thank you." He was originally prepared to find the chief and hand over the Silver Knight potion formula. After watching the messenger retreat into the shadows, he walked out of the room and arrived at the clearing where the bonfire was illuminated. At a glance, Derek saw many members who hadn't participated in the expedition gathered in groups of 2 or 3. They were excitedly discussing something. They already knew that one could see the sea from the giant king's court. They knew that it wasn't too far from the coast, and as long as they found the correct path, they would arrive there in no time. This was an important step for the City of Silver to save themselves after discovering the outsider, Jack. The residents of the City of Silver, who mainly had the power of dawn, finally saw the light of dawn. Their long wait and persistence seemed to have paid off. Derek could understand the feelings of his team members because he was the same. However, from the world Gehrman Sparrow, he knew very well that the waters in the ruins of the Battle of Gods weren't that simple. To head to the other side of the sea would probably be extremely difficult. Ignoring everything else, just Dark Angel Sasrer, who was sleeping in the giant king's palace and blocking the vital path outside, was a problem that he couldn't overcome at the moment. "I can only hope that Mr. Fool will bless me." Yes, for that boy to appear in the temple ruins, it means that there are other paths that can bypass the giant king's palace and reach the sea. Derek thought optimistically as he circled around the quietly burning bonfire and walked towards the chief's room on the other side. Suddenly, he saw a person sitting silently in the shadow of a boulder. It was a man in his 20s and he was much taller than Derek. He held a pale gold bracelet with 3 small bells hanging on it as he looked at it with his pupils unfocused. Derek was no stranger to this man. He knew that he was the husband of Antiona, Dolores, a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. In the City of Silver, before the age of 18, one could date freely until they were married. And if one didn't have a partner at the age of 18, they would be arranged to have one. It was the same for widows and widowers after 3 years. This was a necessary measure to ensure the necessary population level for the City of Silver's continuation. It seemed like it was against human rights, but for the continuation of the entire city in the Darklands, it could only be done this way. Furthermore, this could ensure that everyone had a certain number of close relatives, preventing the possibility of mutating into a terrifying evil spirit after their death. As for Dolores and Antiona, they were neighbors who lived on the same street. They had known each other since they were young and had a good impression of each other. In the end, they started dating when they were teammates of a patrol team. Over time, they became husband and wife and had a deep, loving relationship. In light of how they had a young child, Colin Iliad had deliberately left one of them behind during the expedition to the giant king's court. On the one hand, Derek felt that there was nothing wrong with the chief's arrangement, and on the other hand, he felt a strong sense of sorrow because of the way Dolores acted. It was as if he had returned to the state when he had to personally stab his parents to death. From the beginning to the end of the expedition, it only took half a day's time. However, to Dolores it meant everything had changed. After a moment of silence, Derek retracted his gaze and continued forward, subconsciously taking a few heavy steps. At the same time, he thought of a rumor. Shepherd Elder Lovia once had a husband, but he died in an expedition. This was very common to begin with and wasn't worth discussing. However, other than Lovia, the team that explored the ruins of the temple had all gone mad. After they were eradicated, there were rumors that gradually spread among the residents of the City of Silver. During that expedition, Elder Lovia had eaten her husband. In the night, with low lightning frequency, the winds were rather cold. Derek shivered and turned his attention back to the scene before him. He took a few steps and arrived at his destination. He raised his hand and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin Iliad said calmly. Derek pushed open the door and entered. He saw the chief wearing a linen shirt and dark-colored coat, wiping his two swords with oil. Colin Iliad didn't stop. He raised his head and looked at Derek. "What are your thoughts on this expedition? What's the chief's motive for asking this?" Having been influenced by Alger, Derek subconsciously had this thought. Unable to grasp the true intentions of the chief, he had no choice but to close the door and answer frankly. There might be other paths to the seaside. The palace of the giant king should be very important, but that's too dangerous. We need more information. Colin Iliad nodded and asked, "The kings of angels and other existences who call themselves deities secretly plotted together because they wanted to resist the Lord? And their success caused this land to be forsaken?" Although Derek had never directly heard of such an inference, it wasn't difficult to come up with a similar conclusion based on the various secrets he had learned from the Tarot Club. Yes, that should be the case. Colin fell silent. Even his act of wiping his sword slowed down. After a few seconds, he put down the items in his hand and took 2 steps forward. "Those who participated in the conspiracy are still active on the other side of the sea?" After a moment of silence, Derek replied in deliberation, "Mostly, but not too much." Colin Iliad nodded, indicating that he had nothing else to ask. Derek hurriedly said, "Chief, I obtained the incomplete formula of the Silver Night potion, including the supplementary ingredients and the advancement ritual during Light-Color Merskogen's death." When he said this, Derek knew that his lie sounded overly fake. Could be seen through right away because he didn't even dare to open his eyes back then. However, he just couldn't think of a better excuse. If Mr. Hangman were here, he would definitely have a better solution. Just as this thought came to his mind, he heard the chief speak slowly. "Very good. What is it?" Derek was stunned for a second before he hurriedly recounted the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients. Colin listened quietly and let out a long sigh. "You have contributed greatly this time. This is extremely important to the City of Silver. In the future, our limit will be sequence 3 and not sequence 4. Up to a certain range, the risk of the expedition teams will be greatly reduced." Why will the risk encountered by the expedition teams be reduced when the upper limit is sequence 3 within a certain range? As Derek was happy that he had made such a contribution, he couldn't understand the chief's words. However, he knew that this was something he didn't have the right to understand. He planned on asking around at the tarot gathering later. He then bade farewell and opened the door. "Derek?" Colin Iliad suddenly called out to him. Derek turned his head in puzzlement and found that the chief's expression was rather solemn. Colin fell silent for a while before shaking his head. "Be careful of Lovia." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied from the bottom of his heart. Backlund, Northborough. Hazel took a carriage back to the city from Moose Manor, and she was preparing to meet Miss Audrey at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation to discuss matters regarding donations and help. After many interactions, she had a very good impression of this noble lady. She didn't feel pressured when beside her, and the strange emotions accumulated in her heart had mostly dissipated. She gradually recovered more of her forgotten memories. "I should have a teacher. What exactly happened that day? Every time I think about it, I tremble all over." Hazel cast her gaze out the window, feeling a little depressed. Her carriage was driving past the vicinity of Backlund Street. At this moment, a person dressed in the clothes of a mailman rode his bicycle horizontally across the carriage, looking rather relaxed. Hazel casually sized him up and saw a monocle on his right eye. Hazel's gaze instantly froze as she felt something rapidly expanding in her mind. It was about to tear apart an invisible barrier and spew out. She instinctively looked away and curled up slightly. Then, she felt a ray of light shoot out from the depths of her heart. exploding into countless memory fragments in her mind as it howled, raging back and forth. She suddenly remembered what had happened at home that day. She recalled her father, mother, maid, and servants wearing monocles or pinching their eye sockets. The indescribable horror was so vivid, as though it had been carved into her bones. The expression on Hazel's face crumbled as she curled into a ball as she trembled. The maidservant in the carriage was stunned as she hurriedly stood up and reached out her hands in an attempt to help her up. "No!" Hazel trembled as she shouted with a nearly sharp voice. The maidservant was shocked and frightened. She stood rooted to the ground, not knowing how to react. After shouting, Hazel calmed down. She sat up and looked ahead in extreme fear. She saw the monocled postman enter another street, leaving only his back visible. I wasn't feeling well just now. I'm feeling much better now." Hazel turned her head and barely said to the maidservant. She realized that she wasn't as afraid as she remembered. It was as if she had already gotten used to the situation after some time. "If not, I might have lost control just now." Why would I use the word lose control? Thankfully, I forgot those memories and didn't do anything eye-catching when I saw the postman. Took me 10 seconds to break down. If not, I might have been detected, and something terrifying might have happened. Her thoughts flashed uncontrollably as her body trembled slightly. "Miss, do you need to go to the clinic?" the maidservant asked hurriedly. Hazel instinctively shook her head as her mind turned chaotic as she casually said, "Let's go to the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation first. I remember there's a private clinic nearby." "All right." The maidservant turned around and instructed the coachman to speed up. Hazel kept taking deep breaths in an attempt to regulate her tense emotions, panic, and fear. It had to be said that it was somewhat effective. She seemed to have calmed down a little instead of breaking down immediately. At that moment, a sparrow had appeared above the carriage at some point in time. It squeezed its right eye and spat out a human language with almost no sound. "She seems to have some unnecessary misunderstanding about me. It looks like T had some interactions with her before. Ah, she's a resident of Buckland Street. Interesting." Before long, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street. Seeing that the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation wasn't far away, Hazel suddenly said, "To the cathedral. Turn towards St. Samuel Cathedral first. I want to pray." She wanted to tell the bishops what had happened that day and what she saw today. In the gap of the carriage, a black ant moved its feeler on its right and whispered in a human voice. Humans nowadays are really lacking in creativity. They go to cathedrals at the first sight of problems. I thought I would discover something if I followed her. Next time, I'll steal the cathedral in front of them. As he spoke, the other feeler of the ant moved as well. Hazel immediately forgot what she had just said and what she had just recalled. She had forgotten that she had met a postman wearing a monocle. She got off the carriage at the entrance of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation and headed in with her maidservant in tow. Clearly, her maidservant and her driver didn't remember the previous order. In the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, Audrey welcomed Hazel and brought her new friend into the activities needed to help the injured soldiers at the front lines. As the World Gehrman Sparrow had mentioned that the leader of the secret order, Zeradal, and other angels were hidden in Backland, Audrey carefully gave up on the third stage of treatment for Hazel. She hoped that Hazel wouldn't recall what she had experienced for the time being to prevent any accidents from happening. Her current plan was to busy herself with charity work, helping others to make Hazel gradually brighten up and strengthen her ability to withstand the psychological trauma. In the Pirates' Free City, Furs was drinking a high concentration of fruit wine that was locally produced, recording what she had heard and encountered today. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered as she instinctively looked to the side. She immediately saw a figure appear in the void, quickly reforming. It was Gehrman Sparrow in a half-top hat, black trench coat, and a cold expression. With a swoosh, Furs stood up with her wine glass and fountain pen. She subconsciously said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Sparrow." As she spoke, she hurriedly placed the items on the table. Klein pressed his top hat and looked around. "Do you want to leave?" Fur's eyes darted to her sides before she said, "All right, Over the past few days, she had already made preliminary records of the traits of the city that were different from other places. Without saying a word, Klein gestured at the items on the desk with his chin, indicating for Miss Magician to quickly pack up. Furs didn't hesitate at all as she hurriedly organized her drafts, as though she had heard an instruction. As he stood there and watched the other party busy, he suddenly said, "How's the progress with the horror story?" Furs trembled indiscernibly before replying, "Soon, soon." Klein gently nodded his head. "How much longer?" "A week, no, 5 days. 5 days, tops," Furs quickly replied. Klein didn't say anything else. After Furs packed up her drafts, fountain pen, half a bottle of wine, and other memorabilia, he took 2 steps forward and grabbed her shoulder. Countless indescribable figures flashed past, and Furs felt a little more relaxed than before. She even attempted to record this travel. Before long, she returned to Backlund and returned to the alley where she had disappeared from before. She heard the World Gehrman Sparrow say, "Rest for a few days before setting off. Take note of any replies. Also, ask your teacher again if there's any information related to the Blood Emperor tutor, mainly about the various ruins." "All right," Furs quickly agreed and thanked him. After separating from Gehrman Sparrow, she returned to a street in East Borough and entered an apartment that she shared with Zio. Zio put down the newspaper and looked at her friend. "Was it effective?" "Pretty good. I went to a free city belonging to the pirates this time." Before Furs could finish speaking, her expression changed slightly. "Give me my coffee beans and cigarettes." "Why? Was it lacking there?" Zio asked in puzzlement. Furs ran straight for the room inside and sat in front of the desk. She opened her drafts and picked up a pen. Without looking back, she said, "For the sake of the new book, remember to make me coffee." Zio followed her to the bedroom door. When she heard that, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. In another spot in East Borough, in a rented apartment with a similar layout. As Zeradal had already arrived in Backlund, it was unknown when Amon would be baited over. The Red Angel evil spirit's true motives were unknown, and he was planning on preventing George III from becoming a Black Emperor. On the one hand, Klein was trying his best to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, and on the other hand he was making various preparations. At this moment, after handling the magician, he opened up a piece of paper and wrote, "Dear Mr. Azek, I've recently learned quite a bit of ancient history. I believe you will be very interested in it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to be a history teacher after losing your memories. This history involves some concealed secrets, so it's not convenient to describe them in a letter. When you wake up, I will share it with you in person. Also, I can create a charm called Yesterday Once More. Once used, you can find your past self through the historical void and borrow power from him. This is actually not something worth paying attention to. What's most important is that you can retrieve your memories from your past self. There's no need to use decades to slowly awaken them. I believe you will like it. I attach 2 with this letter. If you wake up, you can try their effects. I'm currently in an environment filled with undercurrents. If you come over, please be careful. Please observe the situation in advance. On the matter of George III advancing to a Black Emperor, I will try to do something, but the chances of success are very slim. Finally, I wish you well. I also wish that you wake up soon. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti." After folding the letter, Klein stuffed 2 Yesterday Once More charms into the envelope. Following that, he took out Azek's copper whistle and blew it. The huge skeleton messenger immediately emerged from the floor and received the letter with his head at a height lower than Klein. Klein nodded slightly and watched as the messenger disintegrated into bones before disappearing. After doing all of this, he used 2 fingers to pull out Will Ossepton's paper crane from his wallet. He wrote on it with a pencil, "I have something to ask you." He placed the paper crane under his pillow and lay down on it. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the depths of the pitch-black sharp tower, Klein once again met Will Ossepton, who was sitting in a black baby pram. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he directly asked, Do you know who can provide the method needed to accommodate the uniqueness? What kind of price would it take? If the price is too high, then forget it, Klein added inwardly. Will Auceptin, who was sucking on his thumb, was taken aback. You want to help me accommodate the die of probability? Klein nodded seriously and said, regardless of whether it's a success or not, we should try our best. Just as he finished speaking, Will Auceptin's tears rolled down his cheeks. The chubby baby pounded his hands to the side and cried sadly. He whimpered and said, it's useless. It's too late. I've already rebooted, and I still have to spend at least 22 years growing before I can accommodate the uniqueness. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'm really unlucky. It must have been that silly snake, Ouroboros, who took too much of my luck. As he listened to Will Auceptin's tearful complaints, Klein was at a loss as to how to react. He could only remain expressionless. After the baby wrapped in silver silk calmed down, he asked in puzzlement, even if I said it earlier, it's useless. When I met you, you were already rebooted. No, I was still Will Auceptin at that time. I didn't have Ceres as my last name. I'd rebooted, for a long time back then. The chubby baby wiped his tears and said, although I'm still quite some time away from becoming an adult, as long as I'm willing to take a certain risk, it's not impossible to accommodate it. With the luck I've accumulated, that risk can be resolved. But the difference now is just too great. There's no way to make up for it. With a thought, Klein said after some deliberation, perhaps you can find an angel from the Marauder pathway to steal time from you, allowing you to grow up faster. Will Auceptin was still choking as he shook his head and said, it's useless. It's impossible for them to accurately steal my childhood and teenage years. If it's only a matter of time, it won't allow me to grow. It will only reduce the age I can originally live to. When the time comes, Will Auceptin Ceres will die prematurely, having been born June 1350 and dying October 1350, for a ripe old age of 4 months. But I've seen cases of aging rapidly due to the theft of time. Klein recalled what he had seen in Amon's mausoleum. The chubby baby still shook his head. No, that's just a manifestation of it being symbolized. If it's used on me, it will just be a baby that starts to grow wrinkles while his hair turns white. To truly accurately steal the childhood and teenage years, it has to be Amon, and it has to be his true body in person. At this point, the baby wrapped in silver silk and Klein fell silent at the same time. No one spoke for a long time. If he were to get Amon, the years that were possibly robbed wouldn't be limited to just the childhood and teenage years. After a while, Klein took a deep breath without hiding anything. Then there's no need to consider this for now. However, I still want to know where I can find a way to accommodate the uniqueness. If I have a chance to get it, I definitely can't miss it. Who knows when it might come in handy in the future? Will Auceptin put down his tear-stained palm and sniffed. There's no need to ask others. I've already gotten it long ago, but I can't do it. Otherwise, do you think that me being president of the Life School of Thought was for nothing? Klein was surprised and curious. Why can't you do it? Will Auceptin pulled the blanket in the baby's pram and said, there are 3 ways to accommodate the uniqueness. One is to be born naturally with it, which is equivalent to being a uniqueness coming to life and imbuing human nature into it. The other is to make the uniqueness come to life to a certain extent before forcefully putting it into one's body. By relying on the power of the Creator to suppress it, it will slowly take quite some time to slowly wear it down before one gets used to it and achieve a balance. The third is to concoct the uniqueness into an incomplete potion and drink it with a simplified apotheosis ritual. There's no need to mention the first method. This is why those brothers are enviable. The second is impossible after the ancient sun god's death. The third is the only viable option at the moment, but for the sequence 1 of the fate pathway, it depends on the machinations of fate. The first point was mentioned in Emperor Roselle's diary. It was said by Mr. Dorr, does the second point mean that, after the ancient sun god wielded so many authorities, he was at least half a level higher than the present true deities, or even 1 full level? The Creator's level? As if in thought, Klein asked, what do you mean by only depending on the machinations of fate? What has this got to do with me saying earlier that I can help you accommodate the uniqueness? Will Ausepton's chubby baby face revealed a look of poignancy. The apotheosis ritual for the fate pathway might be the simplest, or perhaps it's the most difficult. As long as we find the correct opportunity in the torrent of fate, we can directly consume the potion and attempt to advance. But the problem lies in the fact that the exact opportunity cannot be divined or predicted. There's no way to lock onto it. I can only eliminate certain interferences and patiently search as I experience life. I've already rebooted countless times and I've spent ages, but I still haven't encountered it. At this point, the baby's tears flowed down again. Sounds simple, but in fact, one can only rely on fate. It really depends on how well you look. With a sigh, Klein asked in enlightenment, "When I said that I would help you accommodate the uniqueness, did you vaguely grasp that opportunity?" The chubby baby cried even harder. "Although I didn't really find it, I did sense it to a certain extent." "Is that so?" "Back then, when Will Ausepton came into contact with me, other than hoping to receive the help of yesterday once more, was it also pushed by luck?" "What a charlatan," Klein tersely acknowledged. "Then there's no other way. You can only give me a few more of those charms." Will Ausepton nodded heavily. "All right," replied Klein generously. He then added, "You have to give me a few paper cranes." With that said, the baby wrapped in silver silk and Klein fell silent. In the rental apartment, after waking up from his dream, Klein got out of bed and walked to the room outside. He took out pen and paper and began to write to Leonard. "I obtained charms that originate from high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway. It allows someone to borrow power from their former selves." Klein didn't mention that it might be something his dear poet needed, as if he was simply describing it. After folding the letter, he took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond-like charm and blew into the adventurer's harmonica. Inauthentic, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out of the void with 4 blonde, reedied heads in hand. All eyes were cast towards the yesterday once more charm. The 4 heads spoke one after another. Who to deal with this time? So direct. Klein sighed and smiled. "It's unconfirmed yet. I'm going to attempt at foiling George Ill's plans. I might need your help at critical moments." The 4 heads in Inauthentic's hand spoke one after another. "This sounds extremely dangerous. Requires higher payment. More of these charms?" The comber of Klein's forehead twitched as though he had experienced the pain of tearing his soul apart. 3. Inauthentic's head, who had failed to join in the final sentence, shook. Klein smiled and answered, "No problem, but it will take 1 to 2 weeks. Firstly, he had recently separated many worms of spirit and made quite a number of yesterday once more charms. It made him feel like he was nearing his limit and needed some rest. Secondly, he felt that it would be another 1 to 2 weeks before he could digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion and attempt to advance to Scholar of Your Once Miss Magician's new book was published. When the time came, he might have a simpler method. Inauthentic's 4 heads began to bob with the help of their hair, indicating that that wasn't a problem. Klein then pointed at the letter and gold coin. "Send it to the mailbox at 7 Pinster Street." He had previously divined that Leonard wasn't at home. Apparently, he had gone south of the bridge. One of the heads of Inauthentic tilted up as she sucked the letter, gold coin, and yesterday once more charms into her mouth. As he watched Miss Messenger enter the void and vanish from his room, Klein pondered for nearly a minute before beginning to set up a sacrificial and bestowment ritual. Since the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion was about to be completely digested, there was no doubt that he had to prepare the various ingredients for Scholar of Your in advance. Among them, the demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal could be obtained from the Evernight goddess. And with the demonic wolf's transformed heart, he could go to the spirit world to bait a hound of Fulgrim. After a series of tasks, he finished setting up the altar and took 2 steps back to inspect the surroundings. Still considered clean, in addition to the Wall of Spirituality's seal, it satisfies the requirements of a ritual. "I haven't made any contribution recently, so how should I ask for a bestowment? Could it be that I'm telling the goddess that I plan to take a credit loan and pay it in installments? Will this be a little sacrilegious? I'll try to sacrifice something of value. If the goddess is willing to accept it, she will do the corresponding bestowment. Something of value. As he thought, his thoughts moved to the junk pile above the gray fog. He really wanted to pack up the items he couldn't sell for the time being, such as the biological poison bottle, the interrogator beyond her characteristic, lunatic beyond her characteristic, blatherer's aura, thousand-faced hunter's blood, six-winged gargoyle's eyeball, spirit world plunderer powder, and other items to sacrifice to the goddess to exchange for the materials needed for Scholar of Ur. However, he felt that this would make the goddess seem like a rag-and-bone man. Hence, he could only give up the idea. It has to be of roughly the same value. I can't use Grozel's travels. It hides quite a bit of secrets. Perhaps it will be of great use. Yes, the next time Little Sun and the others explore the giant king's court, I can give them Grozel's ashes. This time, I wasn't sure how far they could go in the expedition, and was worried that they were unable to return after entering the Grozel's travels. See God's scepter? That's even more important. Not only is it my most powerful sealed artifact, but it also involves the believers of the sea god. It will be my anchor for some time. When I have other things, more anchors, it can be given to Mr. Hanged Man. Vin Rambise's Beyonder characteristic. This has already been promised to Miss Justice. After some thought, he realized that he didn't have many choices left. One was Life's Cane, and the other was the Flaring Sun Charm, the Fate Siphon Charm, Yesterday Once More Charms, and Control Spirit Bullets. The latter are all disposable items. Even if they're combined, their actual value wouldn't be comparable to the main ingredient of a Sequence 3 potion. Besides, once my ability to transfer wounds improves, it can take over a portion of the Life's Cane's effects. After hesitating for a while, he finally made a decision. After bringing the wood-colored cane back to the real world, Klein immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles and burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powder, took 2 steps back, and skillfully recited the honorific name of the goddess. Finally, he said, I sacrifice this cane filled with life to you. I'm willing to receive your blessings. He didn't directly mention the demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal. This was equivalent to making an equivalent exchange, not offering sacrificial items and praying for a bestowment. There was no need to be too meticulous in other aspects of the ritual, but this was a case of showing his attitude at a fundamental level. He felt that he needed to be careful. When Klein finished his sentence, 2 out of the 3 candle flames swelled and intertwined, forming an illusory and dark mysterious door. The door slowly opened, creating strong invisible winds. They swept up the Life's Cane, allowing it to disappear into the seemingly endless cosmos through the gap of the illusory door. Immediately following that, there was a flash as 2 items tore through the barrier and landed on the altar without making a single sound. One of them was a strange heart formed by wisps of white mist, and the other was crystalline frost that emitted cold air. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly lowered his head to thank the goddess for her bestowment. When he raised his head again, the dark and mysterious door had closed. It rapidly faded away, and the altar was completely restored to normal. Phew, it really succeeded. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took 2 steps forward, putting away the demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal. At this moment, the relaxed him couldn't help but have a thought that he absolutely couldn't say out loud. If I had known that it would go so smoothly, I wouldn't have had to use my Life's Cane. That huge junk pile might have been enough. Perhaps I didn't need to sacrifice anything, and the goddess would have bestowed them to me. The present situation indicates that she is personally supporting me becoming a scholar of Ur. Of course, this way, if I receive too many bestowments, who knows what price I'll pay in the future. Using Life's Cane to trade for it makes me feel more at ease. Well, from the looks of it, before advancing to Sequence 2 and becoming an angel, the goddess will still shower her blessings on me. In the future, it will be hard to tell what kind of developments and changes will happen. With this in mind, he reined in his thoughts, ended the ritual, and tidied up the altar. Then, He began to plan on how to deal with the Hounds of Fulgrim, the so-called Sapphira Castle Keepers. A magician never performs unprepared. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Leonard changed into a black and white police uniform and wore a red glove. He led his team members and the real policemen to the only cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Backland. The epaulets he was wearing corresponded to a high-ranking inspector. But in fact, with his status as a captain of a Red Gloves team, he should be equivalent to a superintendent or even a chief superintendent. However, officers at that rank wouldn't involve themselves in such missions. Wearing those epaulets to the Harvest Church would easily arouse the suspicion of the public. After passing through the door, Leonard scanned the area and realized that it was empty. There were only two figures. One was sitting in the front pew, focused on praying. The second was the handsome man dressed in a priest's robes. He had black hair and red eyes. Emlyn White. Leonard nodded secretly as he walked down the aisle to Bishop Utravsky. He then coughed twice, making the half-giant bishop open his eyes and look over. "I'm an inspector from the Backland Police Department." Leonard showed his identification and said, "We would like to invite you back to assist in our investigations." Father Utravsky stood up slowly and asked in a calm tone despite looking down at him, "What's the matter?" "The nearby residents reported your abnormal behavior, saying that it's possible that you're a spy for Fasak or Fainapotter." Leonard explained the reason he had long come up with. At the same time, he was prepared to pull Bishop Utravsky into a dream at any moment. Once he resisted, he would try to control this blessed in the shortest time possible. With the Red Gloves team's distribution, as long as they didn't directly encounter a true demigod, even if they were to face a blessed who was in charge of a holy artifact, they would have a good chance of taking down their opponent. Furthermore, before Leonard set off, he had applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was also the reason why he had delayed taking action until today. Father Utravsky fell silent for 2 seconds before turning to look at Emlyn White, who was standing by the candle stand. Emlyn's slightly complicated expression froze. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Father Utravsky retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. "Okay. So cooperative? I thought we would experience an intense battle, and that we had to be very careful not to cause any casualties." Leonard was taken aback before he smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation." If there really was a battle that ended up harming a blessed of Earth Mother, Leonard suspected that the tense situation would rapidly be aggravated. Through the ancient history in Grozel's travels and the various secrets he learned from the Tarot Club, and the corresponding explanations of Old Man Palez, Leonard knew that the relationship between the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of Evernight was like dried timber. Could be ignited with a tiny spark. When the time came, the history books would record today's events. The war would go from a localized problem to a fuse that ignited the globe. Leonard Mitchell had lit a religious gunpowder keg. Phew. Seeing that Father Utravsky didn't resist and accepted the protective custody, Emlyn White secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with his performance at the Tarot Club. At this moment, the Red Gloves team member, Cindy, looked at Emlyn, who lacked a level of masculinity due to the gentleness of the soft moonlight. She lowered her voice and said, "Cap, sir, there's still a priest. Should we take him with us?" "Yes, we can temporarily shut down the Harvest Church for some time to prevent any accidents from happening." Emlyn. Leonard. After a few seconds and repeated deliberation, Leonard finally said, "If the spy case involves Fainapotter, he would also be considered a suspect. Let's invite him back to assist in our investigations." Emlyn was stunned, unsure of what expression to show in response. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Furs rubbed her dark eye circles and drank the last mouthful of bitter coffee. She stood up abruptly and began changing her clothes. Done writing? Zio, who was enjoying her breakfast, was taken aback. It had only been a day and a half. Furs shook her head and took a deep breath. "No. But I've already written the first volume. I can hand it over to the editor of the publisher. If it's serialized, there's no need to finish it all now." Zio thought and said, "This is indeed a good idea. It can effectively reduce your stress. Furza's expression twisted as she closed her eyes. I hope so. In another rental apartment a few streets away, after a series of tasks, Klein, who had come up with a plan and made his preparations, put on creeping hunger and quickly turned transparent as he entered the spirit world. Looking up, he saw the 7 pure lights that comprised of 7 different colors. He released the arms of his 2 marionettes and took out a box. He removed the wall of spirituality around it, allowing the aura of the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart to emanate from it. Then he pulled Enuni while Enuni pulled Kona's. Together, the 3 of them rapidly teleported deep into the spirit world. Along the way, all kinds of strange spirit world creatures passed by them like oil paintings that depicted hell. After an unknown period of time, Klein's premonition for danger suddenly stirred as a scene quickly appeared in his mind. Red, black, white, blue, and other colors saturated and overlapped as a slender figure suddenly appeared. It looked like a hound. Its entire body was covered in black short fur, and its eye sockets were 2 balls of dark red burning flames. The ends of its mouth extended to the back of its head. It clearly existed there in its corporal form, but it gave off an illusory feeling that felt surreal. Hound of Fulgrim. Klein immediately turned around and faced it. He released his 2 marionettes at the same time, allowing them to wander in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the Hound of Fulgrim appeared. The 2 dark red flames, which weren't too deformed but were absolutely terrifying, turned and looked at Klein. Right on the heels of that, its figure became more and more illusory. It instantly disappeared, as though it was a projection from history. It ran away just like that? As Klein muttered to himself in shock, he became even more wary of the possibility of a surprise attack. More than 10 seconds later, 2 figures phased into existence. They were covered in black fur, their eyes burning, and the corners of their lips extended to the back of their heads. However, there was only 1 dark red flame left in the eye sockets of each of the 2 monsters. The remaining fireballs were in their paws. Without waiting for Klein to react, the 2 Hounds of Fulgrim lay down in the void of the spirit world and wagged their tails. They wagged their tails. Klein's mouth was agape, wondering if he was dreaming. Only after the 2 burning dark red fireballs floated over from the Hounds of Fulgrim and landed in front of him did Klein snap back to his senses. He felt puzzled and relieved. Why did they harm themselves to come up with a pair of eyes for me? There seems to be thick and sticky blood surrounding them. If this is their trap, I would have already stepped into it. To think that I fell into a daze for a few seconds. This is a fatal mistake for a Bizarro sorcerer in battle. However, no matter who it is, it's inevitable that they will have similar reactions when encountering something like this the first time. The terrifying enemy who they had meticulously planned to deal with had ended up kneeling down and wagging their tails the moment they see them. This is like a dream. This performance is very similar to Erodz's. Could the great existence above the spirit world be able to showcase special traits in the spirit world? As this thought flashed through his mind, he looked at the 2 dogs that were prostrating themselves in the void and wagging their tails. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the 2 dark red flames and large amounts of thick, dark red blood. The moment he came into contact with these things, he suddenly heard familiar ravings and roars. They were sometimes shrill, sometimes dull, sometimes maniacal, sometimes seductive, sometimes crazy, and sometimes ethereal. Immediately following that, an illusory, grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. The fog spread out in all directions. Above them, there was a towering and majestic palace that looked like a god's residence. This was a very familiar scene, because every time he entered the mysterious space above the gray fog, he would pass through it. In the beginning, it was difficult for him to notice his surroundings after he took 4 steps counterclockwise. However, as he got used to it, and with the advancements of his sequence, he was able to easily take the opportunity to observe the phenomenon. And at that moment, Klein hadn't chanted the honorific name of celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, or taken 4 steps counterclockwise. This made him extremely wary. Then he saw a few figures appear in the endless gray fog. They overlapped with the gray fog at times while separating at other times. They were none other than hounds of Fulgrim with their eyes burning with dark red flames, and their bodies covered in short black fur. The two hounds of Fulgrim that had lost one eye each returned to their companion's side and blended into the dark spots in the gray fog. The entire phenomenon vanished as well. In the depths of the spirit world, Klein realized that there were no longer any hounds of Fulgrim around him. Only his two marionettes and strange spirit world creatures remained. Klein lowered his head and looked at the eyeballs and blood in his hand. With their presence, he confirmed that what he had just experienced was not an illusion. The Hounds of Fulgrim are also known as Sapphira Castle Keepers. They live in the historical void. I saw them active within the gray fog before fusing with the dark spots. Combining what he had seen and heard, Klein gradually came to a bold conclusion. Perhaps Sapphira Castle is referring to the mysterious space above the gray fog. It's referring to that strange door of light. As for the gray fog, it's a symbolic object formed from all the history in the spirit world. There are void gaps present in it. Every time I enter the mysterious space through the gray fog, I leave certain traces there, making the Hounds of Fulgrim no longer feel unfamiliar with me. They see me as the owner of Sapphira Castle, so when they saw me, they immediately offered me what I needed and shook their tails to gain my favor. After a day of planning, asking about the situation, and inviting helpers, I ended up targeting my own guards. As he thought of this, he inexplicably felt a sense of absurdity at the situation. It felt like the fool above the gray fog was reaching out his hands to fleece someone, only to end up fleecing himself. Phew, Sapphira Castle. Although this development makes me even more afraid, in any case, I still have some understanding of the owner of the gray fog and that mysterious space. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. After standing silently in the depths of the spirit world for a moment, Klein slowly exhaled and summoned his two marionettes back. He planned on waiting for the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion to be completely digested before attempting to seek out relevant knowledge about Sapphira Castle from Erodes and other places. When the time came, if anything were to happen, he could use his advancement to fight it. East Borough, in a two-bedroom rental apartment. With her dark eye circles, Furs returned and retrieved the day's newspaper and letters in passing. How was it? Zio, who had just returned home for lunch, asked. Furs covered her mouth and yawned. Not bad. The editor I know is very satisfied with my new book's topic and writing style. He decided to arrange for its serialization as soon as possible. You might not be aware, but the horror stories of Backlund's hospitals have been very popular recently. A best-selling author had gained inspiration from it and is beginning to serialize similar stories. I'm actually not the first to do so. This is a good thing. Zio thought about it and nodded seriously. This meant that Furs, who had also written the horror stories of Backlund's hospitals, wouldn't attract too much attention. Her new pen name wouldn't be tested either. I know. Furs threw the newspaper aside and took out a few letters that were stuffed in it before quickly flipping through them. Soon, she found the reply letter from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Furs's expression immediately turned solemn as she quickly tore open the envelope. She spread open the letter and began reading. Benjamin Abraham is from Intis. He lived in Roselle's era. Apart from mysticism knowledge and a small amount of inheritance, he didn't leave anything of value behind. Later on, everything was destroyed by the Aurora Order. I'm unable to provide the corresponding information. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow is about to be disappointed. Furs pursed her lips and pulled off a magic trick, burning the letter in her hand to ashes. Then, she began writing a reply, asking her teacher if she knew of the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. Klein went above the gray fog and listened to Miss Magician's prayers. The trail of clues for Benjamin Abraham have come to an end. It's all the fault of those lunatics from the Aurora Order. At the same time, he learned of the serialization of the horror stories of Backlund's hospitals. After returning to the real world, and just as he was about to head out for a meal, he suddenly saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 heads in her hand. One of them had a letter in its mouth. Who sent it? Asked Klein in puzzlement. Rionette Tynker's remaining 3 heads replied, I. Seduced? Idiot. Who is that? Klein grew confused as he took the letter and opened it. The mastermind behind those matters is George III. His goal is to become the Black Emperor. Are you interested in stopping this matter? Trissy, this demoness actually dares to write me a letter. Isn't she afraid of being caught by Miss Messenger on the spot? Oh right. Miss Messenger just said that the sender was a seduced idiot. Trissy seduced a man and got him to help her summon the messenger while she hid far away and waited for the other party to contact her through a mirror? She's pretty smart. She really is very persistent in investigating this matter. Isn't she afraid that she'll be killed by either me or George III? That man should be a beyonder. It would be quite difficult for an ordinary person to hold a summoning ritual. After all, it relies on one's spirit and spirituality. Klein was first puzzled before he came to a realization. Immediately following that, he began to wonder why Trissy managed to guess that George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. Without sufficient mysticism knowledge, and without knowing the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual or the corresponding history, even a demigod would find it difficult to guess. It definitely wasn't as easy as the Red Angel evil spirit had said. Could it be that Trissy has other helpers? Or could it be that she has obtained more power from the primordial demoness, including all sorts of knowledge and secrets? Klein frowned slightly as he felt that there was something amiss. If there was a chance, he would definitely get rid of demoness Trissy. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he took out a piece of paper and pen from his pocket and scribbled a reply. I'm interested, but I don't know what you want to do. In the Backlund Bridge area, a man in his 30s looked in horror as the headless woman. No, the four-headed demoness reappeared before him and dropped a letter. Are all the messengers in the mysterious world so terrifying? Only about 5 minutes after Reincarnation left did the man catch his breath. He picked up the letter and opened it to take a look. During this process, his gaze gradually burned because it meant that he could meet that beautiful woman again. According to her instructions, he waited until the evening before he took out the black sticky lump. He separated them and applied them evenly onto a mirror. A few seconds later, the mirror turned dark, as if it was connected to another world. In the blink of an eye, the mirror presented a room that was completely different from the present environment. There was a young girl dressed in a dark black dress. She was none other than demoness Trissy. The man who finished the ritual immediately revealed an infatuated expression as he subconsciously whispered. The reply said that Henderson was interested. The light dimples on the sides of Trissy's cheeks slowly bloomed, making the mirror appear brighter. Her eyebrows relaxed as she said, I'll send you a letter. Forward it to Gairman Sparrow. You absolutely cannot read its contents. After obtaining the man's unhesitant promise, Trissy stretched out her right hand and swiped it across the mirror, causing the dark aqueous light to disappear. She immediately found pen and paper and deliberated for a few seconds before quickly writing. The secret mausoleums needed for the Georgils ritual should be from Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, and there is an existence who understands it very well. It might be able to help us successfully infiltrate and cause damage during the ritual. I have a way to contact that existence, but we have to wait until the next full moon. What you need to do is provide me with some blood, hair, flesh, or bones from a descendant of the Abraham family. Trissy. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. After receiving the reply from demoness Trissy from Miss Messenger Reincarnation, he pulled a chair to sit down and began reading. This means she knows of Mr. Door's existence, and she has a way to use the bloodline of the Abraham family to communicate with that entity. Trissy can already withstand Mr. Door's cry for help. Isn't she afraid of losing control because of this? Besides, she seems to be very sure of Mr. Door's identity. She really has obtained more knowledge and secrets from the primordial demoness. But in such a situation, why would the demoness of White Katarina be pursuing her? Questions arose in Katarina's mind as he read the short letter. As Trissy's vague mention of the matter was within his understanding, he believed that she wasn't lying in this aspect. Furthermore, she had provided a very feasible solution. Of course, the prerequisite for this method to succeed was to obtain the correct ritual and have a descendant of the Abraham family be willing to take a huge risk, as they used something related to their bloodline as a medium. Of these 3 points, he was missing the first point. He still had some doubts about the third point. He attempted to find a safer and more concealed method, but Demonis seemed to only lack the second point. To me, it's easy to find the descendants of the Abraham family. I can directly contact them through Miss Magician. However, once I hand over their hair, blood, flesh, and bones to Demonis, this will put them at risk of being hexed. Klein understood the Demonis pathway rather well and knew that they were very good at hexes. As his thoughts raced, he gradually came up with a countermeasure. It was to use the hair, flesh, or bones of the deceased. He remembered that Miss Magician had mentioned to the fool that she had once buried an old man named Lawrence. He was undoubtedly a descendant of the Abraham family. I hope it wasn't a cremation, although this is somewhat sacrilegious to a corpse. Speaking to Mr. Dorr is a necessary procedure to dispel the Abraham family's ancient curse. It's better to use the dead rather than implicate the living. When the time comes, I'll add this in Trissy's reply. I'll claim that this is a requirement stipulated by the descendant of the Abraham family for the ritual's medium. Also, I have to first confirm that Trissy is going to speak to Mr. Dorr, and not attempt to pull him back to the real world. They are either of a high level or are involved in high-level situations. It will be difficult to obtain any effective revelations using divination, but Emperor Roselle said that the ritual required to facilitate Mr. Dorr's return is very complicated. It definitely can't be set up by a small number of descendants. I can get Queen Mystic and Miss Sharon to monitor Backlund's underground market and see if there are any abnormal trades of materials and personnel. Klein nodded slightly and decided to find Miss Magician in a while. He could also rush her writing. Northborough, Phelps Street. On a bench, a young man in a black trench coat and silk top hat was sitting there with a thin face and a broad forehead. He looked at the withered and yellow Intis parasol trees in a daze. He wore a crystal-carved monocle on his right eye, looking rather refined. At that moment, an elder who was heading to St. Samuel Cathedral stopped in his tracks when he saw that something was amiss. He asked gently, "Young man, what are you worried about? You lost something in this war." He suspected that the young man's relatives, lover, or friends had died in the air raid or during intense battles at the front lines. That was why he was sitting alone by the side of the street, looking lost. The young man raised his hand and pinched his monocle. He sighed and shook his head. "I'm just thinking about some rather complicated questions." "Are you a philosopher?" The old man was taken aback as he blurted out. "No, but I often bring up philosophical problems for others, just like who I am, where I am, and what's my future." The young man smiled calmly as he continued to ponder. From time to time, he would purse his lips and whisper silently. The elder couldn't understand him and could only shake his head. Under the gaze of the stray dogs, sparrows, ants, and microbes in the air, he slowly left. The young man didn't turn his head. His monocle reflected yellow leaves that were floating down as he muttered to himself, "To parasite, to not parasite, to parasite, to not parasite, see the bait, devour the bait, see the bait, devour the bait." After getting the hair from Lawrence's remains from furs, and seeing the horror stories of Backlund hospitals being serialized in the Tussock Times, Klein entered a patient state. He also promised to send Miss Magician to a new place next week to record new sights and customs. Soon, a new week had arrived. After having his lunch, he planned to take a short nap to prepare for the 3 o'clock tarot gathering. At this moment, Reinette Tynker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out from the depths of the void. One of them had a linen bag in its mouth. Who sent it? Klein suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. He had a complicated premonition as he didn't immediately reach out to receive the bag Miss Messenger was holding. Reinette Tynker's 3 free heads spoke one after another. The real, mutated, king of mushrooms. The string of words. I roughly understand what's going on. Klein controlled his expression of not baring his teeth as he slowly took the bag. When he opened the bag, he wasn't surprised to see copious amounts of demons, no mushrooms. Some of them were white and full, as though they would spurt out milk with a single poke. Some of them were black at the bottom and were embedded with thin blood-colored lines and markings. Some of them were covered in golden stars, and the mushroom cap was as large as a palm. At that moment, the mushrooms were still squirming slightly, as though they wanted to spread their hyphae and spores. After swallowing his saliva, he picked up a letter that was surrounded by mushrooms, and he started reading. My dear friend, Gehrman, I've finally completed your request. I've invented mushrooms that can be planted in dark and harsh environments. They can grow by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters, without any other conditions. Their descendants will be divided into two categories. The first type will accumulate various kinds of poisons that cannot be eaten. However, they can be used as a source of poison. The other type can be used for food after being cooked at high temperatures through boiling, stewing, and frying. You must remember not to eat it raw or before it's cooked. Otherwise, they will proliferate in your body, using your flesh and blood as a hotbed. In consideration of having a variety of flavors, I've invented 11 kinds of mushrooms. Some are rich in milk. This can be directly drunk. Some are like beef. When frying them, there's no need to provide any extra oil. Some are as delicate as fish meat but without the bones. My suggestion is to roast or boil it. All of these wouldn't have been possible without your help. If I hadn't already advanced and become a druid, I might have taken a few years, or even more than a decade to resolve all the problems I encountered during the experimentation process. If you have any other ideas that are suitable for me, please share them with me. Your friend forever, Frank Lee. With the letter in hand, Klein fell silent for a long time. He looked up and realized that Miss Messenger was still waiting. He sighed silently and walked to the desk. He took out a piece of paper and a pen and slowly wrote, I'm very happy that you've succeeded. These mushrooms will help me greatly. They will effectively reduce famine in certain areas. I'm currently busy with some matters, so I don't have any new ideas for now. Your friend, Gehrman Sparrow. After folding the letter, he looked at Miss Messenger and hesitantly asked, How's Frank Lee's condition like now? The head that Inauthentic had previously failed to say anything spoke first. Excited. The other three added, animated, happy, satisfied. Following that, the forehead said, no longer afraid of being buried in soil. Why? Klein subconsciously asked. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in Inauthentic's hand spat out word by word. He can extract the soils, nutrients, and oxygen. Frank has really evolved quite a bit after becoming a druid. For a moment, Klein wasn't sure if he should be happy for his friend, or if he should grieve for the crew of the future. As he watched Miss Messenger leave, Klein forced himself to sleep through cogitation. Then, he woke up at 2:30 p.m. to prepare for this week's tarot gathering. At 3 o'clock, dark red beams of light rose up from the ancient palace above the gray fog and solidified into their corresponding figures. Audrey immediately stood up, curtsied, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool Dash. As a senior psychiatrist, she had great control over her emotions. Furthermore, she hadn't encountered any problems this week. She was mainly seeking out donations, contacting pharmaceutical factories, and organizing medical volunteers. However, compared to the past, the cheerfulness and happiness she had when making her greeting had decreased significantly. The Fool Klein nodded slightly in response to the greetings from the members of the Tarot Club. Following that, he cast his gaze at the hermit. He still owed this lady 8 questions. Catlia bowed her head and said with an unfaultable attitude, Honorable Mr. Fool, there are still 2 questions this time. After obtaining approval, she continued, The first question is, what is the state of the devils in the abyss? Queen Mystic's first suspicion is that the Emperor's mausoleum is hidden in the abyss. This is identical to the Emperor's train of thought. She is indeed his biological daughter. Unfortunately, there are no citizens that can be controlled there. The fool Klein muttered to himself inwardly as he answered with an unchanging expression. The current abyss is a place most devils are unable to live in. The current abyss is a place most devils are unable to live in? Upon hearing Mr. Fool's reply, Catlia and company inevitably felt a deep sense of shock. In mysticism, the abyss was considered by all to be the most corrupted and most disorderly place. It was where the devils lived. But now, most of the natives were unable to survive in there. Is the environment in the abyss worsening, causing the devils to be unable to adapt to it? Or is it because the situation regarding the corruption, chaos, and degeneration has improved, making the abyss no longer suitable for the devils to live in? Alger quickly had two theories, but he didn't know which one it was. The hermit Catlia shared the same thoughts as him, but she was even more puzzled as to why the queen would ask such a question. Regarding Mr. Fool's answer, it seemed to have a deeper meaning to it, one that could help the queens in understanding whatever agenda she had, and its secrets. As for justice, she suddenly thought of the Church of Knowledge's prophet demigod. He had once said that the end of the world would arrive in 1368 of the fifth epoch. This was publicly acknowledged by all beyonders who were good at making prophecies. Even the deities had agreed with it. It's 1350 this year. We're only 18 years from the apocalypse, hence, there are signs of the abyss appearing. The chaotic and degenerate environment that is originally filled with abstract meanings has broken past its limits, becoming even worse. Audrey had a rough idea of the situation, and this added to her slight anxiety and unease. As there weren't any signs of the apocalypse in the beginning, she didn't put much weight on the matter. She usually paid more attention to the current wars, casualties, and the victims of suffering. But now, the anomaly within the abyss had left her inexplicably horrified. She desperately wanted to improve herself. She wanted to finish digesting the potion and obtain the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Vin Rambus to advance to become a demigod. Only then could she have the ability to interfere and resist certain things that she didn't want to see happen. Mr. World, entrust me with more tasks. Audrey silently prayed in her heart and secretly placated her restless emotions. The members such as Leonard, Furs, and Zio actually had some doubts about whether the abyss really existed. This was because, after the second epoch, the abyss had never revealed itself to the world again. The most active devils in the real world had come from the Blood Sanctify sect. Even the high-level devils and evil existences that the rituals pointed to were highly likely to be the highest echelons of the Blood Sanctify sect. Of course, the evil god, the dark side of the universe, was widely regarded as the embodiment of the abyss, but his presence was extremely low. If he hadn't occasionally responded to the ritual and showed the characteristics of the devil, he would probably be considered a pure legend, just like giant King Ormer. But even so, the secrets of the Church of Evernight that Leonard could come into contact with had also shown that it was possible that the dark side of the universe was a disguise used by other evil gods and hidden existences. This wasn't surprising to Derek. In certain places some distance away from the City of Silver, deep in the endless darkness, there were many devils that were unable to maintain their calm states. There was no lack of demigods like the demons that weren't too different from the abyss. If not for the fact that the giant king's court and other iconic items existed, the City of Silver citizens would definitely have suspected that the truth behind them being abandoned was that they had been thrown into the abyss. As the thoughts flashed through the members' minds, Catlia restrained her doubts and continued asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the second question is, did the things that Emperor Roselle do in his later years have any external, unnecessary influence?" This question reminded Klein of the shocking details in Roselle's later diary entries. Immediately, he sighed. With the posture of the fool, he slowly shook his head. No, those things were what the Emperor wanted to do. Just as Catlia felt an uncontrollable sense of disappointment and sadness when she heard Mr. Fool smile with a sigh. It wasn't due to an external influence or influencer, but due to corruption. It's very difficult to detect, even for him. Corruption. Emperor Roselle was corrupted in his later years? At that time he was already A grounded angel. How could he be corrupted? Is this from a particular true god or the underground corruption that even the ancient gods feared? Amidst the shock, Audrey came up with a guess based on the secrets she knew. Alger and the other members of the Tarot Club also didn't expect such a thing to happen to Emperor Roselle in his later years. They began to suspect his purpose behind him creating the cards of blasphemy. At the same time, they believed that Mr. Fool's search of the cards of blasphemy might contain deeper motives, much more than what they had originally deduced. In this game that involves the entire world, only important figures like Mr. Fool have the right to become a player. And we are only a card or some chips. The kings of angels and sequence 1 angels might be qualified to participate. Alger sighed as he had the desire to become a player. The story of the Emperor's later years went from being a tyrant to an evil god. A book that starts off with romance, motivation, passion, love, adventure, and even the decadent lifestyle of Intis high society later turns into a horror story? I wouldn't even dare write something like that. If it were me writing it, I would make the Emperor's final tragic end stem from a betrayal in one's love, a marriage betrayal or betraying an oath. Furs couldn't help but let her thoughts go wild. She even had the urge to start writing a set of chronicles for Emperor Roselle. Of course, there were quite a number of Roselle's chronicles on the market. Some of them were even prohibited items. Corrupted, so it's because of corruption. Catlia sighed and felt sorrowful. She sighed with emotion. In the end, the Emperor didn't end up like the story of the dragon-slaying warrior he had spoken of. From being a hero, he turned into an evil dragon. He was still a legend worthy of worship, but the sad thing was that, up to today, this misunderstanding was finally beginning to be resolved. After her emotions settled down, Catlia recalled the matter of being corrupted. The more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. She believed that she was one of the members of the Tarot Club who knew Roselle the best. She knew very well what height this emperor had reached in his later years. Of course, Mr. Fool was the convener, a witness, and not a member. However, a sequence 1 angel such as him, someone who made the throne of divinity a target, had been silently corrupted. He, and the people around him, didn't notice it at all. This is much more terrifying than it is horrific. Catlia secretly took a deep breath before slowly exhaling to regulate her emotions. Then, she bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. Thank you for your answer, Honorable Mr. Fool. I'm also thankful that you didn't ask anything beyond my means. The Fool Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he leaned back into his chair and nodded slightly. You may begin. Just like the previous gathering, the members of the Tarot Club had either just advanced or were still digesting. They didn't have any trades to do, and they didn't need anything for the time being. After exchanging a few looks, they decided to directly enter the free exchange segment. Of course, Emlyn was a special exception. He really wanted to make a request to get someone to start a jailbreak to free him from the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Yes, to this day, he was still under protective custody, behind Cheney's Gate at the Backland headquarters of the Church of Evernight. In his neighboring cell was Bishop Utravsky, and during this period of time, no Nighthawk had come to interrogate him. If not for the people in charge of guarding the sealed area bringing them water and food every day, Emlyn definitely would have believed that he and Father Utravsky had already been forgotten. The dark, silent environment is still all right, but it's just a little cold. But without dolls, newspapers, books, and historical documents, this life is meaningless. Besides, the Nighthawks provide me with cow blood, and it tastes nasty. The effects aren't too good either. I'm already becoming weak. Emlyn opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word because he felt that this was a very embarrassing matter. After all, he was the one who asked the star and had pushed for protective custody. Yet, he ended up also being brought into protective custody. I hope that fellow hasn't forgotten me and is thinking of a way to get me out. Emlyn glanced at the star Leonard and maintained his silence. Leonard maintained his posture and didn't respond to the moon's gaze. There was nothing he could do for the time being. This was because he was the one who had raised the term protective custody in front of the Archbishop. As for Emlyn White, he was a vampire viscount equivalent to a Sequence 5 Beyonder. He was a mobile humanoid bomb that also believed in the Earth Mother. There was no reason for him to be released immediately. I can only wait for the Sanguine to protest through other channels before I have the authority to handle this matter. The Star Leonard decided to apply for a private exchange later and get Emlyn to think of a way to get the upper echelons of the Sanguine to contact the Church of Evemite. Their interaction had been noticed by Justice. She immediately thought of the question Mr. Moon had asked her last time. She suspected that something had gone wrong during the protective custody operation, but it didn't seem too serious. I heard that the priest of the Harvest Church saved quite a number of people during the Great Smog of Backlund. I hope nothing bad happens. Audrey nodded slightly and cast her gaze at Little Sun. The other members of the Tarot Club also cast their gaze towards the Sun Derek. They knew that the City of Silver had planned on exploring the Giant King's Court last week, so it was likely that the results were out. The Sun Derek sat up straight and glanced at Mr. Hanged Man before saying in a very natural manner, "We've completed our first exploration of the Giant King's Court. 3 dead, 1 missing, 5 survivors. We first arrived at the front door of the King's Court and saw 2 Silver Knights in an unknown state standing guard there. This is the name of the Giant Pathways Sequence 3. 2 Sequence 3 demigods were guarding the main door, as expected of the Giant King's Court. The divine kingdom of an ancient god." The members of the Tarot Club suddenly felt a similar feeling. As for the Sun Derek, he didn't pause as he continued his recount. To him, he was shocked when he first discovered the 2 Silver Knights guarding the main door of the Giant King's Court. However, the series of events that followed made it seem extremely ordinary, making it difficult to stir up his emotions. According to what Mr. World shared, we followed a rather hidden path to the back of the Giant King's Court. The monsters we encountered were mainly wraiths. They were restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. After we arrived at the Waning Forest, we tried to explore it, and we discovered that the remnants of the Giant King's will and the Divine Kingdom's powers had formed an evil spirit. It was protecting its parents' mausoleum. Derek skillfully recalled his experiences during the expedition, and the members of the Tarot Club, Audrey, Alger, and the others, quickly reined in their thoughts of the Silver Knight guards and listened attentively. They were all very interested in the secret hidden in the Waning Forest. They wanted to know what the ancient god, the Giant King, had tried to keep from his queen and child. Thinking back to the scene he had seen, Derek paused for a moment before saying, "After purging that evil spirit, we came to the mausoleum of the Giant King's parents. There was a stone stele erected there, indicating the identity of the tomb's owner. As for the tomb and coffin, it had long been opened by someone, revealing the corpses inside. They were the corpses of 2 humans. Corpses of humans? The tomb of the Giant King's parents had corpses of humans buried in it? Godfather and godmother? No, there wasn't any religion back then. As a demigod who knew plenty of mysteries, the hermit Catlia's first reaction was that the 2 corpses had another identity. Immediately following that, she recalled what the Queen had mentioned. It was a question that Emperor Roselle had asked as though he had been talking to himself when he was alive. Why did the ancient documents and historical records refer to giants, elves, vampires as humanoid creatures or anthropoid creatures? Why didn't they refer humans as giant-like, elf-like, or vampire-like creatures? Could it be that all humanoid creatures had descended from humans? The giants, elves, and vampires were the mutations brought by the Beyonder characteristics that could eventually become inherited? Catlia instantly calmed her emotions as she seriously considered the possible reasons. At this moment, she felt that her potion would be digested to a certain degree once she returned to the real world. This was because the Sequence 4 of the Mystery Prior Pathway was called Mysticologist, and the origins of the giants and humanoid creatures were without a doubt of extremely great value. They were mysticism knowledge that most ordinary demigods had no way of knowing. The Giant King's parents were humans? That must be fake. Alger immediately suspected that someone had fabricated the scene. However, on second thought, this act not only required the Real remains to be taken away and replaced with human remains, but one had to prepare a suitable coffin to make the tomb look like it didn't belong to a giant. Furthermore, fabricating it was pointless and wouldn't affect reality too much. Alger felt that no one would be so bored as to do something like that. To be able to enter the giant king's court and suppress a powerful evil spirit. The person that approached the two graves was at least a saint, meaning that they had long passed the age of pulling pranks. Could it be that the ancestors of all creatures were humans? This includes the elves? As he had seen too many shocking things at the Tarot Club, as well as suffer a religious breakdown from the mural on that primitive island, Alger didn't have overly intense emotions run through him. He just couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his dark blue hair. Mr. Hanged Man connected himself to this matter? The giant king's parents are actually humans. From the looks of it, most of the creation myths are fake. They were all fabricated by future generations. However, there are also hidden meanings in them. Mr. Moon seems to find it unacceptable. Mr. World seems to have known about it long ago. With the help of placate and other psychological techniques, Audrey was able to compose herself the fastest, and she instinctively observed the reactions of the other members. At that moment, Emlyn was the most restless. His mind was filled with thoughts of impossible, and it's impossible. If the original ancestor of giants were human, then what about the sanguine? Could it be that we were just monsters that had mutated because of beyonder characteristics? Impossible. We were clearly created by the ancestor. She has the authority of life and creation. It's completely different from the barbaric deities like the giant king and elf king who only knew how to fight. As Emlyn's thoughts churned, he felt a baffling feeling that his pride was cracking apart. His intuition, his rationality, and brain told him that the son Derek didn't have any reason to lie about this matter. The possibility of other existences fabricating the scene was also very low. Hence, he subconsciously expelled the giant and elves from the ranks of humanoid creatures, and he viewed them as a branch of humanity. Leonard, Furs, and Zio quickly accepted the possibility that the sun revealed. To them, regardless of whether the giant ancestor was giant or human, or even a curly-haired baboon, it was no big deal. At most, it just meant that many supernatural creatures were a result of beyonder characteristics in the bodies of ordinary creatures, but this didn't cause any meaningful changes to their concept of reality. The son Derek calmed himself down and continued in the strange silence. After leaving the waning forest, we entered the giant king's court through the barren tunnel. On the way, there were remnant powers of corruption and concealment. We had to make the correct response in order to pass. That palace contains a mural that possesses powers related to the cycle of fate. As such, we were affected and transformed into the people who participated in a gathering. We repeated a very short process, and this process was the establishment of Rose Redemption. At this point, Derek looked around and saw that all the members had temporarily jolted out of their previous states. They were extremely interested in the organization called Rose Redemption. They all knew that this was an extremely secretive and ancient organization that followed and believed in the true creator. It was the origins of the Aurora Order, and its members were kings of angels like Ouroboros, Medici, and Sasrer. Derek retracted his gaze and exhaled silently. The two people who convened the Rose Redemption are Dark Angel Sasrer and Evernight Goddess Ammonizes. Audrey, Leonard, and Zio began to doubt their ears. They were all believers of Evernight. They never expected that the goddess would be a member of Rose Redemption, and even be one of its conveners. This was akin to saying that the Evernight goddess was a member of the Tarot Club. If not for the fact that they knew what kind of person Little Sun was, knowing that he wouldn't lie, they definitely would have suspected the truth of this matter. But now they were left temporarily speechless. They didn't even dare to think too deeply about it. Alger subconsciously turned his body to look at the sun, listening to his slow and heavy tone. The participants included White Angel Aucuses, Wind Angel Leodoro. Alger's eyelids twitched. He didn't even dare think. God of Combat Badheil, Earth Mother Omabella. Emlyn, who was leaning against the back of the chair, unknowingly sat up straight. There was only one message echoing in his mind. The goddess of harvest, Giant Queen Omabella. God of the dead Salinger. God of spiritual creatures Tolsna. The son Derek's voice echoed in the ancient and magnificent palace. It made Katlia, Furs, and the other members exchange looks. No one dared to say a word. It was as though they would suffer from divine punishment if they learned any deeper. After Derek finished speaking, they remained silent. The scene was strangely quiet. Finally, Katlia sighed and said, "Ro's redemption truly is powerful and terrifying. Before this, I couldn't even imagine that those existences were members." Just as she said that, the world Gehrman Sparrow said with a deep, hoarse voice, "That was an organization formed to resist the ancient sun god." Later on, only a few kings of angels remained. Upon hearing their conversation, it was as if Audrey and the other members had just snapped out of their dreams. All of them subconsciously cast their gaze to the end of the long, mottled table, at the figure shrouded in gray fog. It was as though they were waiting for the ruling of the entity of authority there. The fool Klein, who had long expected such a scene, didn't respond directly. He nodded slightly and sighed. The fallen creator was born because of this. It's real. It's real. The Ro's redemption, which Mr. Fool hinted back then, actually has such a deeper meaning. What is his identity in ancient times? And what position does he take in this matter? All these thoughts instantly formed a storm that swept through the minds of the Tarot Club members. Derek looked at everyone, and seeing that no one was speaking, he could only talk about the subsequent exploration. "We met the leader of the King's Court's chasers outside the palace, Light Color Merskogen. He said that Dark Angel Sasrer was in a state of slumber in that palace. Compared to the matter regarding Ro's redemption, news of the mysterious Dark Angel currently in slumber inside the Giant King's palace didn't stir up the emotions of Leonard, Emlyn, and the other members of the Tarot Club much. Only some of their curiosities had been satisfied. Of course, as a mysticologist, Katlia only hoped that the sun could speak a little more. After that, we returned. Mr. Fool has bestowed us with the formula for the Silver Night Potion." Towards the end of his explanation, Derek concluded honestly. Audrey and the others were still deep in thought over what had just happened. There was still a fear of being blasphemous, and no one responded. Only Alger thought for a moment and said, "Since the birth of the true creator originated from Ro's redemption, then he isn't unfamiliar with what happened to the Giant King's Court. Why is it that Shepherd Elder Lovia was completely unprepared for this?" This is also a question I wanted to ask. The fool Klein, who was seated at the end of the long, mottled table, echoed Mr. Hanged Man in his heart. Leonard thought for a moment and tried to find a possible reason. Although the birth of the true creator originates from Ro's redemption, it doesn't mean that he knows everything about Ro's redemption. Perhaps figuring out the truth back then is one of his motives. Just as he said that, Justice Audrey objected. The Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, who was drawing that mural, is still in Ro's redemption and follows the true creator. If one had any questions, he could have just asked him directly. Perhaps the true creator's goal is to confirm Dark Angel Sasrer's condition. From Shepherd Lovia's strong desire to enter the palace of the Giant King, we can preliminary determine that. Katlia gave her own opinion. "I share similar thoughts." Alger glanced at the sun and said, "Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility that the star suggested. Perhaps the Angel of Fate Ouroboros's condition isn't right, and he has lost most of his memories. One can only rely on the murals he left behind in the past to find his lost past. The odds are very low, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. We aren't aware of what's special or problematic with the Kings of Angels." As he spoke, Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, as if hoping to get some hints from this existence. Unfortunately, he failed to get any feedback. It wasn't that the fool Klein didn't have any ideas, but that he had too many ideas and was unable to list them out. Tail Devourer Ouroboros grows up by the true creator's side every time he reboots. No one knows what his current state is. After muttering in his heart and seeing that no one had any more ideas, Klein controlled the world to look at the sun. "I recently obtained a batch of mushrooms that can be grown in the darkness when feeding them the flesh of monsters. I wonder if your City of Silver is interested." Mushrooms that can devour the flesh and blood of monsters? Zio and company were surprised and curious. They didn't know how such a creature could exist. Indeed, there are many things in the world that we have yet to understand. This is what a scribe should record down. Fur sighed and came to a realization. Catlia's eyes suddenly darkened. She sat there without saying a word or moving, like a statue. Upon hearing this, Derek was delighted. His thoughts raced as he blurted out, "Can those mushrooms automatically attack monsters? If that was possible, then they could be used as food and also be used as the perimeter defense system for the City of Silver. I thought little son would be afraid of those mushrooms. In the end, his request is even more excessive." The world's mouth twitched slightly. "No, if the mushrooms can automatically attack monsters, it will be no exception for any of you." Derek immediately felt a little ashamed as he hurriedly nodded. "I understand, Mr. World." Following that, he let the fake world make a further description. "Some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, others can produce milk or are rich in oil. They're equivalent to beef. Some have a flavor that's close to fish, but there are no bones. Other than milk, which can be drunk directly, the rest must be cooked through steaming, boiling, frying, and roasting. Otherwise, the mushrooms will absorb your flesh and blood while inside your body, regaining their vitality, turning a person into countless mushrooms." Audrey, Alger, and the other members of the Tarot Club originally listened on with interest as though it was an exciting story, but as they listened in, they subconsciously shrank back, becoming unusually silent. Only the hermit Catlia's eyelids twitched. She decided to have a good talk with Frank when she returned to the real world. She was very worried that one day, when the Star Pirates were to hold a vote, a large number of mushrooms would be amongst those casting that sacred vote. At this moment, after listening attentively, Derek couldn't hide his anticipation and curiosity. "Mr. World, what is flour? Is it like black-faced grass powder? Also, what is milk, what is beef, what is fish?" In fact, he had seen fish before, but he didn't think that they were fish. In a swamp in the southwest region of the City of Silver, there were quite a number of strange fish-shaped monsters that contained venom. They had boils all over their bodies, while others had teeth growing out of spots where their eyes were. Some of their heads had split open, revealing a white membrane layer that could be used to hunt other creatures. No matter how strange those mushrooms are, to the City of Silver, they're all good things that are worth looking forward to. The first thing they need to solve is to be in possession of something, rather than whether it's good or not. When the fool Klein heard that, he cast the world's gaze toward Justice Audrey. Giving detailed descriptions of flour, milk, beef, and fish didn't match the world Gairman Sparrow's persona. As a senior spectator and Gairman Sparrow's psychiatrist, Justice instantly understood what he meant. She deliberated for a moment before saying, "The milk is the liquid that cows use to rear its young." She believed that little son could understand this easily. After all, the City of Silver had pregnant women and babies. Seeing the son nod in acknowledgement, she continued, "Milk can provide you with a lot of nutrition and help you grow taller and stronger." Audrey didn't finish her sentence because little son, who was sitting in his seat, was very muscular. After Miss Justice finished explaining the concepts, the son Derek looked eagerly at the world Gairman Sparrow. "Thank you, Mr. World. This is exactly what our City of Silver needs. When I return, I'll immediately inform the chief. He'll definitely be very happy. What would you like in exchange?" The fool Klein hesitated for a moment before controlling the world Gairman Sparrow. "The formula for classical metallurgist." "No." Catlia subconsciously tried to stop him, but she ultimately held back her urge. She secretly looked at Mr. Fool, and seeing that the great existence was silent, she immediately felt a lot more at ease. "All right," Derek happily agreed. After the exchange, Leonard applied to have a private conversation with Emlyn. The moment the other members of the Tarot Club were screened from them, Emlyn asked, "When are you letting me out?" Leonard maintained his posture and said, "This isn't something I can decide on. My suggestion is to get someone to contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine as soon as possible and get them to think of a way to get you out. These two fellows created such an accident with the simple term, Protective custody? The fool Klein, who was listening by the side, felt the urge to laugh, but he held back. Emlyn's expression darkened. After a few seconds, he said, "Will it be useful finding the upper echelons of the sanguine? The goddess is the Lady of Crimson. She still cares a lot about you guys from the moon domain. Although you do not believe in her," Leonard said perfunctorily. The real explanation in his heart was that an ancient race like the Sanguine, who had lived for several years, definitely had some connections with the various churches, especially when the Sanguine Queen was still the Night Emperor's queen. At that time, the Church of Evemite had supported the Night Emperor. Emlyn also thought of this and nodded slightly. "I'll try to entrust this to Mr. World." This was the most reliable person he could think of. Just as he said that, Emlyn and Leonard suddenly spoke at the same time. "That won't work." "You also realized it." The moon Emlyn immediately glanced at the star beside him. Leonard scoffed. "It's such a simple problem." Emlyn returned with a scoff. "But you just suggested that I contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine. I've been locked up in the Church of Evernight for days. They must have known about it long ago. They probably didn't attempt to rescue me because they're observing, wanting to know who would rescue me. Thus, finding my partners." Leonard looked elsewhere. "That's probably the case. So, you can only continue staying behind Cheney's gate. Perhaps in a few more days, they'll lose their patience and get you out." Emlyn didn't know what expression to show. After a private exchange between the human and Sanguine, the World Gehrman Sparrow looked at Furs and said, "Give me the venue and time for the meeting. After the gathering, I'll look for you and bring you to a new place." "All right." Furs hurriedly applied to Mr. Fool and conjured a parchment. While handing it over, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. World, what needs to be taken note of this time?" "Keep warm," the World Gehrman Sparrow simply replied. "Keep warm." Furs was momentarily stunned, unsure of what he was trying to get at. After looking at the parchment, the World Gehrman Sparrow surveyed the area and said, "Everyone in Backlund, please pay close attention to your surroundings for anything abnormal. Firstly, it was very likely that Zeradal would fish out Amon. Secondly, Demonis Trissi might be able to help Mr. Dorr prepare a ritual. Thirdly, George III might take the final step to becoming the Black Emperor at some point in time." "All right." Audrey and the other members of the Tarot Club who were in Backlund nodded one after another. They recalled the recent situation and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. After another exchange, the other members requested Miss Justice to use hypnosis to help them forget a portion of their memories. After this gathering ended, one figure after another vanished above the gray fog, leaving only the fool Klein. After sitting in silence for more than 10 minutes, he thought of other questions before returning to the real world. He teleported to the agreed-upon location and waited for Miss Magician to meet him. It was almost winter, and the sky had turned dark at 4 in the afternoon. Under the heavy black clouds, the street lamps hadn't been lit, as coal and gas resources were controlled due to the war. In the alley where few people visited, the environment grew darker as a cold wind wafted through it. Although it wasn't like a blade that could slice a person's face with its coldness, it seemed to possess magic as it slowly but firmly seeped into the clothes of people. As Gehrman Sparrow, Klein raised his hand and pressed down on his top hat. He saw Miss Magician wearing a dark-colored scarf and a thick coat. She carried a rather heavy suitcase and walked into the alley, looking extremely wary. In the Lone Kingdom, due to the Church of Evernight's influence, many of the clothes that were deemed only male also had lady versions of them. Just like in Intis, the ladies of high society often sat sideways while on horseback, thanks to a special saddle. However, Lone didn't do the same. The ladies had their own horseback attire. Klein pulled out his left hand that was wearing creeping hunger from his pocket and spread open his fingers. "Do you have a stockpile prepared?" Furs suddenly felt a cold wind blow down her neck as she subconsciously shrank back. "Enough for at least 2 weeks of being serialized. I've already handed it over to the editor of the newspaper." Without waiting for Gehrman Sparrow to ask further, she hurriedly added, "I brought a fountain pen, ink, and paper." Klein nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to grab Miss Magician's shoulder. Furs immediately focused as an illusory book appeared in her eyes as it slowly flipped through. Her surroundings immediately became dark and colorful. The reds were redder, the blacks were blacker, and the browns were browner, as they overlapped each other, making her feel like she was in a trance. Furs was already used to this state and had successfully recorded during this traveling process. She also carefully observed the scenery of her trip, as well as the strange and indescribable spirit world creatures that branded themselves in her mind. After a few breaths, her vision went black, and she felt a cold she had never experienced before. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Furs instinctively used a magic trick to illuminate her surroundings. Looking around, she realized that she was in a wooden hut. The world Gehrman Sparrow had already vanished. Where Ami, Furs looked at the window and saw that there was a thick layer covering it, preventing any light from shining inside. This made her even more puzzled. She came to the door, stretched out her right hand, and pulled the door behind her. With a creaking sound, she saw the snow blocking the exit. Furs was stunned as Gehrman Sparrow's warning echoed in her mind. Keep warm. In just 1 or 2 minutes, Klein had already circled the sea once. He used his prey that he had long selected to placate creeping hunger, and he returned to his rental apartment in Backlund, awaiting Queen Mystic and Miss Sharon to gather information about any anomalies. In fact, with Klein's style, he would have personally taken action in this area and conducted an additional investigation at the same time. He wanted to ensure that Demonis Trissy had no plans to help Mr. Dorr escape, but considering that Zeradal was already in Backlund, he decided to be cautious and give up the idea of loitering around. Under the influence of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, he felt that if he were to wander around Backlund, it was only a matter of time before he ran into Zeradal or even Amon. I'd already thought of how to disguise myself, buying a bicycle, getting a uniform, and riding it across different streets as a postman. This is the easiest way to avoid suspicion. After taking a sip of gurney sap he brought back from the sea, he leaned back into his chair and allowed his marionette, Enuni and Konas, to individually massage his shoulders and legs. The forsaken land of the gods in the afternoon town camp. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked around the bonfire to the chief's room. Suppressing his excitement, he took a deep breath and raised his hand to lightly knock on the thick wooden door. "Please come in." Amidst the sounds of knocking, Colin Iliad's deep voice sounded. Derek turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. As he looked at Demon Hunter Colin, whose hair was white and had old scars on his face, he blurted out, "Your Excellency, I found some strange mushrooms. They can be eaten." Colin Iliad fell silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Mushrooms?" Hearing the puzzlement in the chief's words, Derek instantly recalled a mushroom he had seen before. It came from the abandoned temple of the fallen creator. It looked especially bright and appetizing, but it was essentially extremely dangerous. His mood instantly calmed down. He nodded and said, "Yes, mushrooms, different breeds of mushrooms. They can devour the flesh and blood of monsters to grow." Derek described the unique traits of the mushrooms in detail, and he explained what milk, beef, fish, and flour were. In the end, he emphasized that the mushrooms had to be fully cooked before they could be eaten. He also had to take note of the species which were rich in poison. Colin Iliad listened quietly without showing any change in emotions. After some thought, he said, "What other dangers do they have? Or should I say, points that require taking note of?" Derek's face suddenly flushed red. "I'll study it again." Without waiting for the chief to speak, he turned around, opened the door, and ran out. Returning to his room, he took a deep breath and sat down. He began to pray to Mr. Fool, asking him to forward the questions to Mr. World. Above the gray fog, Klein sat on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool. He tapped the armrest with his index finger and silently muttered, "What other dangers are there?" Although Frank's imagination, actions, and creativity make me a little fearful, he's still a Sequence 5 druid after all. No matter how dangerous the mushrooms are, how dangerous can they be? With the years of experience the City of Silver has experienced in the dark environment, it's easy to deal with those mushrooms. In the ruins of the Battle of Gods, the future's producing of milk, the pirate's head growing a watermelon, and other shocking phenomena were due to the remnant aura and divine power of Earth Mother in that area. The real murderer was a deity rather than Frank. Man, if the formation of the forsaken land of the gods happened due to the betrayal of the ancient sun god, the things left behind in that intense battle are definitely not limited to the powers of Evernight, Concealment, Degeneration, and Storm. Perhaps there are some areas that have the influence of the sun and the earth. After some thought, he conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him tell the truth. If they encounter divine powers of the earth domain, those mushrooms might experience an unknown mutation. After receiving a response, Derek rushed out of his room and ran to the chief's door. This time, the door opened without him knocking. Derek turned back to look at his teammates by the bonfire. He entered the room and casually closed the heavy wooden door. The divine power of the earth domain might cause the mushrooms to undergo an unknown mutation, he said frankly without explaining how he had figured that out. Demon Hunter Collins' expression remained unchanged as he repeated the key phrase softly, "The divine power of the earth domain." He lowered his voice and finally fell silent. 10 seconds later, he said, "After we return, we can set up a region to plant them to see the effects. Then what's the price?" Derek immediately replied, "The formula for classical metallurgist." Colin Iliad nodded slowly. "This has to be decided by the 6-member council. When we return to the city, I will push for this matter as soon as possible." Their expedition team would be returning to the City of Silver in the next 2 days. Firstly, after the exploration, the few who survived, as well as those who had lost their loved ones, needed time to adjust their mental states. Secondly, there was a limited amount of food left in the camp, and there was no way to plant any black-faced grass around Afternoon Town. They could only rely on hunting monsters to replenish themselves. Therefore, one of the responsibilities of the expedition team was to deliver safe food. Switching out teams would happen at fixed intervals. "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek didn't rush him. He had long gotten used to this process. After he left the room, Colin Iliad came to the window and looked at the bonfire in the middle of the camp. That flame burned quietly. In the deep darkness, the faint yellow light scattered across the entire camp. Roasting over the fire was a disgusting vampire covered in pus. A few days later, Klein separately received the corresponding feedback from Queen Mystic Bernadette, the numinous sex Patrick Bryan, and Miss Sharon. He confirmed that there were no anomalies regarding material or personnel flow in Backlund recently. From the looks of it, Demoness Trissy only wishes to speak to Mr. Dorr for the time being. Furthermore, this seems to be the first time they will establish a connection. Regardless, I still need to give a warning beforehand. This requires finesse. The more I say, the more likely a mistake will be made. Furthermore, I cannot reveal my trump card. After some thought, he found the hair of the deceased that Miss Magician had provided. He unfolded the piece of paper and wrote, "This is what you need. It's a lock of hair from a descendant of the Abraham family. The person who provided it has a request. That is to help ask the existence one question. The problem regarding how they get rid of the curse. Finally, let me remind you to be careful of Mr. Dorr." Klein folded the letter and tucked the lock of hair into it. He took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew on it. After a brief silence, Rionette Tynker walked out of the void with 4 beautiful heads in hand. "Give this letter to the seduced idiot," he instructed as he handed over the letter. Just as he said that, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly added another question. "Can you locate him?" "Yes." One of the heads of Rionette Tynker answered the question before biting the letter. Klein narrowed his eyes. In the Backlund Bridge area, according to the information provided by Miss Messenger, he found the man who had been seduced by Trissy and ended up helping her send the letter. However, Klein didn't enter the apartment, nor did he disturb his target. He stuck both hands into his black trench coat pocket and continued walking forward. Under the illumination of the street lamps, he walked all the way to the crossroads and turned into another street. During this process, a rat that was stealing food in a particular building suddenly shivered. It then gave up on the piece of cheese and followed the usual tunnel that it used to pass through, and it moved towards the target area. Then, the rat opened its mouth and let out a human's voice. Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rörsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua. The moment the rat finished its sentence, Klein, who had already turned into another street, vanished. There was only a spark left on the spot that quickly dissipated. He had used flaming jump, but he wasn't using it to travel. Instead, he had entered a hotel room that he had booked to rendezvous with one of his marionettes, so he didn't need to worry too much about being sensed by Zeradal and meet with an accident. After all, the destination was clear, the journey was short, and there was protection. In the room, with Inuni watching, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. As he sat at the end of the long bronze table, he held the sea god's scepter. With the help of the prayer light, he observed the target through his true vision, the man who helped Demonis Trissi relay the news. A few minutes later, Rionette Tynker appeared in the apartment as promised. She took the gold coin and left the envelope on the table. The man trembled in fear again, but in the end he overcame his own fear. He picked up the letter and weighed it. 15 minutes later, he carefully took out the black sticky paste, separated a small blob, and applied it on the surface of a mirror. Soon, he saw the young girl who had occupied all of his dreams in the dark mirror and hurriedly said, "That crazy adventurer just sent a letter. It seems to contain something else. I didn't open it as per your instructions." At that moment, above the gray fog, the scene Klein saw began to show a strange phenomenon. In his vision, the mirror's condition had already turned blurry. It was closer to being a dark and illusory passageway that didn't look realistic enough. It was connected to something similar in the surrounding area, forming a complicated and abstract spider web that was interwoven into a profound and strange world. Through the gray fog's true vision, he could barely make out the general situation, but he was unable to make out the details. He didn't know what strange and terrifying creatures hid within that world. In mysticism, mirrors are often given the symbolic meaning of leading to another kingdom, and are mostly related to terrifying horrors. Is this the mirror world? My Beyonder powers are completely unrelated to this domain. That's not true. If someone prays to me and attempts magic mirror divination, then there will naturally be an illusory passageway that points towards me, towards the gray fog. Strictly speaking, the mirror world isn't a real world. It's closer to the collective manifestation of doors. By connecting to different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms, if one becomes lost in there, they might directly appear in the abyss or even the cosmos. Of course, demigods with this ability should be able to create a reflection world and hide inside the collective manifestation of doors. High-sequence Beyonders of the Demonis, Wraith, and Apprentice pathways also have similar powers. Does the secret in Secret Sorcerer represent the mirror world to some extent? This is sufficiently mysterious and secretive. Under normal circumstances, even through true vision, there's no way to directly see the mirror world unless someone triggers it. Klein nodded in thought as he heard Demonis Trissis' melodic voice reply, "Throw the letter into the mirror. Can it be thrown in?" As a low-sequence Beyonder, the man had never seen such a miraculous thing before. After some hesitation, he held the letter and pressed it against the mirror. On the surface of the mirror, the darkness suddenly spread out like ripples of aqueous light. The man felt his firm touch lighten, and he saw the letter magically pass through the glass surface and enter the illusionary, swirling interior. Right on the heels of that, the letter seemed to be attracted by a huge whirlpool as it continued to sink deeper into the room where Trissi was. Above the gray fog, Klein raised the sea god's scepter high and focused on tracking the letter, attempting to lock onto the location of the Demonis. At this moment, in his true vision, the dark and deep mirror world began to quake violently, turning everything into a blur. By the time the quaking calmed down, Klein had already lost traces of the letter and Demonis Trissi. The aura of the primordial demon girl can even interfere with observations like this. After a moment of silence, Klein let out a sigh. It was precisely because of the various peculiarities related to Trissy that he didn't take the risk to mix his hair into the materials to locate her. It was easy for him to suffer from a terrible hex. He might even die on the spot. To Klein, death didn't really matter. After all, as long as his corpse wasn't pulverized, it was likely the case that he could be revived. But that would mean that he couldn't seize the opportunity to lock onto Trissy. She would definitely change locations quickly. Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting a precious chance to revive? After suffering the setback, Klein quickly returned to the real world and left the Backland Bridge area. The next morning, with an ordinary face, Klein rode a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. He planned on chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess to inform her of Demoness Trissy. When the time came, if an accident were to happen on the night of the full moon, there would at least be a deity watching over Backland, and would also be prepared ahead of time. Back then, the Evernight goddess was one of the ones who had exiled and sealed Mr. Door. She definitely knew the other party's tricks very well. In such aspects, Klein had never put on a strong front. He had a very clear understanding of himself. Since he couldn't solve the problem himself, he would find someone who could solve the problem to help out. As for why he wasn't doing this at home and had to go to St. Samuel Cathedral, it was because he wanted to observe the situation in the areas around Buckland Street and search for any tiny traces that spelled Amon's arrival. Hazel and her family had once been involved with Amon, and she herself belonged to the Marauder pathway. Be it her fate or the convergence of characteristics, she was among the high-risk group of people who could meet Amon by chance. With regards to this, Klein didn't dare to be too careless or negligent. He reminded himself, and he made arrangements to do a self-examination every once in a while. Similarly, due to Miss Justice's follow-up treatment of Hazel's psychological trauma, anything that happened to Hazel could easily lead to her. Therefore, Klein was also very worried about the safety of this noble lady. He believed that it was necessary to check her condition through the Crimson Star from time to time. Of course, he would avoid relatively awkward periods of time. As his thoughts raced, Klein, who was already close to Phelps Street, got off the carriage in advance. He allowed his marionette, Enuni, to secretly recite the honorific name of Sea God. He and his marionette, Konas, switched positions. In a sealed space that he had distorted, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. Then, with the help of the Sea God's scepter to widen his true vision, he carefully observed the situation in Buckland Street and the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. Hazel isn't parasitized. Neither is Miss Justice. Same for their maidservants, pets, and bodyguards. The residents and staff of the Charity Bursary Foundation don't show signs either. There are no traces of any Amon-related activity in the various streets in the area. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the real world. Following that, he approached St. Samuel Cathedral and passed through the door, finding a seat in the dark and quiet prayer hall. After chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in a low voice, Klein described simply, "Demoness Trissy has obtained the hair of an Abraham family descendant. She plans to contact a hidden existence on the night of the full moon. I cannot be sure of her exact purpose." After sitting quietly for a while and seeing that the goddess didn't respond, nor did the archbishop appear, Klein wore his silk top hat and slowly walked out of the cathedral. At night, he switched positions and controlled a rat as a marionette as recited another honorific name. "The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife, I wish to meet you." Just like before, the rat lost its life the moment it finished praying. Following that, Klein pulled away from the area. He wanted to meet the Red Angel and talk about Mr. Door and Dark Angel Sasfer. After waiting for a few minutes, with the help of another rat marionette, he saw that the other rat burst into flames, emitting a burning white flame. The flame quickly formed a short line on the ground. "I don't want to see you." The muscles on Klein's face twitched indiscernibly. After some thought, he gave up and left the area. After a few seconds, the remaining burning white flames formed a new sentence. "Come on, beg me." By then, Klein had already left. In a house somewhere in Backland, a pale-faced Sauron Einhorn Medici stood up from the sofa in a black, red-lined robe. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Who's disturbing me?" In the blink of an eye, a full moon had dawned its light on Backland. In a room illuminated by the crimson light, Demoness Trissy stood at an altar. Around her were ritual materials: rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, and lazurite. After some complicated preparations, she lit the hair in her hand and placed it into a cauldron. When the fire was tainted with a layer of darkness, Trissy took 2 steps back and solemnly chanted in Jotun, "Great door of all doors, guide of the endless cosmos, key to all mysterious worlds." As Trissy recited the words, the gems around her emitted cracking sounds as they shattered into powder and floated up. They shimmered with red, blue, green, or resplendent light before rapidly gathering into a torrent that surged towards the candlelight on the altar. At the same time, strands of hair that had been burnt inside the cauldron joined the process. The fire began to expand and interweave with each other, turning increasingly dark, as if it was an illusory door that led to other worlds. Trissy immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly, as though countless dangers were seeping out of the fire. A sentence flashed across her mind. It was a reminder from Gehrman Sparrow, "Be careful of Mr. Door," as expected of someone with a messenger of that level. His understanding of Mr. Door, and his confidence in knowing about my plans, might be deeper and more precise than I imagined. Trissy slowly took a deep breath and patiently waited for the subsequent changes. In just a blink of an eye, she felt that the void in the room thinned significantly. Many of the places were covered with shadows, as though there were large amounts of indescribable creatures hiding behind them. The dim, expanding flame slowly turned into a gigantic, deep crimson vortex. As the vortex spun, an ethereal voice that could pierce through one's spirit body finally sounded from the bottom. "Cheek!" Upon hearing this voice, the blood vessels in Trissy's forehead throbbed. It was as if her head had been pierced by countless steel needles as they crazily stabbed and twisted. Her black hair flared up despite the lack of wind. Every strand grew slightly thicker, and the skin on her face became transparent. Her blood vessels protruded out one after another, densely packed like a spider's web. After spending a great deal of effort, Trissy finally managed to control herself. She then heard the voice that could make most Beyonders lose control, chuckling and saying, "It looks like it's Cheek's blessed. Back then, we had seen the second blasphemy slate together, and we were able to surpass sequence 1. And live to this day. Now, the only ones left are likely the artisan, Cheek, and me." Trissy ignored Mr. Door's poignant sigh and said with a twisted expression, "Honorable Mr. Door, I have something to ask you. Speak. The time spent being lost and trapped in the darkness and the storm is just too boring. It's rare for someone to have a chat with me." The terrifying voice replied without much change from the slowly rotating dark vortex. Trissy's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, still unable to get used to the ravings of this evil god's equal. She paused for a few seconds before saying, "I want to know if there are any unorthodox ways to enter the 9 secret mausoleums built by Blood Emperor Tudor for becoming the Black Emperor." It was unknown where he was, but Mr. Door's ethereal laughter sounded through the endless void. "So it's because of this. This isn't difficult. I'll give you a symbol. You can gather the blood of Beyonders from different pathways and mix them together. Mixing it with your spirituality, draw the symbol in front of the mausoleum. Then you can open the secret passage that leads into it." As the existence spoke, sparks separated from the dark vortex, forming a rather complicated symbol in midair. It was like doors that were stacked in decreasing sizes as they randomly extended without end. Trissy held back the excruciating pain of her spirit body tearing apart. She memorized the symbol and sought confirmation. There must be blood from all 22 Beyonder pathways? Each pathway only requires the blood of a Beyonder, regardless of his sequence. How much blood of each pathway is required? Mr. Door replied in the same way that he had been raving in earlier. "Right. There's no need for too much, just a small tube will do. Just guarantee that the symbol drawing can be finished. Although Trissy wore a painful grimace, she couldn't help but smile when she received the critical information. This, combined with her overall expression, made her appear odd, as though she was a lunatic. After completing her main goal, Trissy asked again to ensure smooth cooperation with Gairman Sparrow in the future. The Abraham family wants to know how to get rid of the ancient curse. The dark vortex was silent for a few seconds before sighing. Set up such a ritual. Sacrifice one of the demigods of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway. Once I leave the storm and penetrate the darkness, the curse will no longer exist. Trissy wasn't interested in how the Abraham family could escape the ancient curse. After receiving the answer, she couldn't take it any longer. As she thanked Mr. Dorr, she began to stop the ritual. As for Mr. Dorr, he didn't attempt to bewitch, threaten, or corrupt her. After the dark fire vortex disintegrated and the ritual ended, Trissy began to cogitate, spending nearly an hour to calm the effects of Mr. Dorr's ravings. After doing all of this, Trissy took out a pen and paper and copied the symbol provided by Mr. Dorr. She described the two answers in detail. She knew that she was being pursued by Saintess of White Katarina, and there seemed to be even more terrifying hunters that would follow her wake. It was very difficult for her to find the blood of Beyonders of different pathways that quickly, so she planned on leaving this matter to Gairman Sparrow. In addition, she believed that even if George III and the others believed that there was no problem with the secret mausoleum and that it was safe enough, thus not leaving too many guards, there were still precautions inside. It wasn't something that a sequence 4 could quickly force their way through and cause damage. That way, they would be stopped by the reinforcements and lose their best chance. As for Gairman Sparrow, even his messenger was at the level of an angel. The strength of the organization behind him was obvious, so they had the ability to destroy the mausoleum at the critical moment, causing the Black Emperor ritual to fail. She couldn't complete it herself, so of course she had to find assistance from someone with the ability to accomplish it. After throwing the letter into a mailbox on a nearby street, the black-haired, black-coated Trissy slowly walked down in the cold and lonely road. On the dim road, she looked at the light from the gas lamps and laughed self-deprecatingly. For the sake of a little indignation, I've actually gone this far. You're lucky. At least I'll avenge you. And if I die, apart from those who hate me, no one will remember me. After receiving the letter from Miss Messenger, Klein sat on the chair and read it several times, before he went above the gray fog to divine the authenticity of Mr. Dorr's method. He subconsciously thought about how quickly he could gather the blood from the 22 Beyonder pathways. This symbol is very similar to the symbol behind Miss Magician's chair. I can use my own for seer. For apprentice, I can find Miss Magician, and also give her some pressure to write. There are 3 choices for the Marauder pathway. Transform a marionette into a mosquito and send a mosquito to bite Hazel. Obtain it from Vice Admiral Iceberg's third mate named Flowery Bowtie. And lastly, get it from Leonard's grandpa. The Spectator pathway, Miss Justice. The Bard pathway, Little Sun. The Storm pathway, Mr. Hangman. The Reader pathway, Vice Admiral Iceberg, or that demigod named Luca, Secret Suppliant. Get the second mate of Ma'am Hermit, Bloodless Heath Doyle. The Corpse Collector pathway, Numinous Episcopates Patrick Bryan. The Sleepless pathway, My Dear Poet. The Warrior pathway, most of the citizens of the City of Silver or Father Utravsky. Planter, Frank. Apothecary, Emlyn. Arbiter, Miss Zio. Lawyer, Marionette Konas. Hunter, Danitz or Anderson. Demonis, get Trissy to provide it herself. Prisoner, Miss Sharon or Marie. Criminal, I temporarily have no targets. Mystery Prior, Ma'am Hermit. Savant, Frank's Experiment Assistant. Monster, Marionette Enanel. From the looks of it, most of them can be obtained in a very short period of time. The corresponding channels have sufficient trust in me and believe that I wouldn't curse them with their blood. This Demoness Trissy definitely has a way to eliminate the connection between the blood and the actual body. She won't object. Only devil. Although I've encountered a few, they have either died or fled. Currently, I have no target in mind. Yes, I can ask little son if the City of Silver has any devil flesh and blood left in its inventory. They will encounter some from time to time. If he hadn't thought about it, Klein wouldn't have realized that, in less than 2 years of his transmigration, he had actually established a deeper connection with most of the Beyonder pathways. He immediately retracted his thoughts and seriously considered Mr. Door's escape ritual. Sacrifice one of each. Marauder, Apprentice, and Seer demigods. These are the 3 pathways that can be interchanged. Mr. Door wants to temporarily reconcile the 3 pathways and use an ingenious method to open the passage to return. The demigods of these 3 pathways aren't that easy to capture. It's possible for the Abraham family to do so at its peak. After the death of the high-sequence Beyonders in the War of the 4 Emperors and the corresponding setbacks, it's pretty much hopeless. If Mr. Door could be more patient and give the descendants more time to grow, it wouldn't be impossible. However, he still constantly cries for help, causing the deaths of promising descendants. Is he crazy? A lunatic who looks like a normal person? After some thought, he burned the letter and went above the gray fog to do 2 divinations. The revelations he received was that the method to enter the secret mausoleum was real. Mr. Door's return ritual was also true. Looking at the spirit pendulum in his hand, he sat silently in the high-back chair for a long time. After a few minutes, he clenched his left hand and gripped the topaz pendant tightly. He muttered to himself, "All there is left is to wait for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion to be completely digested, and for George III to hold the ritual on the Sonia C. Pasu Island." The Blue Avenger, which had been summoned, finally arrived at the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. It was docked at a port. Alger removed the cloth wrapped around his head and jumped off the shipboard, landing firmly on the dock thanks to the wind. The wind-blessed potion he had consumed had long been digested. The reason why he had done so was to make himself appear more like the other members of the church, making them feel a sense of kinship. Years of experience told Alger that it was best to maintain uniformity with the people around him most of the time. He didn't want to appear out of the ordinary. Under the circumstances where he had plenty of secrets, it was even more imperative to do so. "Ha-ha, Alger. Control your impatience." A man who had been waiting at the dock came forward with a smile. He had a head of soft yellow hair and a long robe embroidered with lightning patterns. He was Alger's former partner, but later on, one chose to be the captain of a ghost ship and continue floating out at sea, while the other returned to be a clergyman. Alger smiled as he raised his right hand and struck his left breast. "May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you." The yellow-haired man, who was in his prime, replied with a smile. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "I heard that you've already adapted to the wind-blessed potion?" "Yes, it's very simple. I fly every day and maintain the state of floating. I often use the wind to travel back and forth in different places to quickly adapt. I've already sent a telegram to report this matter." Alger arched his brows to look proud. The yellow-haired man looked around and maintained his volume from before. "It's no wonder you were summoned back. I heard that, because of the ongoing war, there's a lack of manpower on all sides. The Council of Cardinals has decided to organize a group of Windblests to advance to Sequence 5 as soon as possible. You should be within those ranks. How enviable. I just became a Windblest, so I don't have the chance. Organize a group of Windblests to advance as soon as possible." After knowing that there might be a world war ahead of time, Alger Wilson wasn't surprised. A word suddenly appeared in his mind. Cannon fodder. In fact, just from his contributions for the Bansi Harbor incident, Alger, who was only a seafarer back then, could have advanced to Ocean Songster without any obstacles. Furthermore, he was usually hard at work, having completed countless missions. In the end, he had only become a Wind-Blessed. He had to join the queue for an opportunity to advance to Sequence 5. And now there was no need for him to do anything. He was suddenly placed on the list of candidates, and he would soon enter the ranks of the quasi-upper echelons of the church. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Indeed, once a full-scale war begins, The order that prevents people like us from rising will split apart. However, the most important thing is to survive the war. Only by surviving will everything be meaningful. As Alger's thoughts raced, he asked in surprise, "Signs? Is that true?" "I can't be sure. In short, that's what I heard. Let's go and catch up. If you have the chance to become a high-ranking deacon or a cardinal, don't you forget us." The yellow-haired man named Signs reached out his hand and patted Alger on the shoulder. Alger dodged without a trace and replied with a smile, "Definitely point one." In the City of Silver, the expedition team brought back news that there was a sea on the other side of the giant king's court. All the citizens temporarily entered a state of excitement. After 2 days of waiting, Derek Berg finally received a notice from the 6-member council, permitting him to receive the classical metallurgist's potion formula. This meant that the upper echelons of the City of Silver had agreed to exchange for the special mushrooms. The advancement ritual is to personally refine a stone of life. What's a stone of life? There's no explanation here. Derek glanced at the parchment in his hand and began preparing a ritual without much thought. In his opinion, Mr. Fool definitely knew what the stone of life was. He didn't need to worry about Mr. World. After setting up the altar, he took out 2 metal tubes, each containing the blood of him and a Dawn Paladin from the City of Silver. The Dawn Paladin had reached a certain age, and his body could no longer withstand the corrosive effects of the poison in most foods. In the foreseeable future, he would gradually reach the end of his life. 2 days ago, his granddaughter had personally delivered the final stab with a sword. As for Derek, he had previously obtained the chief's approval and found an opportunity to extract some of the deceased's blood. As for the devil's blood that Mr. World needed, the City of Silver's inventory temporarily didn't have one. However, Chief Colin Iliad said that, as long as the mushrooms could satisfy the needs of the City of Silver's food requirements, he would organize a small hunting team and go to a region where devils appeared. After placing the 2 metal tubes and goatskin parchment onto the altar, Derek took 2 steps back and faced the lit candles as he began the sacrificial ritual. After a series of tasks, the illusory door that was formed from flames and spiritual materials opened heavily. After the sacrificial items were taken away, a dark glow was left behind. The brilliance slowly faded as large numbers of mushrooms of different shapes appeared before Derek's eyes. As for whether they looked strange, Derek didn't even think about it. This was because he had seen mushrooms once, abnormal ones. Therefore, he lacked a point of reference for comparison. After recalling Mr. World's description of different breeds of mushrooms and effects, Derek quickly categorized them and placed them into different leather handbags. Immediately after, he picked up the unshadowed crucifix excitedly and prepared to head for the spire. However, just as his hand touched the bronze cross, he felt it burn and feel prickly. It was as if a light was seeping out of the rust and shining at the mushrooms. They're evil and need to be purified. Derek was confused, but he eventually decided to believe in Mr. World. He hid the unshadowed crucifix and carried Thunder God's roar. He walked all the way to the spire and met Chief Colin Iliad. "Are these the mushrooms?" As he spoke, Demon Hunter Colin's eyes reflected 2 complex dark green symbols. His gaze swept across the different mushrooms that were either pure white and full, or filled with flesh. "Yes." Derek began introducing them one by one. Colin returned to normal and remained silent for a few seconds. "There's an evil and tainted aura emitted from them, but they're in minute amounts and can be tolerated. This must have settled down after they devoured the flesh and blood of monsters." He paused for a moment before saying, "Let's first test their proliferation ability." Following this sentence, a number of City of Silver personnel, who were prepared to usher in the mushrooms, carried a few monster corpses into the chief's room and scattered them over the different kinds of mushrooms. The moment those mushrooms came into contact with the flesh, they immediately grew hyphae and burrowed into them. About 20 to 30 seconds later, they began to rapidly expand and spit out spores. After a while, the corpses of those monsters were densely covered with mushrooms. However, the mushrooms didn't stop growing. They kept growing upwards, and in the end, some of them were even taller than Derek Berg. facing him as if they were looking down at him. Mr. World didn't say that they would grow this large. Besides, the speed at which it grows is way too fast. Derek looked at it in a daze, but he didn't think it was a problem. There wasn't much of a change in Colin Iliad's expression. Only after the monsters were left with skeleton and dregs did he look around. It's better than I expected. Next, who wants to try the effects of eating it? Without hesitation, Derek took a step forward and said, Your Excellency, I'll do it. He was in charge of importing the mushrooms, so he definitely had to personally confirm its safety. Colin Iliad nodded slightly and said, Okay. He then turned his head and said to another City of Silver resident, Invite Elder Lovia over to prevent any accidents. As a Beyonder who controlled flesh and blood, Lovia could resolve most of the changes in the human body. Of course, whether the mutated individual could survive was another matter. Everyone waited for a few minutes before Shepherd Lovia, who was wearing a deep purple robe, arrived in the chief's room. She had just passed through the door when her light gray eyes suddenly narrowed. She instinctively looked at the mushrooms that occupied most of the space. After staring at it for a while, Lovia looked at Colin Iliad and nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready to provide any help. Without any hesitation, Derek Berg chose a black mushroom that was embedded with blood-red threads and marbling, standing at half his height. He tore off the mushroom that had wrapped around the skeleton, and he produced a bonfire and began roasting it. Gradually, a fragrance that seemed to be able to drill into one's stomach emanated out. This was a smell that the residents of the City of Silver had never smelled before. Their throats bobbed as they instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The bonfire emitted a sizzling sound before the fragrance grew stronger. This wasn't the usual sound. It was as if it could make one's soul yearn for this strange smell. It was the type that everyone was rather familiar with. It was the natural desire for black-faced grass food after returning to the City of Silver, having not eaten them for a long time. As the sizzling sounds grew louder and frequent, they felt as though a hand had reached out from their stomachs, eager to grab the food back. Unknowingly, the other City of Silver residents who had been doing something else in the spire had followed the fragrance and gathered at the door. It took Derek a great deal of effort to control himself from tasting the mushroom midway. He waited until it was completely charred yellow on the outside before he took it back and blew at it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on him, including Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia. With his faith in Mr. World and Mr. Fool, Derek didn't speak. He lowered his head and bit the mushroom. Ssss. He let out a sound of being scalded before chewing and gulping it down. After nearly half of the mushrooms were gone, Derek raised his head, his face slightly red. His mouth was glistening with oil as he mumbled, It's such a weird taste. I can't help it. I can't stop. Colin Iliad sized up Derek for a few seconds before turning his head to look at Shepherd Lovia. Lovia slowly shook her head and said, No problem. The surrounding people of the City of Silver immediately let out cheers as they rushed forward and surrounded Derek. They either wanted to share a piece or ask him what to do with the other mushrooms. When Colin saw this, his expression gradually relaxed. He slowly closed his eyes and lifted his chin. He took a deep breath of the fragrance that had filled the room. The City of Silver held a mushroom ritual? Isn't this a little strange? Also, what's a stone of life? Yes, the people from the Church of Earth Mother definitely know, and Frank is no exception. Above the gray fog, as Klein listened to Little Son's latest report, he opened the parchment that he had received but hadn't had the chance to read in detail. The reason why he had rushed back to the real world after the sacrificial and bestowment ceremony was because the serialized horror stories of Backlund's hospitals in several newspapers had reached its climax. Hence, he received a lot of feedback over the past few days. He was at the critical moment of having his Bizarro Sorcerer potion digested. And now he had already completed this step. He was already prepared to advance to Scholar of Yore. Putting down the classical metallurgist potion formula, Klein cast his gaze towards the 2 tubes of blood Little Son had sacrificed. Then, he beckoned for a ceramic jar wrapped in layers of paper figurines. This was the Beyonder blood from different pathways that he had previously gathered. It had been placed above the gray fog and sealed with the paper angel in order to slowly integrate it into this mysterious space's aura, removing the connection between the blood and the individual. This was to prevent any accidents from happening to the provider when the door of the symbols was opened. To him, it was fine if he suffered backlash. After all, there was at least one more chance of him reviving. If it would affect those who trusted him and gave their blood, he would rather not do it. After peeling off the paper figurines at the mouth of the jar and pouring the 2 tubes of blood into it, he conjured a glass stick and reached in to stir it. Right on the heels of that, he used paper angel and sealed it again. I'm just short of prisoner, devil, and demoness. After I complete the ritual, I'll personally pay Miss Sharon a visit. It's better to make a request in person regarding such matters. It's too rude to do it by writing letters. Only Miss Magician is a little special. Clearly, she would prefer it if I wrote a letter rather than meet Gairman Sparrow in person. Heh. She actually used the excuse that the ink had frozen due to the low temperatures to delay her writing. Heh, are her magic tricks just for show? Thankfully, my potion has already digested, so there's no need for me to push her anymore. Klein mumbled inwardly as he threw the ceramic jar covered in paper figurine back into the junk pile. After leaving the world above the gray fog, he didn't immediately prepare to advance to Scholar of Yore. Instead, he took out a pen and paper and drew the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. This was something he had planned to do before he consumed the potion, to ask Rhodes about Sapphira Castle. As the symbol took form, the light in the originally badly lit room became darker, as if clouds were drifting past, blocking out the sun. After more than 10 seconds, the full-body mirror with cracks suddenly rippled with aqueous light and silver words quickly appeared. Exalted Great Master, your devoted, loyal, and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. I am still the servant that you trust the most, the closest and most favorite, right? This question, I seem to be able to read the panic and anxiety of this magic mirror. Does it feel a sense of danger? After some thought, he nodded in amusement. Yes. Actually, that has never been the case. I'm just comforting you. After answering, he silently added in his heart. The surface of the mirror lit up and the silver words were dyed golden. They squirmed and formed a new sentence. Great Master, do you have any questions for me? Yes. Klein secretly tensed up. What do you know about Sapphira Castle? Rhodes fell silent for a few seconds before the pale golden words changed. I don't know much about this. I've only heard some rumors. In the early days of the Second Epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator left some things behind. That might be a kingdom, formed from a certain part of his body or something created by him. And Sapphira Castle is one of them. This was the name that the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, gave. He calls the hounds of Fulgrim as Sapphira Castle keepers. However, he failed to enter Sapphira Castle even to his death. Therefore, many powerful creatures suspect that Sapphira Castle doesn't actually exist, but is just an abstract concept. It had something to do with the original creator? After pondering for a while, he said, one of them, how many other entities like Sapphira Castle are there? 8. There are detailed records on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it. On the surface of the mirror, lines of words appeared one after another. However, the pale gold color faded away, becoming silver once again. The ancient gods suspect that the source of the underground corruption comes from a place similar to Sapphira Castle. They call it the Chaos Sea. Also, there are rumors that deep in the spirit world city, Calderon City, there are clues to the river of eternal darkness. This comes from the ancient god, Phoenix ancestor Greggrace. As for the others, I've heard of some names, but it's not a complete list. There's Tenebrous World, Knowledge More, as well as the brood hive that's related to the moon. There are a total of 8. Chaos Sea, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge More, Tenebrous World, and Brood Hive. Brood Hive is related to the moon. It sounds very dangerous. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Mother Tree of Desire. Klein silently repeated the key information in Rhodes's response. He had a nagging feeling that he should be able to grasp something, but he didn't gain much from it. He even lacked the ability to piece together the clues. When he saw that Rhodes had only heard rumors and didn't have any actual understanding of them, he organized his thoughts and said with a smile, "From the looks of it, you might come from the Chaos Sea. That's not important. What's important is that I'm your loyal, lowly, and obedient servant." Rhodes said the entire sentence at once. Obedient, this use of words. Klein silently lampooned before asking, "What are the origins of Dark Angel Sasra?" On the surface of the mirror, silver words formed one after another. "I similarly can't see it, but at that time, there was a myth that said that when the ancient sun god was born, he was light and darkness combined. After all, he calls himself the creator, so he must be well-rounded and not lacking anything. Later, he separated the darkness in his body and used it to create the first angel with one of his ribs, Dark Angel Sasra. This rib, I can totally imagine it. Back then, it was the ancient sun god who personally fabricated and spread this myth. Amon's brother, your wife has become the Dark Angel." Klein was first alarmed before many strange ideas arose in his mind. As his thoughts settled, he began to analyze the truth behind this myth. With such a myth spreading, it will cause the believers to believe that Dark Angel Sasra is the dark side of the ancient sun god. They would worship him in the same way as the Lord. No one objected or forbade this myth. As for Dark Angel, he was ultimately the deputy of the divine kingdom, God's left hand. So this implies that this was very likely true. What happened afterward can be summarized as the dark side of the ancient sun god colluding with foreign enemies, bewitching the kings of angels and assassinating the main body. This can explain why Ouroboros and Medici joined Rose Redemption. They were only following the orders of the Lord. From this angle, isn't the position of Dark Angel Sasra, in the ancient sun god's divine kingdom, equivalent to the world of the Tarot Club? Thankfully, the world is a fake person. He doesn't have his own spirituality and thoughts. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt drenched with sweat. He was glad that he was a seer and not some other pathway. Based on his previous reasoning, he quickly guessed the reason why Dark Angel was sleeping in the giant king's court. Perhaps it has something to do with the fall of the ancient sun god. Therefore, the brother of Amon, the dragon of wisdom, and the true creator wish to confirm the state of Dark Angel Sasra. However, there are many other problems. In the 22 Beyonder pathways, which pathway is this king of angels, the left hand of God? The marauder has Amon. Apprentice has Mr. Door, spectator, reader, bard, sailor, secret suppliant, warrior, sleepless, planter, savant, monster, hunter, and arbiter are obviously impossible. Corpse collector is also impossible due to the existence of death in the fourth epoch. It's impossible for there to be a king of angels to exist at the same time, unless the Dark Angel had already fallen to sequence 2. By the same logic, the seer and lawyer pathways can be eliminated for now. It can then be confirmed that the Dark Angel is no longer a king of angels. Mystery Prior, Moon, and Devil are all certain possibilities. I cannot eliminate the possibility that the hidden sage, primordial moon, and the dark side of the universe are the Dark Angel's ult. Yes, there might still be the mother tree of desire hidden within. It's also possible with Prisoner. There's no clear evidence that this pathway has produced a true deity. Back then, the chained god might not even be a king of angels. After some thought, he said to Rhodes, "It's your turn to ask." On the cracked full-body mirror's surface, silver words twisted together and formed a new sentence. "Great Master, may I guess what you want to ask next?" Klein nodded slightly and answered, "Sure. You wish to ask about Sasra's current state. My answer is, I don't know, as I can't see." Behind the silver words was a smiley face with a simple drawing. "Not bad," Klein praised. "That's all for today. I will summon you again in the near future at any time." "Yes, Great Master. Your loyal servant, Rhodes, is constantly preparing to serve you." On the surface of the mirror, The simple smile on his face turned into a waving cat's paw. When the mirror returned to normal, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote down what he had just learned. This was one of the documents he had prepared for the scholar of your ritual. In the past few days, he had written a lot of documents on ancient history. Following that, with the information and 2 marionettes, he teleported to the southern continent. He didn't dare to advance in Backland. If anything were to happen to him, Amon and Zeradal would definitely be able to detect it and come straight for him. On a barren island in the Berserk Sea. This place wasn't far from the southern continent, but it didn't belong there geographically. The reason why Klein had chosen this island as a place for himself to advance to Scholar of Year was, firstly, because he wanted to avoid Amon and Zeradal to the best of his ability. He also didn't want to enter the region where the Mother Tree of Desire had a wide range of influence. Secondly, because the Berserk Sea was enveloped by the power left behind by death. This was, in a way, a part of the Evernight Goddess's kingdom. If the ritual were to create a huge commotion, it was possible for some effective screening. Furthermore, this place is very desolate. There aren't many creatures here, so there's no need to worry about any accidents affecting the innocent. Klein surveyed the area and began to set up a ritual. He brought the corresponding materials back from above the gray fog to the real world. Following that, he flipped through the thick ancient history documents and pulled out some records that he couldn't be certain of. Those that couldn't be confirmed with divination were also removed. Pa! With a shake of his hand, the scarlet flames rose and devoured the stack of paper. The supplementary ingredients needed for the Scholar of Your potion were a large amount of real ancient historical records. Therefore, he didn't want to take the risk of using things he couldn't be sure of. He would rather have fewer of them. After making his selection, he poured the Hound of Fulgrim's blood into a huge cauldron and placed the few white frost crystals that he had weighed beforehand into it. The moment the 2 supplementary ingredients came into contact with each other, a thin mist immediately rose up. It enveloped the container and was about half the height of a person and an arm wide. With a glance, Klein followed his spiritual intuition and temporarily gave up on adding the last supplementary material. He first got his marionette, Enuni, to grab the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart and threw the item that seemed condensed from white mist into the cauldron. As white frost condensed across Enuni's arm, the mist that emanated from the vessel became extremely dense. It began to contract and expand, as though it was alive, like a slowly beating heart. Without any hesitation, Klein controlled his marionette, Enuni, to pick up the pair of eyes from the Hounds of Fulgrim. He stuffed the 2 dark red flame-like objects into the seemingly corporeal mist. The mist's color quickly darkened, making it impossible for him to see the huge cauldron at its core. He didn't panic. Instead, he calmly got his other marionette to throw page after page of the ancient historical records into the blob of thick, dark mist. The thick mist slowly collapsed. After digesting the historical records, it finally fell back into the cauldron, like water vapor, turning into something that coexisted as both a liquid and a gas. Its color was dark red, almost the size of a baby's head. Upon seeing this scene, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and used divination to determine if the potion was successfully concocted. He received a revelation that it was rather dangerous, but one that he could barely withstand. And this meant that the potion was successfully concocted. Even if it were strictly concocted according to the formula, a sequence 3 potion is equivalent to poison. If I can withstand it, I'll advance. Otherwise, I'll go crazy, lose control, or even die. After staring at the topaz pendant spinning rapidly in a counterclockwise direction for a few seconds, he pulled up the silver chain and wrapped it around his left wrist. He cast his gaze at the potion floating in the cauldron as thoughts flashed across his mind. A Bizarro sorcerer's acting not only has the key terms of fear, horror, directing, and inexplicable. There's also some level of mystery, unknown, complicated, and unpredictable aspects of fate. The 2 aspects combine to form a complete Bizarro sorcerer. This is a behavioral style while the other is the attributes. And to me, my origins are such a mystery that I haven't even figured out the truth. I've experienced so many complicated matters that I've already stopped a true God from descending, scared a king of angels. Even my fate is so unpredictable that a snake of Mercury is unable to discern. Therefore, I've already acted in advance and naturally digested that portion of the potion. There's no need to summarize the principles. This truly reflects the single word, bizarro. Yes, the ritual requirements for Scholar of Your requires me to be completely separated from reality for at least 300 years. Only after I become history and no longer belong to the present era do I consume the potion. My life while I was sealed within a cocoon and hung above the gray fog is more than enough. But after becoming Klein, I've experienced too many things in the past year. I've already left a mark in the present era. Would it affect the effects of the ritual? It should be. Fortunately, it hasn't even been 2 years. The mark won't be too deep and can barely be accepted. After all, it's impossible for me to hang myself up for 300 years again before I consume the potion. There's another decade or so until the apocalypse. Furthermore, the ancient history I grasp is definitely far superior to any bizarro sorcerer. It can be considered as me effectively acting ahead of time. I can definitely avoid many dangers. As his thoughts raced, Klein took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Wearing a silk top hat and a double-breasted coat, his skin suddenly turned transparent as maggots that contained three-dimensional symbols crawled out. The transparent maggots were itching to move, as if they were going to crawl into the dense mist in the cauldron, leaving behind only empty clothes and hats. Klein managed to barely control his state as he calmly extended his right hand and picked up the potion that was wrapped in mist. The potion didn't seem to have any weight as it floated in front of his face. Klein opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The potion instantly transformed and extended into Klein's mouth, making him feel like he was devouring a dark red glow. The transparent maggots swarmed back into his body, tearing down the parts of the potion and swallowing them. As his mythical creature form was special, both a full body and also separated into many small parts, Klein could only consume the potion in such a manner. Of course, if he could control his incomplete mythical creature form, it would be much simpler. Without a sound, he felt a cold feeling spread through every worm of spirit, with a searing pain. A familiar, boundless grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. It enveloped the entire world, revealing some of his past experiences. This included the terrifying legends he created, his conversation with the Red Angel evil spirit, the treatment of the demigod Luca with the help of Miss Justice, hunting Vin Rambus, dealing with Amon's avatars, revenge on Zanguil, exploring Calderon City, infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral, dominating the seas, stopping the true creator's descent, saving Tingen, and various other details of his daily life. They made conflicts with different people and things, becoming extremely complicated as they merged into a sea. As he flew through it, he was unable to find a clear and accurate sense of self. He felt like he was about to be lost in this area. The cold, burning pain constantly drove him forward, so as to expel the influence on him. This made it difficult to return to the real world. With great difficulty, Klein managed to control this feeling. As he gradually lost consciousness and his body slowly descended, he tried his best to find something that could confirm his identity. Finally, he saw the deep depths of the gray fog. At the end of the sea was a shattered spot of light. With a thought, he followed his intuition and flew over in a manner that seemed to travel the cosmos. There was a figure hanging from the blurry door of light in the spot of light. He was stored in a transparent cocoon as he swayed gently. He looked like the original Zhou Mingrue. This had nothing to do with his surroundings. He was alone and easily grasped. I couldn't see this before when I used the yesterday once more charm, but I can actually do so now. In other words, during the advancement process, I can indirectly influence the Sapphire Castle above the gray fog. Wait, my ability to think has been restored. Klein's consciousness instantly cleared up as he finally understood the essence of the ritual. By eliminating the interference, he could provide a clear definition of himself to become a scholar of your. This prevented him from getting lost. Following a similar spot of light, Klein began to fly deeper into the grayish-white fog. Along the way, he discovered that the surrounding fog was scattered with fragments of light. They had colonial phases, times when Roselle ruled, the Battle of the Violated Oath, the White Rose War, the 20-Year War. These were all bits of history that Klein knew of the Fifth Epoch. As he passed through them, he naturally split his consciousness and completed an invisible connection, making his definition of his own identity even clearer. In the Pale Era, during the War of the Four Emperors, the Trunsoist Empire, the Tudor Dynasty, the United Empire, Solomon's First and Second Empire, the fall of Red Angel, the Blood Emperor's apotheosis, the Black Emperor's return, and other historical fragments continued to surface as Klein kept rushing forward. They appeared in different spots in the endless gray fog. Like the stars in the night sky, they illuminated the path to return. In such a manner, Klein felt that he was becoming more and more lucid. Every worm of spirit's coldness and burning sensation became milder. He could have turned around a long time ago and returned to the real world. However, he didn't stop and continued flying forward. Scenes of the fatal attack of the Rose Redemption. The three great angels, White, Storm, Wisdom sharing in the body of the ancient sun god. And the plotting in the giant king's court with the Church of Evernight, Earth, and Combat hiding as secret organizations flashed across the grayish-white fog. The more he proceeded forward, the more relaxed he felt. He felt like he was about to fly up from running down a runway. At some point in time, a group of terrifying canine-like creatures with dark red eye sockets appeared beside him. They ran around the indiscernible bottom of the gray fog as they followed him by his side, as if they were accompanying and guarding him. Among them, two of them only had one eye. Klein looked around and smiled. He didn't stop and continued proceeding deeper into the gray fog. The history of the Dual Era and the early era of fire swept past him from behind, pointing out the path that led forward. Finally, Klein stopped in front of a lonely fragment of light. Inside was a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. He went forward and saw that the grayish-white fog was silently enveloping everything. It was unknown where the other fragments of light were floating. Feeling his spirituality depleting, Klein didn't continue the search. He connected his consciousness to his origin, and he suddenly plummeted. As the gray fog rapidly faded away, Klein felt his body and saw the cauldron in front of him. He didn't care about his current state, and he subconsciously looked up into the sky. He directly saw the gray fog and the ancient majestic palace above the gray fog. The mysterious space was trembling slightly. In Backlund, a postman who was riding a bicycle stopped. He turned his head slightly and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. He then muttered to himself, "Sapphira Castle." After a few seconds of hesitation, the thin-faced young man curled his lips and laughed. His expression was filled with anticipation. In a rental apartment at East Borough of the same city, figures hanging in the air swayed gently. At the same time, they simultaneously made a sound. Sapphira Castle. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell, who was assigning missions to his team, suddenly heard an elderly voice in his mind. Sapphira Castle. In the Highlands, on an altar with eyes, arms, heads, and organs embedded in it. Dark red blood-red light surged out like a tidal wave, distorting into the shape of a deformed tree. Amidst a buzzing sound, the human bones, candles, silver plates, and gold boxes trembled, as though they could slice through one's spirit body. The surrounding supplicants instinctively bowed their heads and prostrated. Then, they simultaneously came to a realization. The Berserk Sea, Reef Island. When he saw the ancient palace above the gray fog and sensed the slight tremble of the mysterious space, Klein felt that he had a deeper connection with the so-called Sapphira Castle, one that was hard to accurately grasp. At this moment, he truly felt that place would gradually belong to him. In just a few seconds, all the abnormalities disappeared. Without any delay, Klein got the two marionettes to put away the items that were still of value and destroy the rest. He took out a paper figurine and shook it. With a smacking sound, the paper figurine ignited with a scarlet flame as dense illusory wings appeared behind his back. When he saw this, Klein was stunned. He never expected that the simple paper figurine substitutes would have hints of Angel's embrace. He then grabbed Kona's and Inuni, using teleport to vanish from the island formed by reefs. After using several islands in the Sonia Sea as waypoints, he took a huge detour before finally returning to his residence in Backlund's East Borough. During this process, he repeatedly used paper figurine substitutes, which had undergone several qualitative changes, to disrupt divination, prophecy powers, tracking, and observation. I didn't expect it to really trigger the changes in Sapphira Castle, resulting in an unconcealable phenomenon. Fortunately, I was sufficiently careful and cautious. I wasn't careless. If I had advanced in Backlund or the surrounding areas, I'm certain that Amon and Zeradal would have already seen me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog to do a divination. After confirming that he was in a safe situation, he didn't stay for long. He immediately returned to the real world, and with the help of cogitation, he began to restrain his diverging spirituality. After doing this, he took off his clothes, threw himself into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Normally, a Bizarro sorcerer wouldn't be as exhausted as he was after successfully advancing to Scholar of Yore. He would definitely have energy left to check his physical condition. However, while traveling through history, he relied on his mark to travel a very far distance. He relied on his own mastery of ancient secrets, that far exceeded his current level, to reach the establishment of the giant kings Kurun the early of the second epoch or the end of the epoch. This was equivalent to digesting the potion. After a few hours of deep sleep, Klein woke up as he slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, pulled a pillow to prop him up from behind, and rubbed his temples. After 10 minutes of regulating himself, he was completely awake and began to inspect himself. Indeed, I've digested most of the potion right after I consumed it. At least 80%. This is roughly what I expected. But I wonder how much more ancient history I'll have to obtain before I can digest it completely. From the looks of it, the acting of a scholar of Yore has 2 main directions. One is a scholar from ancient times, and the other is a scholar who studies ancient history. Both of them are required. The first is relatively easy because the ritual itself contains the key point of making one a person from ancient times. Once the advancement is successful, one can naturally act as a scholar from ancient times. The second point is extremely difficult. It would be all right in normal society, but in this world with true gods, devils, and evil existences, just gathering ancient information is a very risky matter. If I endeavor to gather the truth of history, I might die a horrible death at any moment without any reason. The more I understand, the greater the danger. The reason why I know so much is mostly thanks to the arrangements of a few existences, as well as the complicated fate that Sapphira Castle brings me. This makes me encounter all sorts of things. Of course, even so, I've already died once despite being a true deity's blessed. What's more, other scholars of Yore? Changing the spot of Miracle Invoker and Scholar of Yore will make acting relatively simple. Unfortunately, there's no such thing. In addition, the previous 2 meanings have an inclination towards ancient times. I have to pay attention to the word scholar. What must I figure out from history before I can be considered a scholar? Next, there are a few directions towards my digestion. First, I need to figure out Dark Angel Sasphira's current state and truly replicate the actual process of the cataclysm. Second, I need to spend some effort to connect the history of the 4th epoch together, and not just be fine with having them in disconnected segments. Third, I need to go deep into the details from a macroscopic view. For example, the rise and fall of the Antigonus family. After confirming that prior acting was effective, and considering his future path ahead of time, Klein combined the mysticism knowledge he had gained from his advancement and his observation of his godhood's divinity, and he had a trial run of his powers to slowly figure out the powers of a scholar of Yore. Worms of Spirit can be split into 600 pieces. The godhood patterns have also changed to a certain degree. It's even more complicated, and it can showcase concepts of strength, strangeness, and supernaturalness. The changes in my godhood patterns firstly originate from the newly obtained characteristic, and secondly, it comes from the mysticism knowledge contained within the potion. This is both a result of the Beyonder characteristic and also something obtained from a higher level. After becoming a true high-sequence Beyonder, is it possible to directly change the knowledge at a higher dimension to affect Beyonders at other sequences? Deciphering a potion formula from the godhood patterns seems like an actual example. Also, at the level of sequence 3, the changes in godhood patterns have a personal effect. This is closely related to prayer and responses. As a scholar of the corresponding honorific names will be different in nature. This is because of different personalities, experiences, and traits. Yes, I can allow different worms of spirit to instinctively listen to prayers and respond to them when it's a relatively uncomplicated matter. It doesn't affect my other actions. The specially marked ones and more complicated matters will be handed over to my actual body. A scholar of can use a worm of spirit to act as a god. But what about other sequence 3 beyonders from other pathways? It's impossible for them to respond while sleeping, right? Heh. I'll think of my honorific name as a scholar of later. I'll first study the specific abilities. A scholar of yours main ability is to obtain help from history. This is split into 2 parts. One is to borrow strength from my past self. This is rather embarrassing for me. It's currently useless because the past me is definitely weaker than the present me. Yes, when I was hanging above the door of light above the gray fog, I was just an ordinary person, compared to those who were important figures in the past but are now weak due to all kinds of reasons. This is a godly skill. One can be a baby crying for ice cream while engaging in a sequence 1 battle. It would be impossible to find any weaknesses. The only problem is that it's not long-lasting. Of course, as more time passes after I become a scholar of this will begin to show its effects. I can often borrow strength from my past scholar of yourself so that I wouldn't have any moment of weakness. Even if I were to suffer serious injuries, to a certain extent, this is something that's self-perpetuating, preventing myself from ever being in a nadir until my spirituality is completely drained. Yes, before my spirituality is drained, I can always borrow energy from my past self. There's no limit to the number of times. As for my current spirituality, even without the process of recovering, I can borrow power nearly 10 times a day, maintaining it for 5 minutes each time. The second part is to summon images from the historical void. Can be humans or objects. The more detailed and the better the understanding I have of the corresponding piece of history and matters, the higher the chance of success is and the longer it will last. Similarly, the lower the target's level is, relative to me, the higher the chance of success and the longer it can be maintained. In addition, increasing my affinity with the target will increase the chances of success and the time it can be maintained. These are the 3 conditions to succeed. Furthermore, when summoning someone of a higher level than myself or an item, even if I barely succeed, the final projection will only have a portion of the strength and quality of the original. Can't be one who's at full strength. Also, I can only maintain 3 images summoned from the historical void at any point in time, including those summoned by my marionettes. Currently, even if it's the most ordinary item or something that was once mine, I can maintain its availability for a maximum of 15 minutes. The fact that the target has a close relationship with me is worth rumination. In essence, borrowing power from one's own body is also a form of summoning. It's just that one's relationship with oneself is extremely close, so there's no possibility of failure. It's an extreme example. In other words, if I were to summon the important figures from the historical void, it would be best to establish a friendly relationship with them and maintain it for a long time. Yes, if I were to summon Mr. Azek's projection, the chances of success will definitely be higher than projecting other angels. How is this a beyonder power? This is obviously studies related to EQ, relationships, and interpersonal communication. As he sighed with emotion, Klein sincerely felt that the core powers of a scholar of were godly. After all, those that involved history and time were most likely extremely magical. However, in order to put it to use to its fullest potential, one had to have sufficient intelligence, and also make the necessary preparations. This was an unchanging requirement of the seer pathway. Yes, when summoning images from the historical void, there's no way to communicate with them. That is to say that a scholar of can't interfere with history and change the past. From the angle of acting, this can be summarized as witnessing fate, affecting the present, and the inability to reverse the past. Apart from the ability to transfer a certain part of ailments, wounds, curses, attacks, prophecies, and observations to paper figurine substitutes. There's another power. It can transfer a certain part to the target. Before one discovers that it's fake, things can continue proceeding as per normal. If anyone loses their heart while their brain remains active, I can give them a paper heart for a short period of time. He will be able to obtain strength from history to beat and circulate blood. The time it takes to attain initial control of spirit body threads has shortened to 2 seconds, and completely transforming into a marionette takes 10 seconds. The maximum range for the two is 500 meters. By controlling a marionette, the limit to swapping positions is 5 kilometers. Flame jump is also 5 kilometers. I can freely control the might of air cannon, and at its maximum might, it's equivalent to a coastal defensive cannon. A creature that can transform into a physical form whose characteristics have a difference that does not exceed a certain level. Some of the organs created can be used, while others are only decorations. This is a scholar of yore who has digested most of the potion. After examining himself, Klein slowly stood up. He planned on entering the world above the gray fog to check on the changes in Sapphira Castle. Above the endless grayish-white fog, Klein's figure appeared in the ancient palace. He only looked around briefly, and he realized that there were a few changes. The most obvious point was that the state of the mysterious space and its layout had been fully projected into his spirit body. Even at a great distance, he could still see the grayish-white clouds and that strange door of light. Apart from the palace that I conjured and the door of light that originally existed, there's nothing here. It's empty, boundless, and full of power of a high level. As he murmured, he sat down, raised his right hand, and gently lifted it up. In the blink of an eye, the entire gray fog boiled. The mysterious space it carried quaked as beams of slightly dark light emitted. When the light gathered together, it condensed into a translucent angel with illusory wings on its back. As per Klein's will, it had the same level and power as an angel. It was majestic and sacred with an oppressive aura. There's no need to add the Black Emperor card, the Tyrant card, or the Red Priest card. There's no need to use the Sea God Scepter either. With my power alone, I can stir most of the powers of this mysterious space to its fullest potential, allowing the Fool's Angel to become a true Sequence 2 angel. Of course, this angel is unable to respond to prayers or be maintained for too long. It only exists in the embrace form and within a few attacks, having some powers in the domain of miracles. Indeed, being able to revive is a gift from Sapphira Castle. As for how many more times I can be resurrected, I can't come to a conclusion now. If I can obtain a grade 0 sealed artifact and use its level to observe it, I should be able to see it more clearly. I'll just treat it as one more time. It's not a bad thing to err while being cautious. This reminds me to be careful and cautious. This is the way for Beyonders of the Seer pathway to survive. Unfortunately, this miracle can only be used for myself for now. Yes, at most, in order to truly possess and control this mysterious space, I have to become an angel or even a Sequence 1 angel at least. It lives up to its name as Sapphira Castle. As for that strange door of light, its requirements are even higher. It's impossible to tell if there are any hidden dangers at the moment. What's the meaning of the existence of Sapphira Castle? Baiting transmigrators to revive the original creator? With a flick of his right hand, the holy and powerful angel dissipated in midair. The entire Sapphira Castle calmed down. Following that, Klein stood up and took a step towards the grayish-white cloud in midair. He stood in front of the strange door of light formed from countless spherical lights. The door of light was tainted with some bluish-black color. Each spherical light's essence was a transparent and translucent worm that formed into a ball. As he stared at the transparent cocoons, hanging by the black threads, Klein extended his right hand and slowly reached out to the door of light in an attempt to touch it. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. His hand finally touched the edge of the door of light, but it passed right through as if it was just an illusion. However, compared to his previous attempt, the illusory door of light was clearly a little stickier, as though it was about to turn corporeal. This is an item that represents the essence of Sapphira Castle? After pondering for a few seconds, he turned and returned to the ancient palace. Without any delay, he left the world above the gray fog and began experimenting with the various powers he had just acquired. I have to first get an honorific name. The prayer response range for a sequence 3 Beyonder is a region. This range is different depending on the authority that one wields. Clearly, a Sea King's range is a relatively far-reaching type. Therefore, this honorific name of mine also has its limits. The protector of all the poor children in Backland? It feels odd. Yes, other people might have a limitation, but it's not necessarily the case for me. I can use the spirit world and the blessed of Sapphira Castle as a replacement. I should be the only one who is blessed in both regions. It's unique enough. This way, as long as someone is in the same city or district as me, they can use this honorific name to pray to me. There's nothing I can do if we're not in the same area. I can't possibly do the same as throwing the sea god scepter above the gray fog, splitting a few worms of spirit to the world above the gray fog, and using Sapphira Castle's level to respond throughout the entire world. Although I can't confirm the relationship between the Dark Angel and the ancient sun god, this is enough to remind me to be careful with my avatars and marionettes. Also, it's not as simple as splitting a few worms. A large number of worms of spirit have to be left in Sapphira Castle to achieve the desired effect. I'm currently unable to do that, right? My mental state isn't too bad. I don't have a dissociative disorder, nor do I have the irresistible urge to become cold and terrifying. This means that the mark of a scholar of Yurin history is his anchor. Also, the Emperor's situation worsened only after he became an angel, causing him to have no choice but to rely on his believers as anchors to anchor him in place. I'm still one huge level away. I need to find out what else can be used as anchors, apart from believers, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Amidst his thoughts, Klein picked up pen and paper. He wrote the first line of his honorific name, the blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle. After some thought, he began writing the second and third lines based on his rich experience and knowledge he got from his godhood patterns. The mystery stemming from ancient times. The witness of an extended history. Since a sequence 3 Beyonder wasn't a true deity, he couldn't use a 3-line description. After some thought, he added 2 more lines. Protector of magic and drama performers. The great Gehrman Sparrow. In fact, non-true deities could also use 3-line descriptions, but one of them had to rely on the level of a true god. For example, Klein could use blessed of the Evernight goddess. Under such circumstances, it was essentially similar to a type of summoning incantation, not an honorific name for prayers similar to that of messengers. And if the messenger was a spirit world creature, the restriction of being the blessed of a particular true deity was unnecessary. Therefore, it was often unknown what would be summoned, making it rather dangerous. After repeatedly deliberating for a while, Klein controlled his marionette, Enuni, and recited the honorific name in ancient Hermes. A few seconds later, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples with an odd expression. He didn't hear the prayer. What's wrong with this honorific name? Klein carefully deliberated over it a few times and gradually came up with an idea. I might not be the only blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle. The hounds of Fulgrim also count. I have to add a limitation. After some modifications, Enuni once again recited in ancient Hermes. The blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle. The mystery stemming from ancient times. The witness of an extended history. Protector of Backland magic and drama performers. The great Gehrman Sparrow. I pray for your blessings. I hope you can light up the darkness in front of me. Just as Enuni's voice faded, Klein heard his prayer. Furthermore, it was only heard by a few worms of spirit. It didn't affect his actual body at all. This is very different from the prayer coming from Sapphira Castle. It's very clear. With a thought, his worm of spirit gave a response based on the rules he had made ahead of time. With a whoosh, a ball of fire appeared in front of Enuni. It floated in midair, illuminating the entire room. Not bad. If I use Hermes to pray, I have to set up a ritual and draw symbols. As for essential oils and herbs, it doesn't matter if they're provided or not. Am I someone who will be pleased by these things? The symbols are formed from the scrolls representing history, the complete eye that represents witness, and the lines symbolizing change. For the time being, Klein had no intention of spreading his honorific name. After all, letting others know that Gehrman Sparrow had reached Sequence 3 would be a case of him losing a trump card. Furthermore, he had the alternate identity as Sea God and the Fool. There was no need for a new honorific name. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, he lit the paper with the honorific name of Gehrman Sparrow on the table. A scholar of your also has the means to create a fog to lower the temperature, but it's not a core power. Next, I have to try to summon a projection from the historical void. Who shall be my first volunteer? As he muttered silently to himself, Klein suddenly sighed. He then half-closed his eyes and used his godhood to allow a portion of his spirit to enter the gray fog and roam amidst history. Following the various locations that he had previously established, he instantly arrived in front of a spot made of light. There was a spacious and bright room with 2 rows of floor-to-ceiling windows in the spot of light. In the room, a man wearing a dark red coat embroidered with golden lines was standing by the window, looking at the place where the sun had set. He looked to be in his 30s, with long chestnut curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge and thin lips. He had a neat mustache and looked rather good. Roselle Gustav. In a street in North Borough, a thin-faced young man with a wide forehead and a monocle was sitting in a coffee shop by the side of the road. He held a fountain pen and thought seriously. He raised his other hand and pinched his monocle. Finally, he wrote down a sentence. The blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle. Then the fountain pen stopped moving, as if he had not thought of what to write next. In a rented 2-bedroom apartment at East Borough, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He had already made an appointment with Miss Sharon and Marie to meet in an uninhabited house tonight. After some thought, he raised his right hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. A simple, ancient brass key appeared in his palm. This was the master key that had once helped him defeat Wraith Steve and prevent the true creator from descending. It allowed one to hear Mr. Door's ravings on the night of the full moon. Now, by summoning it back from the historical void, it could be used for 10 minutes. To a scholar of your anything that they once possessed, regardless if they were eventually sold, returned, destroyed, or lost for all sorts of reasons, can never really be considered lost. They just exist alongside the scholar of yore in a different form of companionship. Looking at the master key in his hand, Klein sighed in satisfaction. With this item, if he could grasp the corresponding ritual, he could directly speak to Mr. Door as well. After putting away the master key, he put on his double-breasted frock coat and silk top hat, picked up his golden cane and walked out of the room. Backlund, East Borough, 7 Pinster Street. After a busy day, Leonard finally had the chance to ask his questions. Old man, what is Sapphira Castle? The slightly aged voice in his mind fell silent for a few seconds. He chuckled and said, the place where you meet every Monday is most likely Sapphira Castle. Leonard never expected to hear such an answer. His mind went blank for a moment. He was surprised, shocked, and confused, mixed together with the thoughts of it being impossible for it to pop out of nowhere and the poignant feelings of how complicated things were. After a while, he pressed in a low voice, what kind of place is Sapphira Castle? As though sighing and laughing self-deprecatingly, Pallas Zoroast said, actually, I'm not too sure. I've only heard some rumors. It's different from the creation myth, you know. Rumor has it that the original creator left behind 9 different entities. They were kingdoms, cities, rivers, oceans, and keys. Sapphira Castle was one of them. It might not actually be a castle, but something else. As for what its exact form is, you might know it better than me. The reason why I'm certain of its existence is because I sensed it when I became an angel, but I was unable to see it and establish a connection with it. My great-grandfather mentioned a theory that the 9 entities might have something to do with the Sphirot of the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, because of various reasons, he was unable to decipher the details related to the Sphirot. Leonard calmed down. Leaning back against the sofa, he asked thoughtfully, Old man, Do you suspect that Mr. Fool is the embodiment of Spherot? Based on what he had seen and heard from the Tarot Club and Old Man's occasional lecture, he had a certain understanding of matters regarding the deities. After a long silence, Palaz Zoroast replied, "Perhaps. Under the strict curfew at night, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets of Backlund. Occasionally there would be carriages passing by carrying people of status. After arriving at the agreed-upon house, Klein wasn't in a hurry to enter. He half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed at something in front of him. He pulled out another Sherlock Moriarty wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a silk half-top hat while holding a golden-laid cane. This was the image of him from the historical void when he left his residence earlier. As Klein was right in front of him, this image appeared stiff like a prop on stage. According to his previous experiments, Klein knew that this was the mysticism principle of a unique shared consciousness in time. To put it simply, everyone was essentially unique. If one's true body remained sentient, the projection wouldn't remain sentient. It was the same when summoning projections of the deceased from the historical void, a result Klein suspected to be attributed to his insufficient level. In short, his projections could only engage in more mechanical and instinctive battles. Something that was unknown to the scholars of Ur had prevented them from giving a corresponding answer even if they experienced it for themselves. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. Those fragments a scholar of Ur could see in the historical fog was something he had learned in real life and had studied. Simply put, the fog needed a scholar of Ur to light it up, bit by bit. Of course, Klein also suspected that if the historical fragments of the same matter had been mostly lit up, the rest would very likely be presented naturally. At least the corresponding ability won't be lost just because I don't understand it well enough. As long as there's a projection in the historical void, that state will be a complete snapshot. That's enough. Klein looked at the projection that could only act on instinct. His body suddenly vanished and entered the grayish-white fog. Since hounds of Fulgrim, who weren't full scholars of Ur, could live in the historical void, there was no reason that a true scholar of Ur couldn't. The only problem was that there was a time limit. In addition, if time dragged on, the marionettes in the real world would definitely die. However, this was only changing the form of companionship it had with a scholar of Ur. As Klein's body entered the grayish-white fog, his consciousness suddenly came alive in the projection. He raised his hand and pressed down on his top hat. Wearing the face of Sherlock Moretti, he came outside of the house. Following their agreement, he took out the master key and placed it against the door, turning it gently. His figure appeared in the room, and under the crimson moonlight, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The sofas, cupboards, high-back chairs, coffee tables, and other furniture were evidently old. They seemed to come from the previous century. In the dark environment, in a Gothic regal dress and a matching bonnet, Sharon suddenly appeared on a high-back chair. "Good evening." This puppet lady nodded slightly and greeted him. If she hadn't spoken, she would be a classic and most exquisite doll. At the same time, Marie, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, also phased into existence on the sofa. "Sir, it's already winter. Aren't you cold wearing just this?" "Alright, you're dead." One who isn't afraid of the cold. After lampooning inwardly, Klein took off his hat and bowed at the blonde, blue-eyed, pale-faced Sharon. "Good evening, Miss Sharon." He then turned around and said to Marie, "Good evening." To this wraith who was formerly a zombie, the deepest impression Klein had of him was his card game with the zombies he controlled. "We should play cards when we have the time." He sighed silently. The reason why he suddenly thought of playing cards was because he had previously analyzed the combat styles of Scholar of Ur, and he realized that if he were to encounter Zeradal, both sides would very likely end up playing a card game. You throw a Consul Roselle card, I'll throw an Emperor Roselle card. You throw a Bernadette card, I'll throw a Benoit. If you throw the half-fool card, I'll match it with Amon. I didn't expect that the battle between a seer would one day become playing cards. It's a realistic, abnormally harrowing game of cards. Sigh, but Zeradal is a sequence 1 angel, and he wouldn't give me a chance to play cards. Besides, my success rate at summoning the important figures in the historical void is rather low. Klein retracted his gaze and took the initiative to say to Sharon, I've recently needed to do something. It's rather difficult and dangerous. One of the steps is to collect Beyonder blood from the 22 different pathways. As for the Wraith pathway, the only person I can ask for help is you and Marie. You should be skilled at hexes, and you should have a way to remove the connection between your blood and yourself. In fact, he could have attempted to summon Admiral of Bloodseigneur on the spot and mix his blood into the porcelain jar. However, he didn't know if it would be effective, nor could he divine it. After all, this involved a level that exceeded Sequence 1, and he lacked information. The only thing he could confirm was that drawing that symbol didn't bring him and the suppliers any danger. Due to the fact that a scholar of yore had many means at their disposal, he had even tried to summon the former witch Trissy. He easily subdued her and smeared her blood onto Grozel's travels. However, it was useless. After some thought, Klein believed that a logical contradiction on the timeline had happened, preventing him from success. That blood was formerly provided by Trissy of the past. The person Grozel's travels pulled in would undoubtedly be the former Trissy, so it was equivalent to changing history. Since history couldn't be changed, the experiment failed. After listening to Sherlock Moriarty's request quietly, Sharon said without any change in expression, Okay, how much do you want? Miss Sharon's reaction is exactly as I imagined. Klein took out a glass tube. 1 tube would suffice. Dressed in a Gothic regal dress, Sharon raised her right hand slightly. The glass tube seemed to possess a life of its own as it left Klein's palm and flew over. Right on the heels of that, the doll-like lady's right hand landed on her left wrist. Her nails suddenly grew long and became unusually sharp. With just a light stroke, a wound opened up at her wrist. Blood seeped out, but it didn't drip down. Instead, it floated up and entered the glass tube. By the time the tube was filled, Sharon's wound had healed instantly, leaving no scar behind. The stopper jumped into the tube and spun a few times to automatically seal the tube. During this process, the pale-faced Sharon wore an impassive expression, as if she had suppressed all the feelings in her heart. Looking at the tube of blood in her hand, Sharon reached out with her left hand and touched it, slowly sliding from top to bottom. This was done to remove her connection to the blood. After doing all of this, the blood tube leaped up and flew back into Klein's hands. Is there anything else I can help you with? Sharon sat on a high-back chair and said calmly, Not for now. Thank you. Klein shook his head and snapped his fingers, igniting a scarlet flame in his palm. The flame quickly rose and enveloped the glass tube. By the time the redness dissipated, the blood was gone. This was a new change in Flaming Jump. It could transfer the items on him to his marionette or body. Apart from this, all sorts of Beyonder powers from before had been enhanced and modified. Having used his new powers skillfully, he looked at Sharon and asked casually, How's the digestion of your puppet potion? When he first met Miss Sharon, he felt that she was like a doll. He believed that, regardless of her nature, or it being a result of the temperance principle, it would have been a form of prior acting. It would be of great help to the digestion of the puppet potion. Not bad, Sharon replied calmly. I should be able to digest everything in another 1 to 2 years. 1 to 2 years. Indeed, no matter how fast it is, it's counted in years. But for me, it's been less than half a year. This isn't something to be proud of. It was all arranged. Of course, if you count the time I was hung above the door of light, it's counted in millennia. Miracle Invoker. If I can escape this fate, I might be able to create a miracle. Klein sighed inwardly and gently nodded. What are your plans for the time being? Sharon said, I hope to restore teacher's body. Marie, who was sitting on the sofa, added, But didn't you say that the leader of the secret order, Zeradal, is in Backlund and is closely related to the Rose School of Thought? Yes, Klein said with a smile. Wait patiently. There will be a chance. This was actually a form of consolation. Even though he had become a scholar of yore and had found many helpers, he had no intention of dealing with Zeradal at the moment. A sequence 1 in full would definitely be unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, the more he exposed himself to the path of Seer, the more Klein could understand how terrifying and difficult it was to kill Zeradal. After stopping George Ill's apotheosis, Klein planned on leaving Backlund and giving himself more time to grow. Sonia C. Pasu Island, Chasm of Storm Cathedral. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the holiest of holy temples, a place blessed by a god. The murals that were painted in blue, silver, green, and golden colors seemed rough, but they had a sacred and majestic vibe to them. Coupled with the dome that stood at a height with an excess of 100 meters, it made all who stood there feel how puny they were. It made one unable to resist bowing their head. Alger Wilson had already undergone the ritual and had truly become a Sequence 5 ocean songster. At this moment, he had come here with the same batch of recently advanced Beyonders, awaiting the preaching of Pontiff Guard II. Indeed, it's really easy to lose control when consuming excess potions. I've already digested all the past potions, but I nearly succumbed this time. After I leave Pasu Island, I'll borrow the unshadowed crucifix from the sun and purge the excess characteristic. This can both be exchanged for money, and it can also be used to secretly nurture some Beyonders who are loyal to me. Alger used the reflection of the blue stone tiles on the ground to see that his hair had darkened and thickened. At this moment, the sound of a booming musical instrument exploded in the hearts of every Beyonder, spreading extreme fear. Pontiff Guard II walked out with a scepter in hand, went up a dais and faced the crowd. He said in a deep, rumbling voice, "Congratulations, everyone. You are one step closer to the Lord." He was wearing a papal tiara with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems. He wore a dark blue robe that was nearly black. On top of it was silver and gold silk embroidered with symbols of lightning, storms, and oceans. His aura was deep and majestic, as though a tempest was about to strike. This grounded angel, the spokesperson of the Lord of Storms, was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. However, everyone knew that Guard II had been helming the Council of Cardinals for nearly a century. As a blessed of the gods, this level of longevity wasn't strange in the eyes of the believers. It was normal to not have anything to fear. Upon hearing the pontiff's praise, Alger didn't have any thoughts. He clenched his right fist and struck his left breast, shouting, "Holy Lord of Storms!" In the next 15 minutes, they quietly listened to Guard II's preachings. After completing this process, Alger received his mission from a high-ranking deacon. He was to head to Sonia Island and lay an ambush in the surrounding waters, in search for opportunities to attack the port, or supply ships and Fasak merchant ships. Backlund, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. Just as Audrey put on her blue cloak in preparation to bring her golden retriever, Susie, her maidservant, Annie, and the others to the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation at Phelps Street, she saw her father, Earl Hall, enter through the main door. "Father, good morning. Did you not come home last night?" Audrey looked him up and down in puzzlement. "You could tell." Earl Hall stroked his lovely mustache and asked with a smile. Realizing that her father was in a good mood, Audrey turned her green eyes and said with a faint smile, "Your coat reeks of cigarettes. It implies that you haven't taken it off for some time. Not to mention that's an outdoor set of clothing." Apart from this, there were many other details that could lead to the same conclusion, but Audrey deliberately didn't mention it. As Earl Hall took off his coat and handed it to his valet, he chuckled and said, "Not bad at all. You're very observant. It looks like your work at the Bursary Foundation has greatly benefited you. I was at the Prime Minister's the entire night, waiting for news." Having said that, Earl Hall sighed and said, "Winter County and Mid-Seashire's front line has once again repelled the Fasation attack. With the onset of the harsh winter, we can finally catch our breaths." Audrey blinked, perfectly expressing her surprise. Earl Hall immediately smiled. "I understand your puzzlement. The newspaper only mentions what we want the people to know. The defense lines at the Amantha Mountain Range and the various cities along Mid-Seashire's coast aren't as robust as you think. In the first round of the attacks, our fleet and soldiers suffered a tremendous loss. In order to not cause any panic, we announced that there were wins on both sides. We also made all the large shipyards and factories work like mad to contribute to the war machine. In this period of time, the two lines were almost breached several times. Many critical areas were lost and recovered. These repeated seesaws was apparently a human meat grinder. Luckily, we finally lasted to this point. This winter will be the turning point of the war. Actually, I know, the number of people who died, went missing, and the casualty numbers might be concealed, but it still presents quite a few problems. Besides, winter might not necessarily be a good thing. Faceax weather warlocks are very good at using such situations. Audrey's heart sank as she hurriedly controlled her emotions and smiled. That's great. I hope we can quickly have peace restored. Earl Hall was taken aback as he said, His Majesty plans to give a speech to everyone in the kingdom on Saturday and tell them that we will prevail. When the time comes, the cities and villages will be gathered at their respective squares. The latest technology will be used to allow everyone to hear his speech. The latest technology. Gather the entire kingdom in various squares to listen to the king's speech. Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. World's reminder and decided to inform him of this matter. Organize a large number of people to listen to a speech. This must be the corresponding ritual, right? George III is about to hold the Black Emperor ritual. After receiving the latest news from Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world with a solemn expression. He paced back and forth in the rental apartment and didn't delay any further. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote, I've already gathered the beyonder blood of 20 pathways. I'm just short of assassin and criminal. George III will be holding a speech for most of the kingdom's citizens this Saturday. You should know what this might mean. In addition, I need the ritual to communicate with Mr. Dorr. After folding the letter and getting Rionette Tinker to send it out, Klein slowly exhaled as he couldn't help but think of all sorts of thoughts. The demoness blood shouldn't be a problem. Trissy seems very determined to foil George Ill's scheme. I can reveal something to Queen Mystic, that I'm able to enter the secret mausoleum. Although her main goal is to revive the Emperor and she is unwilling to make an enemy out of George III. The Emperor might not be able to return if George III succeeds. I'm waiting for the chief of the City of Silver to return to provide the Devil's Blood. The hunting team that he led has set off for more than 10 days. They should be returning soon. In theory, there's still time. There's no problem. If not, I'll use the two contingencies. First, I'll use the Blatherzora to replace the blood. Second, I'll summon the devils that I've encountered in the past from the historical void and extract their blood, in a room in the Backlund Bridge area that didn't look anything special. The lustrous black-haired Trissy reached out and retrieved a letter from the mirror. She opened it and her brows gradually frowned. It was especially endearing. Is it finally happening? Trissy's expression changed a few times. She seemed hesitant, resistant, afraid, and confused. Finally, she smiled and muttered in a twisted voice, I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Even if I were to die this time, it wouldn't be a total loss. After a few seconds of silence, Trissy took out a glass test tube from her black dress's pocket. It wasn't her blood, but another demoness. Her original name was Sherman, who had later called herself Shermaine. As a qualified, senior demoness, Trissy had found an opportunity to take some of Shermaine's blood while nurturing her. A necessary component for curses. It might not have been of use most of the time, but it could effectively prevent any accidents. After Shermaine's death, Trissy didn't abandon the tube of blood. This was because there were many occasions when demonesses needed such materials just like now. City of Silver in a particular residence. As soon as the lightning frequency increased, Derek got out of bed, lit the stove, and quickly grilled some mushroom bread. This bread was even more exquisite and delicious than the original black-faced grass. He loved it very much and he looked forward to his 3 daily meals. The only problem was that the yield of mushrooms that could make bread wasn't too high. Due to the limited number of monster corpses, every resident was only limited to 1 claim a week, enough for 4 to 5 meals. After thousands of years of hard work, The area around the City of Silver was relatively safe, with relatively few monsters. Derek heard that someone had deliberately placed himself in the darkness to hunt monsters for the nurturing of mushrooms, hoping to be bait. Then he was eaten. Those mushrooms have made everyone feel optimistic. That underscore's not good. Derek thought of the wistfulness before the chief left and shook his head. He picked up a jar he obtained from another city ruin and poured out some white milk. Frankly speaking, he didn't like milk, but it was described by Miss Justice as something that could help humans grow taller and stronger. This was enough to move him. As a resident of the City of Silver, Derek knew that, as he hadn't chosen the giant pathway, the chances of him growing taller and bulkier in the future were low. However, he secretly hoped to reduce the gap between him and his friends. Milk gave him that opportunity. Gulp, gulp. With a serious expression, Derek drank today's milk rations. Just as he was about to get some mushroom bread, he suddenly sensed something and looked out the window. A person grew out of the shadows outside the door and said from afar, "Derek, the chief wants me to give you this bottle of blood. The chief is back?" Derek suddenly stood up and said, "All right, thank you." The moment he finished speaking, he saw the shadow in the gap come alive, pushing out a small metal bottle. Derek knew very well that it contained the devil blood that Mr. World wanted. After removing the paper angel wrapping the ceramic jar, Klein poured the bottle of devil's blood into it, and he stirred it with a glass stick he conjured for some time. "Phew, I finally gathered everything." He looked for a few seconds and sighed. This way, he still had enough time to prepare before George III's ceremony. As for whether the assassin and devil blood had enough time to be rid of the connection with its original host, he wasn't concerned, as he had confirmed that the original owners of the two sets of blood were dead. He divined the origins of the assassin blood to figure out if it belonged to Demoness Trissy. If it did, he considered leaving some and smearing it on the surface of Grozel's travels after everything was over. He was left in disappointment, but he wasn't surprised. He had long realized that Trissy was as cautious as he was. The Demoness pathway also has the instigator sequence. It requires a high level of intelligence. Yes, the instigator and conspirer potions should have the effect of increasing one's intelligence. Otherwise, Danet's future would be bleak. As he thought, he threw the ceramic jar into the junk pile. He then returned to the real world and began to browse through the detailed ritual Trissy had provided. This was a ritual that could help him speak to Mr. Dorr during the full moon. A total of 9 gems. Isn't this too extravagant? He casually muttered as he read it. As a tycoon who had donated quite a bit of money, he still had nearly £30,000 in liquid assets, £14,000 in cash, £15,000 worth of gold bars, £35 of gold coins, and some change. It wasn't that he couldn't afford gems, but it was too wasteful. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he decided to try using the images in the historical void as stand-ins. After all, he had no intention of pleasing Mr. Dorr. Once the ritual ended and the gems disappeared, Mr. Dorr wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If it doesn't work, I'll consider purchasing it at the jewelry store. Klein stood up and set up a ritual in the room outside the rental flat. After finishing his other preparations, he stretched out his right hand and slowly and heavily grabbed at the thin air in front of him. He pulled out an ancient brass key from the air. This was the key tool to summon Mr. Dorr, the master key. Right after that, Klein grabbed at the air in front of him solemnly again and pulled out an object from thin air. The item emitted a tranquil glow that was in the shape of the full moon. Embedded around it were a row of scarlet gems. In the middle was a symbol representing the moon and many mysterious patterns. Scarlet lunar corona. It was the scarlet lunar corona that currently belonged to Sharon. It could create the effects of a full moon, allowing the person holding the master key to hear Mr. Dorr's ravings. If he only wanted to hear what Mr. Dorr was shouting, this would have been sufficient. There was no need to hold any more rituals, but his goal was to speak to the King of Angels. Therefore, he had to follow the procedure. After placing the master key and the scarlet lunar corona on the altar, he recalled for a moment and reached out his right hand again, pulling out a handful from thin air. This time, He took out a gorgeous necklace made studded with diamonds and jadeite. My experiences as Dwayne Dantes are rather useful after all. Otherwise, how could I have come into contact with so many female members of high society and dance with them, allowing me to see accessories of different styles and materials? And without such close proximity for observation, how could I easily summon the corresponding historical void images? This can last 15 minutes. That's enough. Having met his simple goal, Klein sighed in satisfaction. Then, he continued to extend his right hand, preparing to gather the 9 gems he needed from the ladies and madams he knew in the past. In a second, his hand stopped in mid-air and his expression turned odd. I forgot that I can only maintain 3 historical void images. What should I do? Swap this necklace and find an accessory that has at least 9 gems? Let me think about whether I've seen anything like that before. Yes, I can use dream divination to recall. Is dream divination meant for times like this? Seer and scholar of yore are quite compatible after all. Well, this is also an extreme form of magic. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was just about to find a chair and do the divination when he suddenly frowned. He realized that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to forget that he could only summon 3 historical void images at the same time. This is a subtle warning from my spirituality. Looking at the master key and the scarlet lunar corona on the altar, he waved his right hand gently, causing them to vanish. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the honorific name. He went above the gray fog and sat at the seat belonging to the fool. He conjured a pen and paper and carefully wrote, "Speaking to Mr. Dorr now is dangerous." This divination was clearly directed at Mr. Dorr, so Klein was bound to suffer a certain backlash effect. However, he had already obtained basic ownership over Sapphira Castle, allowing him to use the power of an angel, so he believed that he could withstand Mr. Dorr. After all, he was exiled and sealed. He removed the spirit pendulum on his left wrist and held it with his left hand, allowing it to hang over the surface of the paper. He closed his eyes and recited the divination statement 7 times in a high-strung manner. Without a sound, a shadow suddenly flashed across his mind. It seemed to completely screen his spiritual perception. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant had shattered into powder. After my initial grasp of Sapphira Castle, some divinations are more concealed. It won't cause any accidents? Yes, is it because my safety is involved in the matter that this has happened? Or is it because the gap between me and Mr. Dorr has been narrowed to a certain extent? Of course, this is referring to the Mr. Dorr who is in a sealed state, or perhaps the effects of the two combined. The present result shows that speaking to Mr. Dorr holds untenable danger. Why though? Klein frowned, unable to come up with any effective speculations or reasonable explanations. After a while, he leaned back against the high-back chair and shook his head with a sigh. He gave up on his original plan. I can only make more preparations in other areas. With his left hand pressed down, the topaz pendant instantly recovered. After all, it was only a projection above the gray fog. Because of the changes in the divination earlier, Klein made some connections. Perhaps prying into the secrets of the twisted and translucent maggots on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range might not be as dangerous as before. That's highly likely to be a sequence 1 angel of the Antigonus family. It might even be the half-fool that Leonard mentioned to me. If my prying can hold on for a while longer, I can directly discern the formulas of the sequence 2 miracle invoker or sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. There's only one chance. I don't know what sort of developments would happen when dealing with a crazy monster. I'll wait till I'm completely accustomed to the scholar of your potion before making the attempt. Klein rubbed his temples before disappearing from above the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he wasn't in a hurry to clean up the altar. Instead, he sat down and seriously considered what other abnormal preparations he could make. The so-called normal ones were meeting Queen Mystic once to discuss the details of the cooperation. Give Will Osepton, Rionette Tynker, Pallas Zoroast more gifts. Pray to the Evernight goddess and increase the chances of summoning the ascetic, Ariana's historical void image. Familiarizing himself with the core powers of Scholar of your As for the abnormal ones, it was purely based on Klein's own imagination. After some thought, Klein's expression turned solemn. He frowned slightly and reached out his right hand to grab the air. This time he didn't drag anything out. Klein did it another 10 times, but all of them met with failure. He had no choice but to accept a fact. It was impossible to succeed purely by relying on himself. He then took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. On the surface, he wrote with a pencil, "Give me some luck. I'll bring you some ice cream from the Srenzo restaurant." After folding the paper crane, he entered the room and lay down on the bed. He restored his spirituality by sleeping. In his hazy dream, he saw thin, silver snakes forming a response. 5. No problem. Klein smiled and made a promise. At the next moment, he woke up. He sat up and reached out his right hand again, grabbing a total of 10 times. He still met with complete failure. "I can't do it even if I'm lucky enough. It's too difficult." Klein subconsciously wanted to use his finger to wrap the edge of the bed, but he instantly restrained himself. It was a habit of his above the gray fog, so it wasn't suitable for him to bring it to the real world. After pacing back and forth for a long time, he seriously considered all kinds of connections. Finally, he left the bedroom and went to the altar outside which had yet been tidied up. He brought an item back to the real world. It was an ancient book made of goatskin with a dark brown cover. Grozel's Travels. Picking up the book, he took a deep breath, half closed his eyes as if sensing something. Slowly, he reached out his right hand and grabbed very lightly. Failure. Another grab. It was still a failure. After 5 consecutive failures, Klein's actions became even slower, as though he was taking out a piece of charcoal from a glowing red stove. Suddenly, the muscles on his arm tightened and he carefully pulled back. His right hand slowly retracted, slowly dragging out a rather dull, ancient-looking quill. This came from Revival Square of the southern continent's West Balam's northern state, right beside Insangwal's corpse. This was 0-08 before Amon's brother picked it up. "I can only maintain it for about a minute or so. That's way too short, isn't it?" A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without thinking about anything else, he took 2 steps to the desk. He put down Grozel's Travels and quickly wrote on a piece of paper with 0-08. George III plans to use this speech to bait out all his enemies who want to sabotage his ritual. However, if everything goes smoothly and nothing happens, he'll take the opportunity to consume the potion and reveal his trump card to aim for divinity. After all, there are too many unknowns in the future, making it unsafe. Furthermore, he has made appropriate preparations for the ritual. They're already prepared to an adequate level. This is a very reasonable development. After Klein wrote the last sentence, and before he could check if there was anything wrong with the written content, the dim quill in his hand disappeared without a trace, as though it had never existed. And those few words seemed to drain all of his energy, making him feel dizzy. He took a few steps back and collapsed into his chair. It doesn't make sense. It wasn't exhausting for Insangwal back then. It should be because I forcefully summoned it, and I didn't dare let 0-08 weave a story on its own. When I wrote on the piece of paper, I had to rely on my own spirituality to support it. As for Insangwal, he could get 0-08's cooperation, so it wasn't that draining. Klein closed his eyes and used cogitation for a while before feeling better. Under normal circumstances, having had no physical contact with 0-08 and merely meeting it once had made it impossible for him to summon this Grade 0 sealed artifact. However, on the one hand, he had the Snake of Fate to personally augment his luck, and on the other hand, he had Grozel's Travels. This was the item left behind by the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. Inside it was the City of Miracles Liveseed. It had a connection to a certain degree to an existence like 0-08. If it wasn't for some high-level existence's disruption, these 2 items would have long been reunited. Klein didn't know if this fate and particular connection could increase the chances of a successful summoning. He only wanted to give it a try since he didn't stand to lose anything. To his surprise, he really succeeded. And it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare to use Grozel's travels to bear the contents of 0-08's projection. He didn't even dare to let them come close, afraid that something irreversible would happen. This was Backland, which had an extremely dense population. Yes, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. After all, 0-08 is a historical void projection. It's fake. Grozel's travels was conjured by the dragon of imagination, and it's also fake. A fake combination can't be real in any way. They lack the foundation of a beyonder characteristic. I can go back to the uninhabited reef island to test it. Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the desk. There, he began reading what he had just written. He didn't directly write that George III would be unsuccessful in his advancement and die on the spot. He believed that if he interfered with a sequence 1 angel, the projection of 0-08 wouldn't be able to be so direct. He had to be more tactful. Furthermore, there was also the psychology alchemists and Amon's brother. Overly obvious effects would definitely be detected and easily made use of. All he could do was beat about the bush to mitigate the unknown. I hope it works. After staring at it for a while, he folded the piece of paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he sacrificed Grozel's travels back above the gray fog. After doing all of this, Klein began to consider another problem. It was when he would head out to buy some ice cream for Willosepton. Backlund has Zeradal, and it's very possible that Amon is there. If I head out too frequently, we might run into each other. It's a little dangerous. Why don't I summon some ice cream for Will from the historical void? It's very real when eating it, and it'll disappear in 15 minutes. There's no need to worry about gaining weight at all. It's just splendid. Klein couldn't help but mumble inwardly. In the end, he decided to change his clothes and leave the house because he had to keep his promise. Saturday morning. The sky was gray and misty. It made one feel inexplicably stifled. This was a common scene in Backlund's deep winter. Although the smog wasn't as thick and pungent like last year, the geographical environment and climate characteristics had determined that such situations would definitely exist for a long period of time. Furthermore, victory over environmental pollution was never something that could be declared in a year or two. After putting on a black coat that covered her knees and a black veil hat, Melissa quickly walked to the door. Benson held his hat and shook his head. A young girl who isn't even 20 years old should be dressed like a teenager. You look overly mature and old-fashioned in that, understand? Old-fashioned. Melissa glanced at her brother and simply replied, "The price of a pound of bread has risen by 1/4 pence. This price," Benson sked. He then took out a silver pocket watch covered in vine leaf patterns and snapped it open. "Let's go. There's still a long way to go to the municipal square." Melissa tersely responded and went out into the streets with her brother. "Good morning, Mrs. Daniel." After taking a few steps forward, Benson saw a neighbor leaving. He greeted her with a smile. He was good at chatting and had long established a good relationship with his neighbors. The lady named Mrs. Daniel wore a pure black dress. She was in her 40s and had a thin face. Her face was covered in a thin black veil that hung down from her hat. When she heard the greeting, she nodded and replied simply, "Good morning, the two of you." She didn't make any small talk, and she coldly walked away. As he watched her back, Benson deliberately slowed down his pace. When they finally opened up a distance, he turned to ask his sister, "What happened to Mrs. Daniel? I've been too busy recently, so I haven't visited the neighbors in a long time." Melissa pursed her lips and said, "Mrs. Daniel's eldest son was confirmed to have died on the front line at the Amantha Mountain Range. News from yesterday. That tall, bashful, but thoughtful, kind, and sincere young lad? When he came back the last time, he said that he was promoted in the army and became an officer." Benson asked in surprise. Melissa nodded. "I couldn't imagine that Larry would die just like that. Just like how she couldn't imagine the tragic deaths of her classmates at school. In just a few seconds, some people could no longer speak, communicate, or study." Benson was silent for a moment before sighing. "I've been busy lately. Actually, I've been dealing with bereavement payments, but perhaps the list I received didn't include Larry, so I'm not sure." There's a lot of information on that list. Some are cheerful, others are humorous, others are the only child within a family. Some are determined, while others are the leaders of the soldiers around them. Some just got married and don't have children. Some are preparing presents for their youngest daughter, while others had love letters with them. They planned on sending it at the post office after the battle, but they're all dead. Melissa and Benson fell silent at the same time, and neither of them spoke for a long time. When they were almost at the intersection, Melissa looked at the road ahead and said in a low voice, "What do you think His Majesty will be talking about in his speech today? Perhaps it's a form of musters, or perhaps it's to convey the faith that we will prevail," Benson said in passing. Melissa turned to look at her brother. "This isn't like you, Benson. Shouldn't you be making some snarky remarks? It should wait till the speech is heard and the specific content is understood. The most basic principle of being a person is to not make comment on things that one doesn't know enough of. Otherwise, they would be worse than a curly-haired baboon," Benson said with a smile. At this moment he saw another neighbor. The other party's hair was white, and his face was half covered with a scarf. He was wearing a thick jacket and was holding a cloth bag in his hand as he hurried past the siblings. "Mr. Thomas's dressing is so strange. Does he still need to do something else?" Benson looked at the back of the man and asked in puzzlement. Melissa replied in a low voice, "Mrs. Thomas is sick, and that spent quite a bit of their family's savings. Recently, with food prices sharply increasing while Mr. Thomas's income remains the same, he has to queue up at the soup kitchen every few days to get some bread. He's a decent gentleman, so he probably doesn't want others to recognize him. Also, the food at the soup kitchen is always limited. If one's late, there might not be any left. They'll have to go to the cathedral, the workhouse, and other places. The handouts just happen to start after His Majesty's speech, so Mr. Thomas probably wants to go there directly." Benson nodded slowly and asked in concern, "What's wrong with Mrs. Thomas? I know a few good doctors." "A disease caused by anxiety." Melissa explained what she had heard. "Mrs. Thomas is very worried about her youngest child who's serving in the army." "You mean Thomas Jr.?" Benson frowned slightly. After receiving his sister's confirmation, he fell silent, as if recalling something. After a while, when they approached the nearest municipal square, Benson looked ahead and whispered, "Thomas Jr. is already dead." Melissa didn't respond, but her expression was a little dazed. They walked forward silently, as if they were relying on inertia. More and more people appeared in front of them. These people were either dressed in formal attire or holding canes, dressed up as gentlemen. Otherwise, they were dressed in blue, green, yellow, and red-colored skirts, sweaters and leather jackets matched with pants, or dark-colored petticoats. Their colors were dull. They came out of their houses and from the streets they were on, like water droplets splashing upward. They merged together at the intersection, forming a tiny stream. The stream surged ahead, combining with other tributaries, and flowed into the square's entrance, interweaving into a majestic torrent. The torrent slowly surged forward, flooding the square. Amidst this torrent of humans, Melissa felt like she was as puny as a water droplet. Due to the fact that they had arrived early, the seats that Melissa and Benson could choose from weren't too bad. They could directly see something strange on the grayish-white stone pillars in the middle of the square. Its two heads dramatically differed in size and were painted with dark blue paint. It was connected to some cables. At the foot of the object was a troop of soldiers in red shirts and white pants. They were carrying grayish-white metal backpacks, as well as complicated structures and small-caliber rifles. They were watching their surroundings in high alert. As more and more citizens gathered, the square began bustling with activity. At 9 o'clock sharp, the strange object on the stone pillar suddenly produced sizzling sounds. Finally, it changed into a deep and thick voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your Emperor, ruler of Lone, East Balam, and Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III. That thing can talk? It's using the principles behind the telegram?" Melissa's eyes widened as her attention shifted from the speech to the strange thing. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your Emperor, ruler of Lone, East Balam, and Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III. At Memorial Square in Westboro, Audrey accompanied her father, mother, and elder brother near the platform. She looked at the king in his formal attire as she attentively listened to his speech. As she knew in advance what George III would be focusing on today, and the mood that would be created, Audrey didn't wear anything that she was fond of. Be it the colors or style, they were nothing a girl would wear. It was the same as the Earl's wife, Caitlin. The dress was simple and conservative. It was black in color without any traces of accessories. I'm very happy but also feel heavy-hearted to tell everyone that we've finally stopped the first stage of the Phasation attacks. We've foiled their plans of annihilating Lone within 3 months. But many outstanding young people have already died at the front lines and died in this war. They had a better future ahead of them. They should have accompanied their parents in growing up, aging together with their spouses, and allowing their children to grow up in a loving environment and have a good childhood. The Phasations have destroyed everything. Knowing why this war had started, Audrey wasn't incited by the king's speech. She only felt that he definitely had talent in inciting drama. She heard slight sobbing sounds coming from the crowd around her. She could feel the sadness rising bit by bit as they intertwined and brewed. Her eyes reddened uncontrollably. The king's speech was very fake, but the sorrow of the people was real. In particular, Audrey had seen many family members who had been killed, having helped those who had lost their children, husbands, and father overnight. This is a great resonance of emotions, the best place to consume the manipulator potion. Audrey suddenly came to a realization, but she was unable to make use of it because, not only had she not digested the Dreamwalker potion, but she had yet to provide enough contributions to Mr. World. She slowly took a deep breath and controlled her emotions. She shifted her gaze away from King George III and let her thoughts wander. Mr. World is very concerned about today's speech. I wonder how he's going to exploit this. I hope it won't lead to a serious accident. That thing called a radio broadcast is based on the principles of wireless radio transmission. Mr. World mentioned that certain factions at sea have already put such technology to use. Compared to the sea, which is constantly affected by storms, something like this is clearly more suitable for use on land. As the thoughts flashed through her mind, the stern and old-fashioned George III finished the first part of his speech and solemnly said, "Let us mourn for our heroes here. Ladies and gentlemen, recite this together with me in your hearts. In the name of Emperor George III, I wish for the dead heroes to be at peace. I hope they will become eternal in the kingdom of the deity they believe in." This sentence carried an indescribable sense of dignity, making everyone, including Audrey, involuntarily lower their heads, clasp their hands, and silently recite, "In the name of Emperor George III. In the name of Emperor George III. On the other side of Memorial Square, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and an ordinary face, stood and prayed with the crowd around him at the same time. He appeared completely normal. After 3 minutes of silence, he used an avian marionette standing on the roof of a nearby building to carefully observe George III's every move in an attempt to find a sign that the king was about to quietly leave and enter the mausoleum to consume the potion. According to Klein's understanding, the "In the name of Emperor George III" segment was core to the entire Black Emperor ritual. If one were to consume the potion, it would definitely happen at this moment, or within 2 to 3 minutes after the collective mourning. The effects would likely be lacking if there was any delay. George III is also silently mourning. He isn't doing anything else. Klein held back his impatience and puzzlement as he patiently waited. Tears streamed down many people's faces as the mourning gradually came to an end. Everyone opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, George III didn't do anything. He spoke again and continued his speech. "We've already endured through the most difficult part. We'll definitely defeat this evil and brutality. This is the power of justice. This is the power of every soldier at the front lines. This is the power of every factory worker. The arrangement by 0-08 wasn't successful. George III has no intention of becoming a god today. He's just trying to bait any enemies who want to destroy his ritual. In any case, he can still give many more speeches like this in the future. Klein frowned slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he thought of a possibility. In the blink of an eye, Klein switched places with Inuni, who was hiding in the sewers. The latter was dressed the same as him, and his external appearance looked identical to him. Following that, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. With the help of the crimson star representing Miss Justice, he used his true vision to observe the situation in the square. He was already a sequence 3 beyonder, so there was no need for him to use the Sea God Scepter to widen his field of view. Of course, compared to a scholar of a Sea King's true vision was obviously much larger. However, there was no need for that. The moment his gaze landed on the stage where King George III was giving his speech, his gaze froze. There was no one there, or rather, there was only a fake phantom. It was an imagined George III giving the speech. Before the speech, Klein had been wary of this problem. He had specially observed and confirmed that it was the real George III. Who knew that, within a few minutes, the real George III would become an imaginary George III. In the midst of his silence, he had used the Black Emperor Pathway's powers to distort and silently swap himself with a substitute. George III should have already entered a secret mausoleum and is consuming a potion in an attempt to advance. With a thought, he quickly checked the surrounding area and discovered that there was something abnormal beneath the platform. Boundless black energy was secretly emanating from there. He then picked up the Black Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table and tried sensing it. Using the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, he confirmed that the power belonged to the Black Emperor pathway and came from distortion powers. Impressive. While using a speech to bait the enemy, he disguised himself as a fake person and secretly left to consume the potion. There's not much time left. Klein's heart tightened as he immediately returned to the real world. In the sewers, he recited in Jotun, "The sacred spirit that pursues knowledge, the mysterious world's lighthouse, eyes that pry into fate, the royalty above the sea, the pure and holy Bernadette Gustave." This was the honorific name of Queen Mystic, but it was somewhat different from a normal sequence 3's. Its range was very large and was effective all across Backland. With regards to this, Klein suspected that the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle had used a grade 0 sealed artifact to achieve this effect. Bernadette rarely told her honorific name to anyone, afraid that some enemies would use the prayer and automatic response property to lock onto her position before she reached sequence 2. This was very similar to what Klein had thought of. Klein had come to an agreement with her that, as long as he recited her honorific name, she would choose any secret mausoleum and open the door with the symbol drawn by the blood in an attempt to destroy it. Both of them didn't have any hopes of success, because the guards in the mausoleum would definitely chant the honorific names of the angels every once in a while, causing a situation that allows them to see the corresponding areas through the prayer point of light. Once they discovered something amiss, they would immediately rush over to help. Bernadette's main purpose was to attract attention. Of course, if those angels were to arrive at a slower pace, Queen Mystic could also go from providing support to being the main offensive force. After doing this, Klein immediately stretched out his right hand to grab the air. As his arm pulled back, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman with average facial features and dark eyes. She wore a simple robe and a tree bark belt. Her raven-black hair hung down as she stood bare feet without any shoes or socks. The Evernight Cloister's matron, the ascetic leader, the servant of concealment, the grounded angel, Ariana. I succeeded in one try. Klein was shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. He quickly said, "Keep my existence concealed and protect the people of Backland." He was worried that after George III lost control due to the destruction of his ritual, he would rush out of the mausoleum and harm the people of this city. "All right," Ariana replied with a calm expression. She wasn't rigid or stiff at all. "It can't be her in person, right? Actually, my summoning wasn't successful." But the goddess had already gotten Ma'am Ariana to secretly return to Backland. The moment she sensed that she had been summoned, she came over, An angel of the concealment domain also has a certain degree of control over their historical void image. As a thought flashed through his mind, he realized that he had entered a special state, no longer being sensed by the outside world. Klein didn't have the time to think about such trivial matters. After having his existence concealed, he immediately got Inuni to switch places with a new marionette who was formerly a pirate. Immediately following that, he activated Creeping Hunger and brought Inuni and Konas to the secret mausoleum in Awa County. As he could only maintain 3 images from the historical void at the same time, it was impossible for him to abandon his marionette and directly come over by using a summon projection. It would occupy a crucial spot. As for the remaining marionettes in Memorial Square, they wouldn't die on the spot in half an hour. They would only appear to be in a daze. However, this wasn't something that would attract too much attention while listening to a speech. Finally, if he didn't return, the Red Gloves team from the Church of Evernight would clean up his tracks. At the same time, outside the secret mausoleum in Eastchester County, there was a young lady in a yellow layered dress and a black, old-fashioned bonnet. Pea vines grew out of nowhere as they appeared. Her chestnut hair cascaded down naturally. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her eyes appeared as though they were filled with a blue sea. Looking at the mountain wall in front of her, Queen Mystic extended her right hand and quickly formed a symbol in the void. Following the movement of her fingertips, drops of bright red blood that resembled shattered gems seeped out and froze in midair. Soon, a complicated symbol formed from layers of doors appeared. They trembled slightly and seemed to resonate with something somewhere else. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored symbol extended into an illusory translucent door. Through it, one could vaguely see a gigantic mausoleum formed from black rocks. Bernadette immediately walked through the illusory door and arrived inside a dim and dark area. The light here came from the lights of stone pillars and strange underground moss growing on the cliff walls. Together, they illuminated the secret mausoleum in the light fog at the bottom. The symbol provided by Mr. Door was really useful. At this moment, as a ritual was being held deep underground, faint lights gathered, forming a figure midair in the darkness. The figure had a square face, black hair and blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a thick beard. He looked rather solemn. His appearance and image wasn't unfamiliar to many citizens of the Lone Kingdom. This was because he had been printed on the front side of 10-pound notes. Of course, people who had never touched 10-pound notes in their entire lives could also see his statue or portraits at Memorial Square. He was the Lone Kingdom's founder and protector, the first king, William Augustus I. This was an entity referred to as he. With the help of the ritual, he had come here directly from Backland. Bernadette remained impassive. With a flip of her hand, a new item appeared. The item was golden in color, like a miniaturized water flask. However, a candlewick extended out from the mouth of the flask. As Bernadette caressed the surface of the item with her right hand, one that was covered in mysterious and complicated symbols, the candlewick silently ignited. The light it emitted was like a sticky water stream that sprayed upwards, forming a blurry and twisted golden figure. Eternal Genie of the Lamp, my second wish is to obtain the strength of a knowledge emperor for one day. Seizing the opportunity when William Augustus I had yet to fully descend, Bernadette spoke in a solemn voice. The item in her hand was called Magic Wishing Lamp. It might have come as early as the first epoch. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 churches, it had the corresponding Grade 0 sealed artifact number. 0-05. This item could grant its owner any 10 wishes, but this was either done in a distorted form, or it came with unpredictable and terrifying outcomes. None of its previous owners had a good ending, including Roselle Gustave. This emperor had warned his daughter that she could use the proper choice of words and make preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but she absolutely couldn't make the 3rd wish. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, the concealed Klein arrived near the secret mausoleum in Awa County without alerting anyone. Although time was tight, he didn't rashly approach the mausoleum by drawing the symbol and opening the door. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 consecutive attempts, the muscles on his arm suddenly tightened, as if he was pulling something extremely heavy. As he retracted his right hand, a figure quickly appeared. The figure's skin was bronze in color. He had a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, and soft facial features. Beneath his right ear was a very thin mole. It was none other than Isaac Eggers. However, unlike the Mr. Isaac that he knew, the figure's gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden threads. He wore a golden bird-shaped crown, as though he was looking down on all living creatures. This was the former Death Consul, a former Sequence 2 angel. Without sizing him up further, Klein reached out again and grabbed into the void. This time, he didn't seem to have pulled anything out, but in fact, he had summoned the former him from 10 seconds ago, the him who was in a concealed state. Then, Klein threw a small metal bottle at his projection and made himself enter the Grey Fog's historical void. In his past self, his consciousness suddenly came alive and became extremely agile. This concealed Klein brought the projection of Death Consul Isaac and came to the secret mausoleum where the entrance couldn't be seen. He took out a small metal bottle and used his spirituality to draw with the blood that shimmered like gems. In midair, he quickly outlined the symbol that Mr. Door had given. The symbol rapidly formed and resonated with a particular point in the mausoleum, expanding into an illusory door. In a concealed state, Klein and Death Consul Isaac passed through the door and entered the corresponding secret mausoleum. At that moment, the guards inside had already discovered that there was an intruder and had activated the ritual they had prepared in advance. However, all they could see was the lofty Death Consul. Somewhere in Backlund, the former Duke of Southville, Blink Augustus, was just about to use a ritual to open a passageway and descend into that secret mausoleum when a man beside him suddenly frowned and said, "That's Isaac Eggers. No, he is very rigid. It's like a historical projection summoned by the secret order scholar of Your Highness, let me go over. Stay here and be wary of the scholar of Your who's lurking in the dark. Although they aren't angels, they're quite troublesome." Blink Augustus was a slightly arrogant elder. His black hair was mixed with silver threads, and he was clean-shaved. Upon hearing that, he laughed and said, "Isn't the scholar of Your just beside him? Although he's in a concealed state, I've already discovered him through the disorder of the surrounding area. He's misleading us, making us think that he's deliberately attacking with a historical projection while his true body has gone elsewhere. In fact, he's hidden beside Isaac's projection. Once this Death Consul attracts the attention he wants, and when we place our main forces elsewhere, he'll use the concealed state to approach the mausoleum to cause destruction. Besides, regardless of the reason, since he's summoned an angel's projection, you won't be able to kill the target in a short period of time, even if you carry a Grade 0 sealed artifact. If this implicates the mausoleum, our efforts and persistence would have been in vain. If that scholar of Your has done 3 levels of misdirection and really went to another mausoleum, he won't be able to summon an angel from the historical void. You can easily eliminate him." While he said his first sentence, Blink Augustus had already entered the passage through the ritual's activation. The rest of his words were spoken by the phantoms that he had left behind. Inside the secret mausoleum in Awa County, Isaac Eggers scanned the area with an indifferent expression. His body suddenly swelled and transformed into a giant serpent that covered the area above the mausoleum. This giant serpent was both illusory and real, as though it was formed by something incomprehensible to humans. Its entire body was covered with huge dark green scales. White feathers grew out from the gaps, and each scale and feather had strange symbols of different shapes. Just the mere sight of them made one's flesh decompose, turning them into zombies. This was Quetzalcoatl, the serpent spoken of in southern continent myth. His eye sockets were burning with pale white flames as an exaggerated, thick pair of wings spread from his back. Amidst the howling wind, the feathered serpent in midair lunged forward with its upper body and spat out a pale white flame that covered the entire mausoleum. Mr. Isaac's historical void projection is definitely much weaker than before, but it's still very powerful. As expected of the biological son of death, the consul of the Balam Empire, Although the concealed Klein had done a summoning experiment previously at sea, he never expected that Azek's projection would be so powerful. At that moment, points of faint, gloomy glows flew out of the mausoleum, putting an end to the tidal-like pale white flame's advancement. Following that, they formed a figure. It was none other than the Sequence 2 balancer, Dlink Augustus. The moment the concealed Klein saw him, he suddenly turned rigid and stiff. He began acting based on instinct, a result of him returning to the historical void and being outside the secret mausoleum. Then, he teleported to a secret mausoleum under the Tussock River and took out another small metal bottle. In a concealed state, he used his spirituality to draw the blood out to outline the symbol. A few seconds later, the symbol resonated and turned into a door. With his marionettes, Konas and Enuni, he walked in. Of course, in the river and forest outside, he still had marionettes he just converted. A figure appeared near the ruins number 1 in the outskirts of Backlund. Her raven hair was radiant, and her face was slightly round. She looked beautiful, with a hint of sweetness and an outstanding bearing. She was none other than Demoness Trissy. After Trissy approached ruins number 1, she also took out a small metal bottle and drew the symbol provided by Mr. Door with the blood. An illusory door rapidly took shape. As she passed through the illusory door, Trissy hit herself and jumped down from the cliff at the entrance, towards the dark valley below. The secret mausoleum that originated from Blood Emperor Tudor was hidden here. During the descent, Trissy's body was as light as a feather. She lost most of her weight, but her speed was in no way slow. None of the remaining guards noticed that she had sneaked in. Just as Trissy was approaching her target, she heard a voice say, "Concealment is prohibited here." Trissy's figure instantly appeared out of nowhere. And in the area above the towering mausoleum in the dark valley, there was a man who had appeared at some point in time. This man had a long rectangular face with a white hairband on his head. He had a mustache that curled up around his mouth, and his brows were extremely thick, setting off his relatively large eyes. He was dressed in formal attire and wore a cloak. The tips of his shoes were extremely long, and his attire didn't seem to match the times. He was the demigod who supported George III, Prince Grove. On the head of this Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, there was a crown made of thorns. Pure light constantly gathered into the crown, interweaving into a sea. Sealed Artifact 0 to 36. Klein swam beneath the Tussock River when an image suddenly appeared in his mind just as he led his marionette, Konas and Enuni, through the illusory door. A black cathedral stood in front of them with its spacious door opened, revealing a man in a pair of dungarees, a gentleman in a formal suit and top hat, a lady with frilly designs along her sleeves, and a lady whose dress formed flowers with laces. They were suspended in midair, motionless. Caw! 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 Black ravens circled the top of the cathedral, letting out heart-stopping cries. Without making any guesses, Klein felt like he had fallen into a crack on a frozen lake. His body turned cold as his hair stood on end. Countless thoughts surged in his mind as they collectively shouted out a name. Zeradal. In the blink of an eye, Klein instinctively made a decision. He planned to switch locations with his marionettes from the outside world, and directly leave the cathedral in front of him. Clearly, he had encountered a miracle. He didn't enter George III's secret mausoleum after passing through the illusory door. Instead, he had come to a baffling place. In the next second, he discovered that the spirit body threads that were connected to his marionettes had been severed. They were rapidly floating upwards towards the interior of the pitch-black cathedral. If it wasn't for his intuition that exceeded his own level, allowing him to detect danger ahead of time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. He definitely would have been hung up and become a member of the marionettes. He didn't have time to think too much about it. He quickly controlled his spirit body threads and collected them all, connecting them to himself, forming one circle after another. This allowed him to temporarily extricate himself from the danger, but it also made him lose his marionettes, Konas and Enuni, in just a second. The two marionettes' necks suddenly tightened as they were lifted up by an invisible hand before being hung up in the cathedral's interior. Together with the original corpses, they swayed in the wind and produced voices that were different but said the exact same thing. Welcome back. In Memorial Square, the imagined King George III was still giving a speech. I will further lower the wealth requirements needed for election eligibility. I will hand over even more rights to the House of Commons. Although the people didn't understand why there was such a development in the speech, it sounded good to them. These are all bills that have been approved by the House of Lords. But there's no need to tell the public during this speech. It's like the king is emphasizing that he will definitely follow these bills in the future. Audrey was puzzled, but she couldn't come up with a convincing explanation. In the dark and majestic secret ruins number 1 in the outskirts of Backland, the real George III had already worn a black crown and consumed the potion. His body was transforming towards the shadow of order, extending in a magical state. As for the 9 mausoleums, they were the islands in the sea of nothingness. They were the components of his entire rule. As for the people who were chanting Emperor George III at the same time during the ritual, there were like countless numbers of lighthouses. Together, they anchored this ruler of Lone, East Balam, and the Rorstad archipelago, making him completely transcend reality and become a part of the shadow of order. During this process, George III's thoughts wandered uncontrollably as though they were being torn apart. The secret order Zeradal actually contacted me directly, hoping to provide me with help. He said that he saw some of Gehrman Sparrow's thoughts from the Cap'n case, the attack on Ailment Maiden, the silencing of Crazy Captain, and Kona's Kilgore's disappearance. And his divination results made him cooperate with me, offering to help me guard a mausoleum. There, he waited for Gehrman Sparrow to take the initiative to walk to him. Because of his own goals and the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, he also said that the most important thing to do when dealing with a qualified demigod of the seer pathway is to be patient and determined. What a charlatan. He even brought Abomination Sua. I used my powers to sign a contract with them. Together with the helpers I invited from the Twilight Hermit Order, as well as Grove, who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Even if most of the demigods of the military and royal family are fighting at the front lines or protecting Backland, I don't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed. Unless a true deity descends into the real world. And that's impossible. So, I originally wanted to use this opportunity to lure out any resistance, but in the end, I decided to use this opportunity to directly advance. Heh. Since Grove still doesn't know about these hidden cards. Well, he has no right to know. In less than 2 minutes, I'll become an eternal god, the Black Emperor who rules over reality. Caw! 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 In the dark world with the ravens cawing, the corpses hanging from the black top of the church descended and passed through the main door. Their eyes were locked onto Klein, who was outside. Almost at the same time, a figure slowly but firmly outlined itself in midair. Without caring about what it was, Klein quickly snapped his fingers while maintaining the special state of his spirit body threads. Pa! A red flame surged out from his wallet and instantly enveloped him. The flame was quickly extinguished, and Klein remained where he was, unable to leap out. He didn't show any signs of being depressed as he immediately activated Creeping Hunger to attempt to teleport. Klein instantly turned transparent as he appeared again, unable to take a single step. His origin and destination had strangely been connected. At that moment, the figure in midair had already taken form. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with long chestnut-colored curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than the Roselle Gustav from when he was an emperor. He looked down at Klein as countless illusory symbols appeared in his eyes. Klein's mind instantly swelled as he was injected with a large amount of unknown knowledge. His head felt like it was exploding in an instant while his other thoughts were completely occupied. So much so that he couldn't even lift a finger. Instinctively, he allowed that knowledge to split up and become injected into hundreds of worms of spirit. This allowed him to regain his ability to control his body as he quickly grabbed the space ahead of him with his right hand. His arm suddenly sank, and then he suddenly pulled back. When the marionettes passed through the cathedral's door and began their attacks, another two figures appeared in midair, dragging out a scaleless, silvery white tail. As he released his right hand, a giant serpent appeared in this dark kingdom. His eyes were bright red and cold, and his body was covered in patterns and symbols. There were countless wheels in the details. Snake of Fate. Actually, this wasn't something that Klein could summon out from the historical void. Instead, it was Will Ossepton descending with the burning of the paper crane after using the Yesterday Once More charm. Klein had just used Flaming Jump moments ago to seek help from the Snake of Fate. And the reason why he wanted to grab at something was to conceal his true intentions. It was to prevent the opposing angel from discovering the location of the Snake of Fate, putting Dr. Aaron's family in danger. This wasn't like how he had previously dealt with Amon's avatar back then, as he had no confidence in eliminating all the clues. Therefore, he had discussed with Will in advance on how to deal with such situations. Fortunately, the intent Will Ossepton expressed indicated that the truth of the summoning from before hadn't been exposed. At that moment, the gigantic snake of Mercury rose up and bit its tail, turning into a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. In midair, two figures appeared on both sides of Roselle's projection. One of them was Queen Mystic Bernadette, whose real body was in an intense battle with Sequence 1 hand of Order William Augustus I. The other was formed from pure light, and a pair of shining wings grew on his back. It was obviously at the level of an angel. Suddenly, the two angel projections that appeared quickly vanished. The attacks they directed at Klein, and the controlled marionettes, retreated back into the cathedral and were hung up again. Konas and Enuni walked out one after another. With him, they passed backward through the illusory door and left the world with resonating cawing, appearing beneath the tussock river. Snake of Fate. Reboot. The giant serpent's figure vanished as well. Without any hesitation, Klein activated teleportation and passed through countless spirit world creatures to another secret mausoleum. He used the remaining blood to outline the symbol and opened the illusory door. This time, he entered the interior and saw a solemn and dark mausoleum. He summoned the sea god scepter and released a terrifying lightning storm, again and again, destroying the target. Then he turned around and left the scene. Everything went so smoothly, just like a dream. Yes, a beautiful dream. Klein, who could always maintain his lucidity in dreams, had realized that he was in a real dream created by someone else the moment he entered the ruins where the secret mausoleum was. Klein pretended not to notice the real dream. As he tried to stop his projection of the death console, he tried to summon another version of himself from the historical void to fool the guards of the Tudor ruins, allowing his body to escape the dream and sneak into the secret mausoleum to achieve his goal of destroying it. At the moment, he could only maintain 3 historical void projections. Death Consul Isaac Eggers was one, his self-projection in a concealed state was another. He couldn't be certain if the leader of the ascetics, Ariana, was considered one. However, to be safe, he had to disperse one of them before he made another summoning attempt. Regarding Ariana's state, apart from suspecting that she had descended in person due to her state, Klein had other theories. Perhaps the leader of the Evernight cloister had deliberately entered a concealed state after sensing that her projection from the past had been summoned while being located in the Amantha mountain range. She had vanished from the real world, allowing the projection to gain sentience. This was completely feasible, especially since the authority of concealment likely gave her a certain degree of control over her historical projections. When it came to a concealment angel like this, Klein was unable to use the feedback from Scholar of Yours maintenance of the historical projection to confirm her true situation. Therefore, he didn't make any changes, so as to prevent any accidents from happening. Just as he was about to summon his past self, the real dream silently disappeared. Everything around him returned to normal. He was standing on a cliff at the entrance. Below him was a dark and majestic mausoleum. An old man with an ordinary appearance was levitating in midair. under the glow from the moss and the light from the stone pillars inside the cliff. He calmly looked at Klein and sighed in ancient Fasak. You weren't actually fooled by the dream I crafted. This old man's hair was completely white, but it was thick enough. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, and his appearance wasn't anything special. The Spectator Pathways Sequence 3 Dreamweaver? No, at least he's not an angel. Klein tensed up and didn't respond. He immediately took out his silver adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. No sound was produced, but Inauthentic, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands immediately spat out a rectangular diamond-like charm. Another head chanted in ancient Hermes, "Yesterday, yesterday once more." Miss Messenger was borrowing strength from her past self. Compared to a sequence 1 Snake of Fate, the power she borrowed could last longer. However, the charm didn't change at all. In midair, the elder in the gray robe gently chuckled and kindly reminded them, "Don't use ancient Hermes in front of me. Hermes, this is Hermes, the one who lived since the second epoch and created ancient Hermes, an angel of the Spectator Pathway, the origin of the psychology alchemists." Klein was first shocked before he realized something. Hermes was participating in the battle, so it was unlikely he had a strong desire to stop him. No, perhaps he is deliberately acting to lower our guard. Beyonders of the Spectator Pathway are the best at manipulating the hearts of others. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Inauthentic's other 2 heads began chanting in Jotun and Elvish. Yesterday. The rectangular diamond-like charm was instantly ignited by a transparent flame before fusing with the void. Inauthentic's body began to rapidly expand as the 4 heads in her hands flew up and landed on her neck. The 4 heads became illusory one after another. In an instant, Inauthentic transformed into a huge cloth doll that resembled a castle. She was dressed in a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines. Her eyes were blood-red. She swept his gaze across ancient Hermes. She opened her tightly shut mouth but didn't make a single sound. The Spectator Pathways angel flashed with a faint light, turning into a plump, white rabbit. Ancient Bane, transformation curse. The rabbit didn't panic at all. Its body began to swell, becoming half the size of a mountain. One stomp was sufficient to trample him to death. To an angel of the Spectator Pathway, merely believing in their strength allowed them to be powerful enough without being at a disadvantage due to their appearance. As the rabbit turned into a monster, a subtle change happened in the ruins. Reality and illusion intertwined, making Inauthentic a little confused as to whether she was in a dream or in the real world. Klein could differentiate between the two. While he had noticed that not only was Miss Messenger in a mythical creature form, but the surface of the rabbit's body was covered in grayish-white scales. All sorts of patterns intertwined together, forming 3-dimensional symbols that seemed to connect to the mind. Angels are truly terrifying. They use their complete mythical creature form right at the start. As Klein sighed, he didn't even dare take a second look to gain more knowledge. Firstly, he didn't have the time to do so, and secondly, his level wasn't high enough. Seeing a complete mythical creature form would definitely lead to being affected and receiving some negative effects. This was something he had to avoid in a dangerous battlefield. Taking advantage of the battle between Miss Messenger and the gigantic rabbit that had transformed into a dragon, Klein used the strong winds to head for the secret mausoleum. As he recited a particular honorific name in Jotun, he reached out to grab at the air. First time, failure. Second time, failure. Third time, still a failure. Just as one fat, white rabbit after another appeared in Klein's island of consciousness, causing him to elevate his consciousness to fight back and be unable to take multiple things into consideration. He instinctively reached out his right hand and finally touched a particular image in the historical void. As he pulled back his arm, the image quickly outlined itself. She was a woman wearing a dark-colored robe and a wide hood. She had a beautiful face and slightly dull black eyes. This was the concealment angel of the Church of Evernight that he had met before. Later, He found out in the foggy town that this was Mother of the Sky, the daughter of the ancient god, Phlegria, and suspected to be the vessel for the goddess's descent. Since he was able to successfully summon the ascetic leader, Ariana, from the historical void in one try, Klein definitely thought of trying to see if he could summon her. He had been chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. The employing of historical void projections by scholars of yore had a difficult-to-overcome restriction. It was that he was unable to summon something that involved the uniqueness. However, objects that were merely a vessel of a deity's descent depended on how much of the deity's power was carried by the corresponding historical void projection or if it involved the uniqueness. Similarly, if he wanted to summon Amon, it was impossible to summon the actual body, but an avatar would work. To be safe, the person who he summoned was the one who had smiled at him during the Great Smog of Backland, and he succeeded after 3 attempts. Of course, if it wasn't for the goddess's tacit approval, or perhaps providing some level of help, he might not have succeeded given 100 attempts, 1,000 attempts, or even 10,000 attempts. The beautiful lady didn't look at him, the summoner. Instead, she turned her head and looked down at the secret mausoleum. The entire underground ruin quaked as the dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake. Ripples appeared as though it was about to be moved into a concealed world. At this moment, 2 arms extended out from the outside world. One was pressed towards the gigantic doll, Inauthentic, while the other spread out its fingers to grab at Klein. These 2 arms were more than 10 meters long. They were pitch black on the surface, flowing with sticky liquids. Some of them were strangely protruding. Some had skulls as heads, 3-dimensional eyes, or barbed tongues. Abomination Sua. The remaining guards in the underground ruins went crazy. Some raised their swords to kill their companions, or they raised their guns, aimed at themselves, and pulled the trigger. Klein's skin began to crack, and his consciousness was disturbed by a sensation of madness. He was unable to respond effectively. The concealment angel he summoned retracted her gaze through pure instinct, and she looked up at the 2 arms that seemed to come from the depths of a nightmare. Tremendous fear caused Sua's arm to tremble slightly. Not only did he fail to grab hold of Klein, he was even cursed by Inauthentic, causing him to be covered in green fur. Immediately following that, they began to fade as they struggled with all their might, trying to escape their concealed states. And at this moment, 3 figures appeared in midair in the underground ruins. They were Emperor Roselle, the first lone king, William Augustus, and the abstract angel formed from pure light. The historical void projections summoned by Zeradal followed closely behind. With so many angels descending at the same time, just the effects from their auras alone caused the entire space to quake, not to mention the intense battle they were engaged in. In an instant, the pitch-black mausoleum shook even more vigorously. There was even an obvious crack on its surface. Klein wasn't surprised at all, because this was his last contingency plan. When the enemy was too powerful and prepared, preventing him from creating an opportunity, then it was best to draw everyone together while destroying the mausoleum, thus creating chaos. This was the inspiration he got from the encounter outside Byam City. Back then, Abomination Sua and the byproduct of the Artificial Death Project attacked remotely while Sea King Kotman, Miss Messenger Inauthentic, and a demigod from the Rose School of Thought had participated in it, resulting in the collapse of an innocent mountain. At that moment, Klein wanted the secret mausoleum in this ruin to be like that mountain. He didn't believe that angels could control the damage to their surroundings when in an intense battle, and the lineup this time far exceeded the previous one. It's still not enough. Then let's make it a little more chaotic. As he controlled his spirit-body threads to prevent them from floating upwards, he dodged and sensed the mysterious space above the gray fog. Using his basic control over it, he made it tremble slightly. In midair, a grayish-white fog appeared as the majestic palace appeared faintly. Sapphira Castle. In an instant, the sky above the Holy Wind Cathedral in Backland turned dark, as if a storm was brewing. A bird with dark eye circles watching over the Tussock River downstream moved its gaze. In the outskirts of Backland, where ruins number 1 was, Demoness Trissy had been robbed of several powers and suffered serious injuries. She was on the brink of death. Bang! She slammed against the cliff, almost embedding herself into it. Blood was everywhere. At this moment she took out an item. It was a rectangular diamond-shaped charm. Yesterday once more. There were very few chances to use charms in high-level battles. No one would take the initiative to leave an opening for their opponent while they chanted the incantation. The reason Trissy was able to complete the corresponding action was because she had ignited wicked black flames from the inside out. As for the black flames, they seemed to absorb all the heat in the surrounding areas, causing thick ice crystals to form. Beyond the ice crystals, there were almost invisible spider webs that wrapped around them, forming huge cocoons. Relying on the 3 layers of defense, Trissy managed to buy almost 2 seconds, so she took out the rectangular diamond-shaped charm and chanted, "Yesterday!" The transparent flame ignited amidst the wicked black flames. The diamond-like charm silently disintegrated before merging with the void. This was something Klein had specially provided to the demoness, so as to allow the damage from the 3 prongs to become the main assault point at any time. Trissy immediately saw the grayish-white fog and realized that the scenes in the past were like stars, densely packed together. There were scenes of the young him wandering the streets, coming under the control of the mafia, swindling, cheating, and stealing from others. He later joined the Theosophy Order and became an assassin. There, he enjoyed ending lives and the bloodshed, instigating others to tear off their masks and reveal their true bestial nature. Due to various reasons, he had no choice but to become a witch. She began creating catastrophes, and it was arranged by the demoness of pleasure that she would become Prince Edisac's mistress. Realizing that she was becoming less and less like herself and that she was slowly losing herself to the pleasure, she felt extreme fear and yearned to escape. However, having fallen deeper into hell, she experienced immense pain and chose to be extreme. With a thought, the scenes magnified and occupied her entire vision. Under the light, the lawn outside the window was bright, and the horses were walking slowly. The holes of the golf course could still be vaguely seen, and inside the house, there was an antique cabinet blocking the view from the door. The past Trissy stood at the edge and looked out, wearing a sapphire ring on her left hand. At that time, she wasn't even a sequence 5, and she didn't have the strength the current her needed to borrow. However, she had a ring from the Demoness sect that was closely related to the primordial Demoness. This ring was the thing that Trissy wanted to borrow. All of a sudden, the intricate ring that was inlaid with a sapphire gem appeared on Trissy's pinky. And unlike in the past, the present Trissy had fused with the mark and submitted to the primordial Demoness. She had been greatly enhanced as a sequence 4 demigod. In other words, even though she wasn't a robust deity's descent vessel, she already had the qualifications to be one, and that sapphire ring allowed her to temporarily grasp a certain amount of initiative. Looking at the scenes in the past, the cocoon formed by Trissy's spider silk cracked inch by inch. The thick ice crystals silently melted as the wicked black flames corroded. She raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and smiled as she placed the sapphire ring between her eyebrows. The ring melted like metal as it flowed into Trissy's head in a surreal manner. At that moment, the wicked black flames were completely deprived by Prince Grove as a burning white spear of light shot out. At the front of the spear, 2 pure white wings spread out as they embraced the tip of the spear, like an angel, sealing off the surrounding space and preventing the target from escaping. At that moment, Trissy opened her eyes. They were a deep black color. Her hair flared up one by one, each becoming as thick as a snake. The outer layer was slippery and diabolical, with clear black and white eyes embedded at the ends, or heads that looked like venomous snakes. Their mouths were slightly open as they flicked their tongues. The spear that was condensed from pure light stopped in front of Trissy, as though it was being pressed down by an invisible hand, making it difficult for it to advance even an inch further. It quickly turned grayish-white in color, turning from incorporeal to corporeal, as if it was carved out of stone. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted to the edge of the cliff, shattering into countless tiny pieces. The grayish-white color around Trissy rapidly spread out in every direction as if it had a life of its own. Wherever it passed, the stones became hard while everything else turned to stone. The various rituals that had been set up in Ruins No. 1 were now tainted with grayish-white colors, preventing the angels guarding the other secret mausoleums from discovering the changes and coming over immediately. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by a grayish-white aura that emanated out of the void. With him only being capable of using the Crown of Thorns to maintain a small safe zone, there was no way for him to use any prohibition powers. Trissy, whose eyes had no borders marking her whites from blacks, didn't even look at her opponent. With her snake-like hair blotting out the sky, she took a step towards the secret mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley. Boom! The ground began to shake violently as a dull thud sounded from deep within. Red asteroids with fiery tails appeared out of nowhere as they flew past Demoness Trissy and smashed at the mausoleum. In an instant, this ruin was inundated with catastrophes. George III, who was at the critical moment of his advancement, sensed this and immediately felt a strong sense of confusion and anger. With great difficulty, he split off some of his strength, and with the help of the preparations he had put in place, he forcefully distorted the surrounding area and isolated the dark and solemn secret mausoleum from the real world, preventing earthquakes and meteors from approaching the target. Boom! Boom! Amidst all kinds of catastrophes, the cliffs crumbled one by one as the ruins began to collapse. George III's angry voice sounded from the secret mausoleum that formed a world of its own. Are you mad? For a Sequence 4 to forcefully accept the power of a true deity, the only outcome was death. Trissy laughed. The skin on her face had been pushed to its limits. Inch by inch, they crumbled, revealing the blood and flesh that was squirming wildly underneath. This extremely terrifying demoness scoffed and said, "Isn't the ending of a lovely story supposed to have all the bad guys die? For example, you or me?" Before Trissy could finish her sentence, she wore that tragic smile on her face as the asteroid plummeted into the twisted secret mausoleum in a bid to destroy it. In another mausoleum, Klein didn't put on a strong front. He quickly ended the connection with Sapphira Castle as though he was praying to the fool for help. The commotion from before had nearly caused all the angels present to stop. Unfortunately, the concealment angel Klein had summoned was a historical void projection. It only continued fighting based on instinct, turning the situation even more chaotic. At this moment, William Augustus I's projection pulled out a silver sword and pointed ahead before slicing downward. There was no need for him to say anything else. The chaos in the ruins came to a stop as the battlefield was divided into different sections. Hermes faced the beautiful and impassive lady. Abomination Sua suppressed Rionette Tinker. The historical void projections of Emperor Roselle and the Angel of Light surrounded Klein. William I stood at an isolated spot, ensuring that none of the aftershocks attacked the mausoleum below. As expected of the Hand of Order, Klein's pupils dilated. Without thinking, he reached his right hand into the inner pocket of his clothes, and he stretched out his left hand to borrow strength from his past self. The Death Consul, the Evernight Cloister's matron, and the Concealment Angel were figures that exceeded Klein's own level. Be it summoning or maintaining them, it was a terrible burden on his spirituality. He had no choice but to borrow some power from his past self before his spirituality completely dried up. This way, he was filled with fake spirituality once more. For the next 5 minutes, it was no different from real spirituality. Then Klein saw light. The angel formed from pure light, which also had illusory wings on his back, made the layers of light surge towards him like a tidal wave, drowning him. In the bright white sea of light, something suddenly appeared. It rapidly plummeted and approached the secret mausoleum. It was a dark-colored book that consisted of goatskin. Roselle's Travels. Using his ability to split into worms of spirit, and his enhanced ability to shapeshift, he shrank into bookmarks made of flesh, embedding themselves into the book, using it to block the endless light's purification and melting effect. But even so, he was still severely injured because the light still could illuminate part of his body. This wasn't the end. Standing right beneath Grozel's travels was Emperor Roselle, dressed in gorgeous clothes, waiting there with his hands raised. Without second thoughts, Klein could only activate the first method he knew of to protect himself: hiding in the historical void. Boom! A loud thunderclap boomed outside the ruin. It rumbled in the distance in the beginning, but by the end of it, it was ringing in one's ears. Klein, together with the projections in the historical void, and all the living beings in the ruins were awed and turned stiff. Instantly, the sea of light dimmed. But no, there was a figure that wasn't affected, the concealment angel of the Church of Evernight. The beautiful but dull-looking lady took the opportunity to phase her body, transforming into many symbols that symbolized concealment and terror. She extended the strange world, enveloping Hermes, Rionette Tinker, Sua's arm, the Angel of Light, and William Augustus I within. Although Klein had summoned a historical void projection, a watered-down version, some essential parts remained. The chaos that Klein was anticipating was finally here. As for George III's other helpers, such as that King of Angels, they were still in other mausoleums. The moment the nearly transparent world took form, the angels inside began to resist. Amidst the chaos, the strange world easily tore apart. However, with the remnants of the angel's power being directed, the lady rushed out and headed for the secret mausoleum at the bottom. Boom! An even louder clap of thunder rang out. Emperor Roselle, who had attempted to stop them, was once again awed, unable to make any further attempts. In an instant, the dark and majestic secret mausoleum was hit. The cracks on its surface sank deep, causing its dark interior to present itself. In these rifts, blood appeared out of nowhere. Some were bright red and some were dark. Boom! 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 Having restored his human form, Klein held Grozel's travels while collectively launching air cannon with his scattered worms of spirit. The mausoleum, which was already on the verge of collapse, had finally collapsed, and even more blood gushed out. With the destruction of a mausoleum, George III's advancement ritual was no longer stable. He lacked the key pillar of support. If only one mausoleum was under attack, he might have been able to rely on his tenuous connection with them to put up a resistance to a certain degree. But now, he had suffered too intense of an attack. His already incorporeal body suddenly boiled, unable to maintain the distortion outside. The mausoleum that was isolated from reality finally appeared in front of Trissy. On Trissy's tendril-squirming face, the corners of her mouth curled up. Backlund City, Memorial Square. My subjects. The stern and old-fashioned George III with his mustache was finishing his speech when there was a loud explosion. His flesh and blood transformed into a flurry of fireworks that sprayed into the air. When Audrey and company below the platform saw this scene, it was as if they were admiring a large magic show. For a moment, no one realized what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene started to turn disorderly. Amidst screams, the king's guards all rushed up the platform. The cabinet ministers and the House of Lords nobles subconsciously sought a place to hide, or they mustered their courage to follow the guards to check the scene. Audrey looked on in a daze. She wasn't too surprised, but she felt that it was surreal. If Mr. World paid strong attention to someone, it meant that they were being watched by Mr. Fool. And to date, none of Mr. Fool's goals had failed. This was the will of a deity. In the other municipal square in Backlund, Melissa, Benson, and company also heard the explosion before realizing that the king's speech had come to an abrupt stop. After a moment of silence, people began to turn rowdy as they began breaking out into a discussion amidst hushed whispers. Fear of the unknown and fear of the future slowly occupied their hearts. In the outskirts of Backlund, inside ruins number 1, George III's mind was a blur. He felt something that couldn't be resisted inside. His body as a volcano of extreme madness erupted in his mind. It was changing his body while distorting everything around him. Indistinctly, he saw a huge black throne, one which he was sitting on. He wore an emperor's crown, looking down upon the real world with great pride. He had reign over his subjects, and he was equal to the deities. He reached out his hand in an attempt to grab this future, but countless curses and attacks of unknown origins kept striking him. It prevented him from touching that future. No! George III's hand, which had faded, hung in midair as his consciousness tore apart as his body mutated completely. Trissy, who had been reduced to a blob of flesh and blood, enveloped that shadow of order using her countless thick snake hair. Boom! In the outside world, in the area corresponding to Ruins No. 1, large amounts of dust were stirred up into the sky like the thickest of smog. Boom! The area became a humongous crater that was connected to the Tussock River, opening up an inlet for the river water to rush in. Rumble! High up in the sky, lights dimmed as a storm containing immense horror enveloped the area. Further away on a mountain peak, two figures watched this scene without anyone speaking a word. They were the demoness of unaging Katerina, who was wearing a pure white robe, and the pale, hooded red angel evil spirit. After 2 seconds, Saintess of White Katerina sighed softly and said, "The reason we wanted to find her was because Primordial told us that she has strong inclinations towards self-destructing." The red angel evil spirit listened silently as his expression twisted slightly. "I know who interfered with my response." Katerina thought of various answers, but she couldn't be sure. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. The red angel evil spirit slowly said a word. "Evernight." After a pause, he suppressed his emotions and added, "Otherwise, I would have long found Trissy cheek." Without waiting for Katerina to respond, the red angel evil spirit turned around and left. In another ruin, a hint of joy flashed past Klein's eyes when he saw the secret mausoleum collapse and spill out copious amounts of blood. But it was ephemeral because he had to turn his attention back to his situation. With George III's ritual failing and him not becoming Black Emperor, it meant that his goal had been achieved. What followed next was to escape. At that moment, while the mausoleum's destruction didn't have any significant impact, Rionette Tinker followed her agreement with Klein, and she didn't stay any longer. She first entered the spirit world and fled deep inside it. The power she borrowed from herself was coming to an end. The maintenance of the beautiful concealment angel had already reached Klein's limits. After it transformed into a strange world, it naturally disappeared. Inside the half-collapsed ruin, Klein faced the arm of Abomination Sua, Hermes from an ancient time, Emperor Rosel's projection, William Augustus I's projection, and the Angel of Light projection, as well as the thunder that pointed at an unknown location. Any one of them had the ability to easily kill him, and for him to summon a historical void projection at the angel level wasn't something that could succeed within a few attempts. Without any hesitation, Klein's body turned incorporeal as he attempted to hide in the historical void. At this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the grayish-white fog in his vision. It was made up of countless transparent maggots that extended out transparent and slippery tentacles. Zeradal. Zeradal's actual body had appeared. He had been waiting in the historical void for Klein. At that moment, Klein's action of entering the historical void could no longer be reversed. All he could do was watch helplessly as he was pulled in by the vortex and thrown into the center. He wanted to snap his fingers and ignite another paper crane, but he realized that no flames could rise up there. Having probed him once, Zeradal was confident of his trump card, by relying on his level suppressing him and the authority of bizarreness. He made Klein unable to control the flames anymore. In addition, Klein's intuition told him that the destination after making a teleportation attempt was mysteriously connected to the vortex formed by the transparent maggots. He was unable to escape, nor could he summon enough helpers. However, Beyonders of the Seer pathway never perform unprepared. The vortex formed by the transparent maggots slowly spun as it received a visit initiated by Klein. The transparent and slippery tentacles swam over in an unstoppable manner. They reached towards him, but they only wrapped around the ancient book covered in dark-colored skin. The blood on the book's surface hadn't completely faded. Grozel's travels. At the most dangerous moment, Klein pricked his fingers, allowing his blood to flow onto the surface of Grozel's travels. Then, with a whoosh, he entered the book world and temporarily escaped the fatal trap set up by Zeradal. The moment he entered the book world, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, pulling out a marionette that he had temporarily possessed from the historical void. Vin Rambus. He had once tested that he could summon the projections of true history here. After all, it belonged to Sapphira Castle, and praying to the fool in the book world wasn't obstructed. Of course, if that didn't work, he had other ways to resolve it. He could summon Justice Audrey, who existed in the book world's history. In short, he needed a mid- or high-sequence beyonder from the spectator pathway to bring him into the sea of collective subconscious, into the city of miracles, Liveseed, and into the Hall of Truth. Time was of the essence, so the faster, the better. This was because he had no idea how long before this sequence one would be able to grasp the secret of Grozel's travels, much less whether the other party would forcibly descend into the book world. He could only race against time. Vin Rambus, who was wearing a formal suit and a dark red bow tie, held on to him with a stiff expression. He directly entered the sea of collective subconscious formed by countless shadows. With the power of a manipulator, they quickly shuttled through and arrived at the City of Miracles, Liveseed, in seconds, appearing before the entrance of the Hall of Truth. Klein released his control over his marionette, Vin Rambus, and under the nudge from the strong winds, he ran through the door. As he passed by the colorful murals, his inner voice resounded in the hall. The chances of summoning 0-08 here should be higher. Using it to draw or write at the end of the mural on the left side can affect the real world. Through its arrangements, I can make Zeradal make a mistake, allowing me to find a safe escape route. No, it's still easier to let Amon's avatar join the battle royale and implicate Zeradal. That will be easier to fulfill. It's no wonder the goddess wants to bait Amon into Backlund. The mural on the right represents the book world. I can use 0-08 to draw another temporary door for me to leave. While flying, Klein's right hand kept grabbing at the void ahead. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When Klein borrowed strength from his former self, his right hand suddenly sank as he dragged out a dull classic quill. 0-08. In the next second, Klein arrived in front of the huge pillar that was multiple arm spans wide. This had a clear sense of being worn down by time. It was the throne of the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt. Klein circled around the stone pillar and arrived at the end of the mural. He raised the quill 0-08 and was about to write. He had never tested for any changes when using 0-08 in here before. He was afraid that it would result in an excessive accident and alert Amon's brother, making his ploy of preventing George III from becoming the Black Emperor to be detected in advance. At this moment, he no longer needed to bother about such matters. He could wholeheartedly weave the development that he needed. Suddenly, 0-08, which was about to begin writing, disappeared. It disappeared before it reached the time limit. What's happening? Klein felt alarmed. He then realized that his words in the Hall of Truth hadn't been projected. There was silence all around him. With his spiritual perception triggered, Klein slowly turned around and saw that the time-worn rock had turned into a 100-meter-tall cross at some point in time. In front of the cross was a huge, blurry figure standing there. Facing everything with its back, it was observing all life with compassion. Inside the Hall of Truth, there were rows of black, high-back pews, but only one supplicant. The supplicant had his eyes closed as he sat in the middle of the first row. He wore a rather simple white robe with a pale gold beard that covered half his face. His hands were clasping a silver cross in front of his chest as he wore a genial and calm look. Adam. Twilight Hermit Order's Chair, King of Angels Adam. Klein didn't even know when he had arrived. At this moment, Adam looked up, revealing his clear, limpid eyes that resembled a child's. He slowly stood up, speaking with a calm expression. George III's death causes Lone to suffer a heavy blow. Unable to sit idle any further, Intis decides to take this opportunity to launch an attack. This war officially develops into a war that sweeps through the world. Can you accept such an outcome? Although there was no concept of temperature in the Hall of Truth, Klein still felt a chill down his spine when he heard that. He felt a wave of heat, and he wanted to defend himself. But when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. For a few silent seconds, his figure was reflected in Adam's limpid eyes before he said with some difficulty, "I accept it, but I will try my best to minimize the damage caused by the war in the future, so long as I'm still alive." He paused and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the price you exacted for the bestowment? Back when a certain ascetic here mentioned your true name, you had already noticed this book and secretly made arrangements?" Adam, who was dressed in simple white robes, didn't respond. He walked towards the mural on his left and stopped in front of one of the murals. He looked up slightly and quietly admired it. On the mural, a book consisting of goatskin flew up into the clouds and landed in a gigantic claw. After watching for a while, Adam said with a warm voice, "You may leave." He immediately felt that he had been rejected by the Hall of Truth, the sea of collective subconscious of the City of Miracles, and the book world. He involuntarily floated up and flew out of the area. During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the black pews. Holding the silver cross pendant, he closed his eyes and prayed sincerely to the huge and blurry figure. Outside the sea of collective subconscious, an illusory door silently appeared. It stood in midair and was connected to the outside world. The book world also began to ostracize him, squeezing him out of the huge door. Suddenly, Klein returned to the real world and returned to the grayish-white fog. He was in the state he was in prior to entering the historical void. Unlike before, he hadn't been locked down by the whirlpool formed by countless transparent maggots. As for the slippery tentacles that were almost invisible, they wrapped around Grozel's travels slightly and disappeared into thin air. Without having time to lament over the loss, Klein's thoughts raced, and he made a choice almost purely on instinct. He leaped into the grayish-white fog in another direction and hid in a shattered spot of light. This was the so-called historical void. Klein regretted it the next second because Zeradal's slippery and terrifying tentacles had extended out from the grayish-white fog. The countless translucent maggots were no longer formed a spinning whirlpool as they disintegrated into a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zeradal could actually fight in the historical void. This was the suppression effect that high-level members of the same pathway had against lower-level ones. A demigod of the same seer pathway was always the best choice for dealing with a seer demigod of a lower sequence. Without any hesitation, he ran through the spots of light and into the depths of the fog of history, just like his advancement. Scenes of the secret mausoleum collapsing, Backlund suffering an air raid, and the tragic Great Smog flew behind him. However, the dangerous premonition in his heart didn't weaken at all. Instead, it intensified significantly. He even saw a thick shadow getting closer and closer, covering himself. This was a tidal wave formed by the transparent maggots and the slippery tentacles. Klein ran as fast as he could, constantly chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun in his mind, hoping to be saved. This was the only thing he could do, and she was the only existence that could save him at the moment. Of course, if he knew of Amon's honorific name, he would definitely attempt to provoke this blasphemer. Only by messing things up would he have a chance of surviving. Rozel's declaration as emperor, the modification of the steam engine, the battle of the violated oath, the White Rose War, and the 20-year war flashed past one by one. Klein realized that his body was being increasingly covered by shadows, and his consciousness was gradually slowing down. He had a feeling that he was having his spirit body threads controlled. At this moment, hounds of Fulgrim ran out of the grayish-white fog's various spots of light. They were covered in pitch-black short fur, their eye sockets burning with dark red flames as the corners of their lips extended to the back of their heads. This group of monsters-like creatures, the Sapphira Castle Keepers, ran past Klein and rushed behind him. He immediately regained his lucidity. Fuck! He cursed himself, his eyes slightly red as he continued running with his vision blurred. He went from the fifth epoch to the fourth epoch, and from the fourth epoch to the third epoch. The massive shadow that resembled the tidal wave behind him paused for a few seconds. Then it continued surging towards him as if nothing had happened, drowning out the historical voids he passed through. Klein didn't hold back in expending his spirituality. He used all his might to run, with the light spots that he had lit in the fog of history. He ran from the third epoch to the second epoch until he arrived at a lonely fragment of light. Around him was a withered forest and a normal tomb. This was the period of history where giant King Ormer buried his parents. As for the tidal wave that was formed by Zeradol, it didn't seem to understand this history well enough. It stopped at some unknown era and didn't manage to catch up. At that moment, Klein's spirituality was almost exhausted, and in the fog of history he could only borrow power from the current void. But clearly, there was no past projection of himself here, and when his spirituality was exhausted, he would have no choice but to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. When that time came, he would be facing Zeradol again. Phew! Klein exhaled and pulled out another paper crane. He snapped his fingers and lit it. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he failed to see the snake of fate, Will Osepton, appear. In the historical void, there's no way to use ordinary paper cranes to contact Will. Why hasn't Amon appeared yet? As his thoughts flashed, he could only repeat in Jotun. The Evernight goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, Mistress of Repose and Silence. After holding on for a few seconds, he suddenly had an idea. Hence, he didn't hesitate to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. Just as his figure appeared, his spirit-body threads floated into the air and was grabbed by a slippery, transparent tentacle. And opposite him, another figure appeared at the same time. It was the barefoot, linen-robed ascetic leader, Ariana. Based on Klein's abilities, the angel-level historical projection he had summoned must have disappeared. Therefore, the person who came was undoubtedly the actual body. The Evernight Cloister's matron glanced at Klein, and instantly, he vanished under Zeradol's tentacle. Klein entered a concealed world belonging to Ariana. It was night time, and it was a monastery with many ancient buildings erected. There was a huge and holy crimson moon hanging high in the sky. Using the experience gained from their past cooperation, Klein immediately used traveling to appear in the crimson moon, leaving this concealed world in order to appear elsewhere. After returning to reality, Klein had already distanced himself from Zeradol. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use traveling to directly leave. And having held Zeradol back for a short period of time, Ariana entered a concealed state and left the battlefield. Boom! A terrifying thunderclap boomed as the transparent tentacle that attempted to reach out to where Klein had disappeared suddenly retreated, disappearing along with the actual body. Having teleported to the sea, Klein couldn't be bothered to borrow strength from his past self. He first summoned a paper figurine from the historical void and shook his wrist. Most of the items he had with him had been destroyed when he became a bookmark. It was unknown where he had lost his marionettes, Konas and Inuni. Of course, they might have evaporated under the illumination of the Angel of Light. Pa! The paper figurine burned with scarlet flames as it leaped up into the form of an illusory angel that had layered wings on its back. It embraced him and removed any traces. Then, he activated traveling once again and left the area. In the secret mausoleum in Eastchester County, William Augustus I and Queen Mystic Bernadette managed to sense the death of George III, either through the changes in order or via their clairvoyant abilities. The latter didn't stay any longer. Her body suddenly separated like a collection of soap bubbles that reflected light, scattering in all directions before bursting. William Augustus I wasn't in the mood to stop or chase after her, but he didn't feel much pain. After making a huge detour, Klein, who had used Angel's Embrace 3 times to remove his traces, finally returned to Backlund secretly. It was probably the safest place. He didn't return to the apartment he had previously rented. Instead, he found a hotel in the Backland Bridge area and got a room. Of course, he didn't forget to change his appearance, height, and temperament. The more ordinary and common his appearance was, the less attention he would garner. After entering the room, Klein endured the mental fatigue and physical trauma he received, and he began to chant the honorific name of sea god Calvetua. He planned to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog. He wanted to use his true vision and the real angel's embrace to confirm his surroundings to eliminate any latent dangers. Fortunately, Zeradal should have signed a contract with George III, so he can't leave the mausoleum he was guarding as he pleases. Otherwise, I would most likely have become his marionette in that chaotic battle. The appearance of him and Abomination Sua exceeded my expectations. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took 1 step in a counterclockwise manner. He opened his mouth and chanted in Mandarin, "The Exalted." Suddenly, Klein's body trembled. His voice came to a halt as he froze on the spot. In his line of sight, a figure had appeared on a chair beside the full-body mirror in the room. He was a young man of medium build, wearing a dark-colored jacket and trousers. He looked like a mixed-blood man with Lone and Balam roots. This was the marionette that Klein had lost, Winner Anuni. Anuni smiled as he faced Klein's pair of eyes that could no longer move. "Don't randomly leave your marionettes around. They can be tracked." As he spoke, he slowly stood up. He casually took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and slowly wore it on his right eye. In a hotel in the Backland Bridge area. Apart from his thoughts that still belonged to him, Klein could no longer control anything else. Even his eyeballs couldn't move. He knew very well that this was likely a deeper level of parasitizing. In this state, he could only look ahead of him in fear and despair. He watched as Anuni, who was wearing a monocle with a smile on his face, changed into Amon's original form. He took a step forward counterclockwise and opened his mouth to speak in Mandarin in an articulate and mellow manner. "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Did he steal my thoughts just now, or my ability to speak Mandarin? It should be the former. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to grasp this ritual." Klein's pupils couldn't widen as he watched. He felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety. As though sensing his emotions, the monocled man turned to look at him and smiled. He then took another step counterclockwise and whispered in Mandarin, "The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." Following that, this blasphemer carried on the ritual with great familiarity. With every step he took, and every chant of the incantation, Klein's heart sank even deeper into a dark swamp, as though he could no longer see any light. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When Amon took the final step and recited the final incantation, a boundless grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Klein. He heard layers of pleas. There was no need to listen carefully, as he understood what it meant with his spiritual perception. After advancing to Scholar of Ur, he had obtained basic control over Sapphira Castle. No matter who it was, even if they had the correct ritual and corresponding incantation, they needed to obtain his permission to enter the world above the gray fog. Reject him. Klein was instantly delighted as this idea clearly surfaced within him. However, just as he had this thought, he had forgotten it. Standing there, he looked like a statue carved from stone. His intention of rejecting Amon had been stolen by him. Klein once again felt despair, but the grayish-white fog in front of him and the prayers in his ears didn't disappear. Klein was first taken aback before he understood what was going on. "I understand. I have to head above the gray fog myself and control Sapphira Castle to give him permission to enter. There is no default option." This thought was like a straw which Klein grabbed at without any hesitation. It prevented himself from sinking into the water silently without anyone hear him cry. Although he still didn't know how to make use of this matter, his intuition told him that a slim possibility and his only hope could be hidden in this detail. At this moment, Amon stopped the attempt and cast his gaze at Klein. Clearly, he had failed to successfully enter Sapphira Castle. This angel of time adjusted the monocle on his right eye and smiled without any change in expression. Honorable Mr. Fool, your idea of saving yourself is very interesting. Amon had used the standard loan language, but every word seemed to be able to stir the powers of nature, creating one explosion after another in his mind. How is he so sure that I'm the fool and not the blessed of the fool? Klein felt his body turn cold as the hope that had just surfaced sank into the water once more. How am I certain? Amon sked and pulled the chair from before over and sat down. He pointed at the round stool opposite him and said, "Sit down. Don't stand on ceremony." The moment he finished his sentence, Klein couldn't help but stride forward and sit on the round stool. Amon looked around the room and grabbed Klein's black silk top hat. He put it on his head and said with a smile, "Did you think that I wasn't aware that the ritual would be unsuccessful? It hasn't been long since Sapphira Castle produced an anomaly, so how could I forget? I just want to see your reaction. And you subconsciously felt despair and instinctively rejected me. That was very interesting. If you weren't the one who was called the fool, how could you have such thoughts? Dear Mr. Fool, am I right?" As he repeated the 4 rhetorical questions, Amon looked rather pleased, as though he was an old hunter who had caught the fox's tail. I fell for his scam. Only then did Klein realize why Amon wasn't disappointed at all. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but after some thought, he calmly said, "Kill me." I can speak now? Klein tried to control his body, but it was completely impossible. In the next second, he was prepared to recite the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, but this thought was immediately lost. The thin-faced blasphemer Amon pressed down on his right monocle and maintained his excited state from before. "So that you can be reborn in Sapphira Castle? The more I talk to this fellow, the more mistakes I make." Klein shut his mouth tightly and didn't say another word. When Amon saw this, he shook his head with a smile. "There's no need to be so afraid. Actually, there's no bad blood between us." Sitting on the round stool like a doll, Klein was stunned for a moment, but he didn't respond. Amon leaned forward slightly and looked into his eyes before continuing with a smile. "The only conflict we have is regarding Sapphira Castle. But do you really wish to shoulder that fate? Aren't you worried that the original owner of Sapphira Castle will revive within you?" This was something Klein was very concerned about, making him at a loss for words. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and didn't urge him to answer. He smiled and said, "If you give me Sapphira Castle, all the problems will be resolved. That way, whether the original owner of Sapphira Castle comes back to life, or if the corresponding fate can be shouldered, the person who needs to worry is me, not you. Also, I'll be the one to take over the subsequent arrangements of my zealous brother, Dor, and Lil Zeridal's pursuits and the benediction of Evernight. And you will be freed from all this and just stay as a Sequence 3. Heh, why would I want to kill you? What's the point of killing a Sequence 3? Even if I want to retrieve the characteristic, it's still expendable. My prey will only be Palez, Lil Zeridal, and Dor. The rest will purely depend on my mood. As for the organization that you established, I can also help you maintain it. It's very fascinating and interesting. If you think this price isn't enough, then I can make you my blessed. Heh. Are you not pretending that the fool is the angel of time Amon in the City of Silver? This can turn into a reality in the future. I will lead them out of the forsaken land of the gods and see the light outside. When the time comes, you'll still have a chance to advance to Sequence 2 and become an angel. This is practically taking over all my worries and hardships. There are only benefits left." Klein, who didn't have a huge desire in becoming a true god and controlling Sapphira Castle, heard his heart palpitate with excitement. If he hadn't known that Amon was the #1 master in deceit, he would have agreed to it on the spot. But in the end, he still said without any expression, "Kill me. Is that the only thing you know how to say?" Amon said without any signs of anger. He looked at Klein with piqued amusement. To him, this was a very interesting matter. It was completely understandable that he would encounter difficulties during the process. They only served to make success even more fulfilling and delightful. "I'm just a heartless broken record." By lampooning, Klein eased his depression and despair. Instead of answering, he asked, "How do you know that the City of Silver thinks that you are the fool?" He didn't dare to say that the City of Silver still suspected that the fool was the god that Amon believed in, afraid that he would provoke him. Of course, if Amon was the type of person who would lose his intelligence after being provoked, he definitely would have tried doing so. This was because he now suspected that, after gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, he would be reborn above the gray fog after his death. Unfortunately, Amon wasn't a king of angels from the storm pathway, but a god of trickery that gave even the true deities a headache in the fourth epoch. Amon laughed and said, "Do you think I only have 2 avatars in the City of Silver? Since you, the fool, and the hanged man have intervened, then I'm happy to quietly watch from the sidelines." The City of Silver is still accommodating Amon's avatar. Who's the fellow who was parasitized? Yes, previously. The members of the Giant King's Court's exploration team weren't parasitized. This is something that can be confirmed. As his mind tensed up, Klein felt that it was only natural. This was because Leonard had once told him that seeing one Amon meant that there were a bunch of Amons lurking around. It wouldn't just be a small handful. Without much thought, Klein tried hard to come up with an attempt to create an opportunity. "You didn't rob me of my destiny directly because you can't handle it right now?" Amon nodded frankly and said, "Yes, that's why I want to make a deal with you peacefully. But since you rejected my offer, I can only bring you to see my real body to a sufficiently safe place. Then your destiny will be taken away. When that happens, your ending will not be as good as I just said earlier." As he spoke, the black-haired, black-eyed man with a broad forehead and thin face slowly got up and walked towards the door. With that, Klein stood up and followed behind like a puppet. As he reached out to open the door, Amon seemed to recall a question. He pressed down on the crystal monocle and turned to look back at him. "What's the 4th line of your scholar of your honorific name?" In mysticism, every existence's corresponding honorific name wasn't that strict. As long as one used the correct format and certain descriptions to narrow the scope to prevent any ambiguity, they could point towards the corresponding hidden existence. This was also why quite a number of heretics who knew anything about mysticism could randomly make up honorific names while still receiving feedback. Of course, if it wasn't for the honorific name given by the hidden existence, there was no way to enjoy receiving feedback. Whether they established a connection or not depended on whether the existence was interested in the supplicant. Previously, Amon had used his understanding of the scholar of Reincarnation Sparrow and the powers of the Marauder Pathways Sequence 7 cryptologist to restore the full honorific name that could point accurately to Reincarnation Sparrow. However, he didn't attempt to pray and used the automatic response to establish a connection to lock onto Klein's location, because his godhood intuition told him that there was a problem with the 4th sentence, dooming him to fail. The 4th line of Klein's honorific name flashed across his mind, but he had no intention of telling Amon. At that moment, Amon opened his mouth and read out his thoughts. "Protector of Backlund magic and drama performers." This so-called angel of time and blasphemer fell silent for a few seconds after saying it out loud. Then he smiled very happily. After laughing, Amon adjusted his monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, "To be honest, this is all very interesting. Are you really not considering becoming my blessed?" Klein opened his mouth and gave a familiar answer. "Kill me." Upon hearing Klein's reply, Amon smiled and shook his head. As he reached out to open the door, he casually asked, "How did you think of such an honorific name? It needs to have a certain connection with myself, but also be able to avoid others from using the prayer's automatic response to lock onto me. There aren't many such honorific names." Seeing that his identity had been exposed, there was no need for Klein to hide it any further. Furthermore, he hoped to use such a conversation to grasp an opportunity. At the same time, his mind raced as he began thinking about how to save himself. "I've been deeply parasitized. If I have any thoughts that aren't beneficial to Amon, it will be easily sensed and detected by him. Today is Saturday, and it's almost Monday again. If the fool suddenly stops the tarot gathering without any warning, the other members will definitely be terrified, nervous, and confused. Here, those who have the means to contact the world will definitely attempt to summon the messenger to ask for the reason. And once Miss Messenger approaches me, she will be able to discover the existence of Amon. Then, she can use the yesterday once again charm to recover to her peak condition. With the complete strength of an angel, she has a sizable chance of rescuing me from Amon's avatar. The most important thing for me now is to persist and live for 2 days. Yes, since Amon can't steal my fate right now, why did he try to trade peacefully? Even if I agreed to it, he wouldn't dare to let me go above the gray fog to grant him permission. That would mean that I'm free from his control and able to Sapphira Castle to effectively purify and make a counterattack against the parasite. Is the agreement itself a switch, and there's no need to follow up on it? Amon deliberately didn't mention this. As expected, it was a scam. Having grasped a sliver of hope, Klein decided to stall for time as long as possible for the next 2 days. The focus of Amon was still on the honorific name that no human and angel could think of. As he walked out of the room, he scratched his chin and said, "Have you provided any protection to Backlund's magic and drama performers?" "I've protected a trickmaster before." Having made plans, Klein was much more cooperative than before. He answered simply, "I'm a magician myself. I've performed many times in Backlund." The monocled Amon nodded. "Barely counts." He then walked out of the hotel room and went down the stairs to the street. Like a servant, he followed behind without any abnormalities. Looking to his left and right, Amon pinched his monocle and sighed with a smile. "How regretful." "What's there to regret?" Klein asked in puzzlement. "I've already been caught by you. What else do you have to regret?" Amon pressed down on his silk top hat and maintained his smile. "You can make a guess. If you can guess correctly, I can give you a better ending." Klein didn't believe in his promise at all. In order to not be tricked into revealing more secrets, he shook his head and said, "I can't guess it." "How boring," Amon said simply. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly tapped on his monocle. From the pedestrians, the trees by the side of the street, the sparrows on the rooftops, the rats in the muddy corners, and all kinds of living creatures in the air, illusory worm-like figures flew out, returning to Amon like stars. This son of a god status instantly rose to the level of an angel. As for Klein, he raised his left hand, and the human-skinned glove suddenly turned transparent. This was the activation process of traveling. At that moment, the only thing on him which was real was creeping hunger. The rest were made by using the powers of a faceless, as well as the glove using flesh and blood as the material. Seeing that traveling was about to begin, Klein was taken aback as he blurted out, "Why didn't you teleport in the room?" He had expected Amon to leave Backlund with him. After all, this was a place where even a king of angels had to be wary of. However, he couldn't understand why he would open the door, go down the stairs, and leave the hotel in such ordinary fashion. The eye behind the monocle swept across Klein as the corner of Amon's mouth slowly curled up. "I've already answered you. What a pity that you didn't seek help from Pallas." This angel of time had an obvious smile on his face, but there was no emotion in his black eyes. It made Klein shudder. He's certain that I have some connection with Pallas Zoroast. Is it because of what happened the last time? No, stop it. Klein attempted to cogitate, trying his best to control himself from thinking too much, so as to prevent his thoughts from being stolen by Amon. Amon glanced at the panicking passers-by on the street in an impassive manner before looking up at the gray sky and saying, "I can only wait for the next opportunity. The most important thing now is to bring you to that place." As they spoke, both of them turned transparent at the same time and vanished from the hotel's entrance. None of the people who came over felt anything amiss. After passing through countless indescribable spirit world creatures and overlapping layers of different saturated colors, Klein and Amon appeared above the sea. Beneath their feet was a huge fissure. The blue seawater had been cut off as they plummeted deep into the bottomless darkness, like a waterfall without ever filling it. This was the entrance to the ruins of the Battle of Gods. With a thought, Klein asked, "You're taking me to the forsaken land of the gods?" The magnificent waterfall was reflected in Amon's monocle. He nodded slightly and casually replied, "That's right. When we get there, even your messenger won't be able to sense you through the contract." The forsaken land of the gods was clearly separated from the spirit world. Only by relying on Sapphira Castle could a connection be made. "Amon knows what I'm planning to do." The flame of hope that was ignited in him was extinguished by the cold reality. He couldn't find another way to save himself for the time being. At this moment, the levitating Amon muttered to himself, "If my mausoleum in Backlund hadn't been destroyed by the Church of Steam, we could have used the abyss as a springboard to head there directly. We wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." Klein guiltily changed the topic. "The abyss is connected to the forsaken land of the gods?" "No," Amon shook his head and said with a relaxed expression, "but I can use some of its characteristics to go anywhere. I heard that there were some nasty changes in the abyss." With a thought, Klein probed. Amon turned his head and glanced at him without concealing his curiosity. "You're actually aware?" "Yes. I once thought of exploring the abyss." Klein didn't speak further, afraid that the King of Angels of the Marauder Pathway would discover that he could read Roselle's diary. At this moment, Amon suddenly laughed. "You want to explore the abyss? What's so funny about that?" Klein was very interested in what had happened to the abyss to begin with. Thus, he took the opportunity to cooperate with Amon in an attempt to know more. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly had a new idea. Using the conversation he had with Amon, he could grasp more historical secrets to speed up his digestion of the Scholar of Your Potion. That way, he could try using it to deepen his control of Sapphira Castle and escape from his current predicament. This thought flashed through his mind as he quickly restrained himself and stopped thinking about such matters. In regards to his question, Amon chuckled and said, "Your visiting of the abyss is like offering yourself as a beautifully packaged gift to someone who wants it." Dark side of the universe? Klein was first alarmed before he made a guess. Amon nodded. He was originally the only surviving ancient god, the devil monarch, Farbadi. Now Without finishing his sentence, Amon leaped and jumped into the huge, illusory rift with the strong winds. With that, Klein lost the support of the wind and fell straight down. After an unknown period of time, the water that resembled a fountain surged upwards rapidly, throwing him and Amon to the other side of the severed face. Just as he entered the ruins of the Battle of Gods, Klein was hit by bright sunlight. He suddenly heard a series of intense and crazy ravings. It was like a thin needle that pierced through his eardrums and stabbed into his brain, filling every thought with immense pain. As for the worms of spirit that formed his mythical creature form, they gradually changed, as though they were about to give birth to a degenerate consciousness that didn't belong to him. The true creator's ravings. With regards to this, Klein could barely withstand it, but it was difficult for him to hold on for too long. There was no way for him to go too far in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. At this moment, he saw that the monocle on Amon's right eye absorbed all the light around them. It became unusually bright and white. Then, a thick darkness ruled the sky. Amon directly stole the day of the ruins of the Battle of Gods. In the darkness, this Angel of Time's avatar brought Klein to an island and made him sleep against a stone pillar. Soon, Klein arrived in the hazy dream world. He saw the projection of the giant king's court, which was filled with an epic feeling, opposite the black cloister and the cliff. Amon, wearing the black silk top hat and crystal monocle, appeared beside him. With a relaxed smile, he pointed at the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the sunset. "That's the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods." After some thought, Klein raised his doubts. "Don't you need to enter a dream at a specific location to open the entrance?" He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope again. He thought that it would be great if Amon wasted a week or two of his time in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. "That's right." Amon didn't deny what Klein had said. He casually said, If you wish to open the entrance, you have to travel on a ship to the core of this ruin's waters. This might take more than a month, and you will experience many dangers that you're currently unable to withstand. As for me, I don't have to. Is it because you're the son of the Creator? Klein guessed in deliberation. No, Amon had one hand in his pocket as he turned to walk to the Black Cloister's entrance. In chaotic places like this, order is in shambles, and the laws governing them have mutated. There are too many things that can be exploited. As this angel of time walked, he turned to look at Klein. The Marauder Pathways Sequence 0 has a very abstract name, error. It was named by my father. He once used a strange word of unknown origins to represent it. Bug. When translated, it's a Trojan horse of fate, the slug of time, the loopholes in rules, the manifestation of all errors. Error, bug, is that the essence of the Marauder Pathway? As he came to a realization, Klein also confirmed one thing. That was that the ancient sun god, the city of Silver Creator, Amon's father really did come from Earth. The word that Amon said was standard English. Fellow Earthling, your two children have really caused me so much pain. If only they were all like Bernadette. As he lampooned inwardly, he asked curiously, "You want to use this dream world's loophole?" Klein controlled himself and didn't use the term bug to describe it, lest it would arouse suspicion in Amon due to his overly ordinary fluency when speaking the word. He would then reveal a trump card for no reason. Faced with a king of angels who could steal his thoughts and deeply parasitize him, he had very few trump cards to begin with. He had to make good use of every single one of them. Who knew when they might end up being effective? At that moment, Amon had already walked out of the Black Cloister. He had one hand in his pocket, and without doing anything, the heavy door opened automatically, as though it was welcoming the arrival of a distinguished guest. You can think of it that way, but in actual fact, it's a little more complicated than that. Amon didn't show the might of a blasphemer at all as he casually answered Klein's question. This dream world doesn't have any errors, or rather loopholes. It's just that, due to the clashing of remnant divine powers, some places appear more chaotic. And I can use this chaos to create a loophole. As the huge door that was prepared for the giant was completely opened, Amon pinched his monocle and walked into the hall, venturing deep inside. During this process, he smiled and gave a more in-depth explanation. You should know very well that this cloister is composed of dreams. Yes, it comes from the dreams of different living beings in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. After some thought, Klein added, it might also be left behind by some dreams from the past. At that moment, the man and angel walked on a winding black staircase. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass from high above, bringing with it a feeling of burning holiness. Amon touched the human skull engraving on the railings and smiled as he took in the surroundings. Generally speaking, the area you enter this dream world is where you end up when waking up, regardless if you're in the dreams of other living beings in other seas. Unable to nod, Klein could only express his opinion with words. That's right. And after I create a loophole, I can wake up in the corresponding location by entering other dreams. Clearly, this cloister is much smaller than the sea ruins outside. The structure is even narrower. Perhaps, we can reach our destination in a few minutes. There was a hint of joy in Amon's tone. To him, creating and exploiting loopholes was a joyous matter. Amon is actually able to use such a method to quickly pass through the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. We won't even be wasting an hour or two, much less 1 or 2 weeks, as expected of a king of angels, the blasphemer of the fourth epoch. The glimmer of hope that was generated in Klein vanished instantly. He wasn't sure if Amon had deliberately not mentioned it in advance, so as to enjoy watching the bubbles of his target's hope being popped time and time again, or if he didn't care about such trivial matters. All he could do was to curb his heavy depression and say, "You want to control the core dream of this illusory world?" He remembered Queen Mystic Bernadette mentioning that she didn't dare enter the black wooden door in the deepest depths of the cloister. "It's not me, it's us," Amon replied with a smile. He seemed to suddenly recall something. He raised his hand to adjust his monocle and asked with interest, "Why did you put a monocle on your marionette?" "I didn't even need to prepare one myself." Feeling awkward for a second, Klein thought for a second and decided to answer truthfully. "Not long ago, in order to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion, I deliberately wore this monocle in front of the Red Angel Evil Spirit." Amon, who was walking down the stairs, suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Klein and smiled. "Very interesting," this Angel of Time said thoughtfully. "To think that Medici hasn't completely died. Next time, if I encounter him, I'll disguise myself to look like you, and then I'll wear a monocle in front of him again. Poor Sauron Einhorn Medici, as a whole king of angels. Can you not be so senseless? Is this the so-called God of Mischief?" When Klein heard that, he felt wistful, not knowing what to say. Amon pressed down on the crystal monocle and asked, "Did you wear this monocle on your left eye?" "How did you know?" Klein was shocked, imagining that Amon had stolen the scene from the fog of history. "How did I know?" Amon said with a smile. "There are two possibilities. Firstly, it's because you're of a beyonder of a low level, so you're definitely not a match for that fellow Medici. You were afraid that if your disguise was too realistic, then you would incur a fatal subconscious attack and deduced that you would be better of doing so. Secondly, if you had the intention of imitating me and ended up doing an accurate imitation, then I might be able to use the ripples generated by fate to detect the incident. Since I didn't notice it, it must mean that the monocle was worn on the wrong spot. Make a guess. Which possibility is it?" "I will choose the most dangerous possibility, regardless of whether it's true or not. This way, I will be even more careful and cautious in the future when it comes to matters like this. Of course, there must be a future first." Since Amon didn't show any signs of viciousness or oppression, Klein had unknowingly let down his guard and felt that Amon was an easygoing king of angels. But now, he suddenly snapped to attention as he came to a realization that this was a trait of a master swindler. "The second possibility." Klein gave his answer. Amon didn't say if he was right. He reached the bottom of the stairs and came to the lowest level of the cloister. He stopped in front of a black wooden door covered in strange patterns. "I've been here before. Once this door is fully opened, the power inside will shatter the dream world in its entirety," Klein said as he attempted to extract more historical secrets from Amon. Amon reached out for the handle, his thin face impassive as he said, "This is my father's final dream. The corresponding location is where he perished. The ruins of the Battle of Gods was where Rose Redemption attacked the ancient sun god, the source of the cataclysm." When Klein heard that, he tensed up as his thoughts raced. With regards to this answer, after understanding the formation of Rose Redemption, he had a corresponding theory regarding the various abnormalities in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. He wasn't too shocked now, and the scholar of your potion had even been digested to a certain degree. Immediately following that, he let out an indescribable sigh. This was the closest he had gotten to the ancient sun god. Previously, when he saw it through dream divination, they were separated by a distant stretch of both space and time. The ancient sun god and Emperor Roselle were the protagonists of an era. But in the end, they ended up miserable. The ending was tragic. Roselle still has the means of being revived. I wonder if this former creator had any similar setups. Dark Angel Sasfer, the true creator? Amidst his thoughts, Amon opened the black wooden door covered in strange patterns. There was a sea inside, and the blinding sunlight shot straight at it. There seemed to be a rich gold color hidden in the waves. Klein didn't understand what the thick gold represented previously, but now he had a preliminary idea. It was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before he died, he was affected by the power of the Evernight and fell into a dream. He dreamed of his body being torn apart, staining the sea with blood. Clang! As the black wooden door opened, an unimaginable aura emanated out, causing the entire cloister to violently shake, as though it had encountered an earthquake that could destroy this world. Amidst the dust and collapsed stone bricks, the two of them entered the golden sea through the wooden door. Following that, he felt his spirit body melt as his psyche evaporated. In seconds, he would become fertilizer for the dream. At this moment, bright and pure white light shone out from Amon's crystal monocle, instantly shattering the dream world. He returned the day he had stolen to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, allowing the place to turn from night to day. At the same time, his and Klein's figures turned somewhat transparent. Then, they appeared in midair above a sea that was dyed golden. The temperature here was higher than what Klein imagined, but it wasn't as dangerous as the dream. Or rather, the sea in the core region of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods was separated into safety zones due to various clashes of divine power. As long as one didn't blindly explore the area, then there wouldn't be too much of a problem. In the next second, Amon's monocle drew in all the light from his surroundings, making himself appear extremely bright. Day was stolen and night had fallen once again. After the two landed on an island in a safe zone, they once again entered the dream world. This time, they appeared outside the black wooden door covered with strange patterns. Amon adjusted his monocle, which he wore on his right eye, and pulled it with his left hand, stealing the distance between the entrance and the cloister. Both of them took a step forward at the same time, leaving the cloister and arriving at the edge of the cliff. Opposite them was the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. Klein originally thought that Amon would follow procedure and chant the corresponding honorific name, but to his surprise, he only raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The clouds that separated the two mountains instantly boiled as they parted to the left and right, revealing an invisible dark rift at the bottom. The projection of the giant king's court on the opposite side suddenly sucked all the rays of light from the sunset over, letting them surge forward and fill up the deep crack. Hence, in between the two mountains, an orange-red light road appeared in the clouds. "Let's go." Amon gave a low laugh as he leaped down the cliff. With the fluttering of his clothes, he landed on the passage formed by dusk. Unable to resist, Klein could only follow and jump down the cliff. The path that was formed by dusk didn't seem to contain anything, but after Amon and Klein landed one after another, they didn't continue falling, as though they were walking on the ground. This time, Amon didn't steal the distance. Instead, he brought Klein along as they approached the majestic projection of the giant king's court. From time to time, he would observe and admire the beautiful scenery. Walking above the sea of clouds, they walked along a sunset bridge with the legendary palace in the distance. It was supposed to be a joyful and refreshing matter, but Klein felt as though he was walking into the abyss, doing so one step at a time. The more he struggled, the deeper he fell. Once he entered the forsaken land of the gods, many things that he relied on would be useless. Before long, Amon and Klein arrived at the projection of the giant king's court and stood in front of the tallest building. On one side of the building was a steeple, and on the other side was a spire. The main door was far more than 10 meters tall, with it being mainly a grayish-blue color. It was covered with symbols, labels, and patterns. It was where the giant king lived, the place where Dark Angel Sasfer slept. Klein glanced at the pitch-black hole to the left of the door, roughly determining that the door in the dream didn't need a key to open. Otherwise, the true creator's believers wouldn't have been able to pass through. After all, the actual key back then was in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection room. Next, we'll be able to enter the forsaken land of the gods once the door is opened. However, we'll definitely attract the attention of others by doing so. Amon chortled and took a few steps diagonally to the edge of the door. "We won't open the door, but instead directly head over." As he spoke, the Angel of Time raised his hand to adjust his monocle. A dark blue color appeared in the corner of the grayish-blue door. It was an illusory door without any sense of being corporeal. The door-opening power of an apprentice is a very low-level ability, but it's perfect when used here. Amon lowered his right hand and introduced in satisfaction. Taking 2 steps, he passed through the illusory door. There are no useless beyonder powers, only useless beyonders. If I directly push the door open, I'll draw the attention of others. But from who? The true creator? His holy residence. His divine kingdom should be somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods. If I can lure him over and let him clash with Amon, I might be able to find a chance to escape. Without any ability to control himself, Klein followed behind Amon without leaving much of a gap, stepping into the blurry dark blue door. The moment he stepped through, he felt the world spin around him. Even his spirituality seemed to be torn apart. After the abnormality disappeared and his condition was restored, he realized that he was on a beach that was soaked in the glow of the sunset. The sand and stones here were all black in color. Deep blue waves surged over from afar as they crashed into the coast, one wave after another, but they didn't produce any sounds like they should have. They were quiet, like a grand illusion. The sea is an illusion. Coming in would probably result in one appearing here, but it's not necessarily the case for leaving. According to the principle of reciprocity, if one wants to leave, they can only open the residence of the Giant King, where Dark Angel Sassurer is in deep sleep. With a sudden realization, Klein turned his head and looked in another direction. It was a mountain bathed in dusk. On it were countless palaces, towers, and many majestic city walls. This was the legendary Giant King's court. Even if the City of Silver could find a path that leads to the beach, it would be meaningless. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Amon had changed his image. He wore a black classical robe and a pointed hat of the same color. He changed from being a gentleman from the present era to an ancient mage that originated from the fourth or even the third epoch. With a thought, Klein continued looking at the Giant King's court, which wasn't too far away. He casually said, "Dark Angel Sassurer is sleeping in the palace of the Giant King." Amon stood to his side as he looked in the same direction and said without any change in expression, "I know. I've entered the Giant King's court and even visited the graves of Ormer's parents." As expected, one of Klein's guesses was finally confirmed. He deliberated and said, "What answers you searching for one? You can make a guess." Amon continued looking at the Giant King's court and laughed. "If I had any idea, I wouldn't need to ask you." After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "Some secrets of the first epoch? You can say that," Amon replied without much concern. Klein hesitated for a moment before saying, "Aren't you curious about Dark Angel Sassurer's condition?" "I am." Amon didn't change the direction of his gaze as he said with a smile, "But compared to me, there are still many people who are more interested in that. My zealous brother, the Hanged Man, the Dragon of Betrayal, as well as Evernight, Storm, and White. I want to see who's the first one who isn't able to hold back. If I can steal everything of importance inside at the critical moment, their expressions will definitely be very interesting." This thought, the reason for stirring up such a huge matter was purely to cause trouble, to gain some excitement? Klein frowned slightly and realized that Amon's values were different from that of humans. This is a natural mythical creature, completely different from humans. Why can I frown on my own? Just as he came to a realization, he sensed that something was missing in his body. He subconsciously turned his head to look at blasphemer Amon. There was a semi-translucent worm of time with 12 rings in Amon's hand. He smiled as he looked into Klein's eyes and said with some anticipation, "Since we've already arrived at the forsaken land of the gods, there's no need to worry about external interference. I'll give you a chance. Before I reach my true destination, I will no longer parasitize you. You can use every method that you can think of to escape, and I will try my best to stop you. Good luck. Don't disappoint me." For a moment, Klein couldn't believe what Amon had just said. He suspected that Amon was bluffing him. But when he thought of Amon's behavior all this while, he felt that it was something that was in line with his character. "All right." As his thoughts raced, he took a deep breath and solemnly replied under the orange glow of the sunset. Backlund, Parliament House. Due to King George Ill's sudden self-destruction, none of the nobles and members of Parliament were allowed to return to their respective homes. Instead, they were gathered here to receive heavy protection from the 3 churches and the military. Dressed in a pure black dress, Audrey stood behind the railing on the 2nd floor and quietly looked down. As the matter had happened too suddenly and lacked any prior warning, She still found it surreal despite receiving some indication from the world Gehrman Sparrow. She seemed to have transcended reality and was watching a performance. Her father, brother, and the other nobles and members of parliament were gathered in cliques as they occupied different small rooms. From time to time, one would walk out of the small room, bringing with them the stench of smoke and their gentlemanly attire as they rushed to another discussion circle. The ladies and madams sat in the lounge. Most of them had yet to return to their senses as their eyes were dazed and their bodies trembling. The parliamentary staff and the military's middle and low-ranking officers were running about everywhere, transmitting information from different places. A soldier dressed in a red shirt and white pants walked in from the outside and handed a stack of paper to the officer in charge of the hall. The officer glanced at it and immediately called for his assistant. He pointed at the small room where Earl Hall and the rest were in. Without asking anything, the adjutant took the documents and ran towards his destination. All of this happened in a very quiet environment. Only the sound of footsteps and faint whispers echoed in the air. It was as if it was a huge oil painting drawn on the canvas of the real world. The gorgeous decorations, dark colors, dim lights, and the expressions on everyone's faces created an extremely heavy atmosphere. Audrey pursed her lips slightly and looked at it for a while. Her mood was still at a nadir, and she only managed to maintain her calm by relying on placate. Why would Mr. World deal with the king? The death of the king will definitely bring deep hatred. It doesn't matter what sequence the king is, because he has never shown it. This doesn't affect the overall strength of the kingdom, but this incident is enough to explain one thing. The three churches, royal family, and military have fractured apart. The internal strife is quite serious. The situation with Loan will be very dangerous. Its enemies will definitely not let this opportunity go. As her thoughts raced, she saw a man in a black coat rush into Parliament House. He suppressed his voice and started talking to the officer in charge of the lobby. As an experienced spectator who could observe the subtle expressions and body language, reading lips was undoubtedly Audrey's strength. As she watched, she interpreted the corresponding content. Intis has used the excuse of conflict in the borders of the Homosis mountain range to gather a large number of troops there. Audrey bit her lip lightly as that familiar feeling of not belonging there arose again. It was as if she had seen a novel's description play out in the real world. The grayness of the sky seemed to grow thicker. No one spoke in the house where the Moretus lived. Benson stood behind the oriel window with a solemn expression as he looked at the people rushing down the streets. It was unknown what he was thinking. Melissa sat on the sofa beside the coffee table. She lowered her head and looked at the crude machinery she made. It was as if she had become a statue. Sigh. The situation has become even more chaotic. Benson exhaled as he touched his hairline. He turned his head back and forced a smile. Regardless, Backlund is definitely safer than most places. Melissa didn't raise her head. Instead, she said with an ethereal voice, "Klein found a good job, and our lives gradually improved. In the end, an accident took him away. We moved out of Tingen and you got a job as a civil servant. I entered university and started on the correct path. In the end, war broke out. It wasn't easy for us to get used to this environment. We were praying that the war would end early. In the end, the king was blown to pieces." Having said that, Melissa slowly lifted her head and looked at her brother with a confused expression. "Benson, is it that difficult to obtain and maintain a better life than what we had before?" Backlund, East Borough. Furs, who had just returned from the land of ice and snow, was wrapped in thick layers of clothing. She looked at the burning charcoal stove in front of her as if she had fallen into a terrible environment again. She couldn't help but shiver a few times. George III is already dead. The things that happened before will definitely come to an end. Perhaps we can move out of this place and head to North Borough or Hillston Borough. The houses there have fireplaces. Zio sat on a chair opposite her and similarly stared at the warm furnace. She replied with a slightly confused expression, "Let's wait another week or two. To be honest, I still can't believe that George III was killed so easily. I didn't have time to do anything. This bounty hunter, who had become a judge, sounded disappointed, confused, and puzzled. It felt as though she had lost her motivation in life. Furs temporarily forgot about the damage caused by the cold as she consoled her. I don't think that this was done by Gairman Sparrow. It was done by those people who used Charmaine. They were the only ones investigating the secret motives of George III. Your actions have contributed to his death to a certain degree. It's as if you had exacted your revenge in an indirect manner. There shouldn't be any more surveillance or suppressive measures placed against your family. You can try to start a new life. If you have the chance, you might be able to use proper channels to make an appeal for your father. Upon hearing the last few sentences, Zio raised her head. Yes, the situation is getting more and more chaotic now. I'm worried that they'll be affected by the war. Furs, do you think it's safer to be in Backlund? Or in an ordinary city that isn't near the borders? Furs thought for a few seconds and shook her head calmly. I don't know. She added, I plan to ask Mr. World. He must have a better grasp of the overall situation. Do you still remember? He warned us beforehand that something would happen around George III, and to avoid approaching him. In addition, Furs also wanted to ask where the next stop of her travels would be so that she could make preparations early. Yes, Zio nodded instinctively. Furs flipped through the newspapers she supported with her knees, and she drank the coffee she had left. Then, she slowly got up and entered the room inside. She prayed to Mr. Fool in a low voice, asking him to pass her questions to the world Gairman Sparrow. In the forsaken land of the gods, near the giant king's court, without being parasitized at a deeper level, Klein followed Amon to the foot of the mountain. In the frozen dusk, they circled to the front of the mythical land. Although Amon had given him a chance to escape, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. This was because he knew very well that Amon had the strength and level of at least a sequence 2. He was an angel in the truest sense of the word, an entity he couldn't fight head-on. Besides, a marauder was known as an error, a loophole, a bug. Its powers were very strange, making it impossible to guard against. Klein believed that whatever normal means he could come up with to save himself would be ineffective. I can only stay patient and wait for an opportunity that can be used. During this process, I have to keep making attempts to observe Amon's response. Yes, I still have to take note of a problem. I can't believe anything Amon says. He has already retrieved the worm of time and removed my parasitized state. At least, in terms of my condition. He isn't lying, but this might not be the whole truth. I can't rule out the possibility that he has left a worm of time lurking in my body. He might take control of my body at a critical moment. As these thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, he chatted with Amon, asking about Dark Angel Sasra. However, he saw that nearby, in the distance, the dusk was fading away as darkness blanketed the area. Lightning bolts that snarled from time to time lit up half the sky. They had arrived at the boundary of the giant king's court and were about to leave the mythical kingdom. Once I'm in the darkness, I'll either evaporate into thin air or encounter a sudden terrifying monster attack. With a thought, Klein pretended not to know anything as he continued proceeding forward. He went from the orange dusk and into the deep darkness. At this moment, Amon, in his black classic robe and pointed hat, accompanied with a monocle, reached out his hand and pulled back a lantern covered in thin animal hide. Inside the lantern, a candle made of some unknown oil emitted a faint yellow light and a slightly pungent smell. Carry it. Amon threw the lantern at Klein. Klein caught the lantern and fell silent. A few seconds later, he probed, "Where did you get this from?" At that moment, Klein imagined that Amon had summoned a projection from the historical void. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and said with a smile, "I stole it from the human camp up ahead." "Oh, that's the City of Silver's afternoon town camp. It was stolen." Klein's eyelids twitched. He didn't ask further as he carried the lantern into the endless darkness. The dim yellow light was like an invisible defensive barrier as it quickly spread out, creating a warm zone in the dark night. At this moment, the lightning in the sky kept flashing. The gap between them was rather long, and there was almost no thunder. It occasionally boomed. According to the general knowledge he had learned from Little Sun, this was nighttime in the forsaken land of the gods. It was the most dangerous period. As he proceeded forward, he first used the faceless powers which had undergone a qualitative change. Together with creeping hunger, he adjusted his eye structure to adapt to this special environment. Following that, he used his spiritual perception to survey his surroundings. He felt that, in the darkness, there were many eyes staring at him, with creatures of indescribable shapes hidden. However, every time the lightning lit up and shone brightly, there was nothing. He wasn't worried at all about the serious backlash from using creeping hunger while not feeding it. From his point of view, there were only two outcomes. One was that creeping hunger attempted to devour him, but had its thoughts stolen away by Amon. The second was that creeping hunger successfully devoured him, the wearer, allowing him to be resurrected, thus escaping from his current predicament. The latter was something he was looking forward to, while the former didn't offer any losses, other than leaving creeping hunger somewhat perplexed. After proceeding forward for a while, he saw the City of Silver's afternoon town camp that was built using an abandoned building. Beyond those boulders and walls that were formed by stone pillars, the bonfire quietly burned and illuminated most of the areas inside, making them completely different from the outside world. The members of the City of Silver's exploration team were either patrolling or watching the area under the light's illumination to prevent any accidents. One of them was a Dawn Paladin who was nearly 2.3 meters tall. He was standing at the top of a stronghold and looking into the distance, wary of the monsters hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a faint yellow flame coming from afar in the darkness. This Dawn Paladin's pupils dilated as his heart raced. Apart from newborns and children who had yet to receive education, everyone in the City of Silver knew that this land had been forsaken by God. No one else would use fire in the darkness to create light. Even monsters who were good at controlling flames would be hidden in a dark environment before they attacked. As for the other humans, all the cities that the City of Silver had discovered to date had already been destroyed and turned to ruins. There were no survivors. The only outsider they had seen to date was the strange little boy, Jack. And at that moment, a flame appeared in the depths of the darkness, one that was constantly moving. What does this mean? The Dawn Paladin who was standing in the stronghold couldn't think of anything at that moment. He could only feel his body trembling slightly. The dim yellow light slowly approached from afar. It passed by the campsite and headed beyond Afternoon Town. Vaguely, the Dawn Knight saw two silhouettes that belonged to humans. They walked deep into the darkness, and their silhouettes were strangely illuminated by the light. Holding what looked like a lantern, they slowly left the camp and disappeared into the endless darkness. At some point in time, the Dawn Paladin was already holding his breath until the faint yellow light was completely gone. There are other humans? No, they can't be humans. The Dawn Paladin's eyes narrowed as he carefully turned around to inform the elder of the 6-member council presiding over this camp. At this moment, he discovered that one of the lanterns hanging on a stone pillar was missing. This Dawn Paladin's body stiffened as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As he walked away from Afternoon Town, Klein endured the stares of numerous pairs of eyes in the depths of the darkness. He secretly made use of the powers of a scholar of yore, as well as his connection with Sapphira Castle, to sense the grayish-white fog that was interwoven through history. He had succeeded. This proved that the forsaken land of the gods wasn't isolated from Sapphira Castle. The holy residence of the true creator, or even the divine kingdom, is located in this piece of land. If I were to trigger Sapphira Castle and create an anomaly, would it cause him to cast his gaze over and clash with Amon? He is a true god. I don't have extravagant hopes in escaping in the chaos, but I can seize the opportunity to commit suicide when he is dealing with Amon. With a thought, Klein wanted to make Sapphira Castle quake slightly. In the next second, this thought disappeared. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly as he walked beside him. The hanged man has no interest in Sapphira Castle. Of course, his rationality might not be constant. Klein didn't have extravagant hopes that his impulsive thought could truly succeed. He mainly wanted to test Amon's reaction and see what his response was. At that moment, he didn't feel depressed, nor did he hide his curiosity in asking a question. The Hanged Man is referring to the sequence 0 of the Shepherd Pathway? Amon nodded slightly and said, "That's right. This symbolizes degeneration. Of course, if you want to explain it in a positive light, that is sacrifice and responsibility." Klein thought for a moment before probing. "I thought this was a nickname you came up with, just like Medici." Based on what he knew, the true creator was born because of Ro's redemption. It was very likely related to the death of the ancient sun god. Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of attitude Amon had towards this evil god, and whether it was the same as his brother. Amon nudged his monocle and chuckled. "I've always respected the gods." To have a blasphemer say this sounds really contradictory. Helpless, Klein put a stop to the topic. Most of the areas in the Forsaken Land of the Gods didn't have paths that one would consider normal, but it wasn't that difficult to walk through them. This was because large swaths of the land were barren. Everything was mostly black in color. On the moors, there were occasional sightings of plants that stubbornly grew. They were of a variety of strange shapes and distorted sizes. Klein had no way to tell what they originally were. Around them, in the areas that the lantern couldn't illuminate, the darkness seemed to have a life of its own. It seemed to move silently, as though it wanted to devour everything that they could blanket. As a scholar of yore, Klein just needed one glance from the corner of his eye to see the spirit body threads extending out from the darkness around him. They were illusory, dense, and countless. This meant that there were many monsters lurking in the darkness. These monsters were extremely silent. They stared at Amon, who was dressed as an ancient mage, as well as Klein, who looked like a present-day gentleman. Under the dim yellow light, they walked through the wilderness. With his eyes fixed ahead, Klein casually held the animal hide lantern in his hand, not worried about when it would be extinguished. Just as the two of them were about to leave this barren wilderness and enter a hilly region, a deformed monster of mangled flesh with 2 heads and 5 arms suddenly trembled in the darkness behind them. It had become Klein's marionette. Controlling spirit body threads was silent to begin with, and it wasn't more than 500 meters away. In the next second, the monster collapsed silently, losing its life. Walking to Klein's left, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, smiled. He raised his right arm and opened his palm, revealing something. It was a transparent maggot with 3-dimensional patterns. A worm of spirit. This was stolen from the marionette, along with the spirit body threads. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Amon easily crushed the transparent maggot with his fingers. Klein immediately felt a pain that came from deep within his soul. His head felt like it was about to split open. Thankfully, he had gotten used to this feeling from him repeated creating yesterday once more charms and control spirit bullets. He only grimaced without losing his composure. Amon maintained his smile and threw down his palm. "You're too reserved. You can be more daring." Having recovered from the pain, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples, feeling exhausted. Every worm of spirit was calling for him to rest. As he was being chased by Zeradol, the spirituality that he borrowed from his past self had been mostly expended. There was still the continuous traveling after that. By using Angel's Embrace to remove traces, he was already nearing his limit. After he returned to a safe zone, he had planned on going above the gray fog to check on his surroundings before entering a deep sleep and replenish his energy. Alas, he ended up suffering an ambush from Amon, which resulted in him being parasitized. He had been tormented all the way to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. If he wasn't in a perilous situation, he might have fainted or showed signs of losing control. "I need to rest now," Klein put down his right hand and said frankly. He believed that Amon would satisfy his request, because the more he failed at escaping despite trying his best, the more he could satisfy this god of mischief's desire for entertainment. "All right." The monocled Amon's face turned slightly as he said while facing the hillside, "There's a resting place there. We'll arrive soon." Of course, I don't mind if you want to camp out in the wilderness. I just feel that you humans might prefer a place that gives you a sense of security. Let's go there. Klein originally wanted to directly control the flame of the lantern to complete a flaming jump, but his drained spirituality stopped him. He could only follow Amon and rely on his feet to move forward. Along the way, with a mind of asking more questions, he said to Amon, "Why don't you steal the distance to immediately arrive at our destination?" Amon turned his head and glanced at Klein with his monocled right eye. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "I'm not the one who wants to rest." Klein shut his mouth and quietly walked forward. After about 10 bolts of lightning flashes, Amon raised his hand and pointed diagonally ahead. "We're here." In the shadow of a hill less than 100 meters away, there were a few buildings that looked like half-steeples. More than 10 giant stone pillars protruded out from the ground, reaching only the height of Klein's knees. A few strands of wild grass grew out from the crevices. Their blade-like tips were dark red like blood. "There used to be people living here?" Klein rubbed his temples and asked. Nudging the monocle with his right index finger's second joint, Amon smiled and said, "This place used to be a very large city. When the cataclysm happened, the land cracked open and devoured the entire city, leaving behind only these structures to prove that it once existed. The destruction of civilization." This thought suddenly popped up in Klein's mind. He sped up his pace and arrived at the destination where there was strange wild grass. After entering a half-collapsed building, Klein instinctively looked around and observed the place. The grayish-white stone walls that had cracked open had murals that had been washed away by thousands of years. They were already indiscernible, and he could tell that the people in the city believed that entering heaven after death was an honor. After regulating his breathing, Klein threw away the animal hide lantern in his hand. Leaning against a thick stone pillar, he barely managed to imagine layers of spherical lights. He didn't care about the dangers of sleeping in such an environment. Let the danger come strike harder. Before he fell asleep, Klein shouted in his heart. The black-robed Amon glanced at him before casually sitting down beside him and snapping his fingers. The candle that was about to burn out in the lantern stopped melting, but the dim yellow light continued to spread. Despite only having fuel to last a few more minutes, it seemed to be able to last another few hours or even days. It was like an error that violated the laws of nature. After for an unknown period of time of feeling groggy, Klein finally recovered his energy and was woken up by Miss Magician's prayers. He was temporarily unable to respond to this. He closed his eyes and pretended that he was still dreaming. Without being parasitized at a deeper level, I don't think Amon can monitor my thoughts. He can only tell if my thoughts are harmful to him. With a thought, he secretly summoned the grayish-white fog. He had borrowed a state from his past self through the historical void, a state that wasn't directly meant for escaping. That was when Vinrambus invaded his island of consciousness. This attempt wasn't stopped or stolen. Using this state, and the fact that he was able to maintain his lucidity in dreams and the mind world regardless of any intrusions, he split a portion of his self-awareness and stayed in the spiritual sky, calmly looking down at the island. He began to examine if there were any abnormalities in his mind and thoughts that were being parasitized. After a series of strict comparisons, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his mind world. In other words, even if there was still a worm of time in his body, it was still considered being parasitized at a superficial level. It was impossible to monitor his thoughts. After finding such a safe zone, Klein finally released his repressed thoughts and analyzed the current situation. He considered the subsequent methods for self-preservation. Amon is a god of mischief and also a god of deceit. It's impossible that he is playing this game purely for his entertainment. If he really wants to do that, he can definitely wait until he meets with his true body and steals my fate. He can attempt it after obtaining Sapphira Castle. That way, even if something unexpected happens, his main goal will also be achieved and he wouldn't suffer any losses. What is his goal behind this matter? If I can grasp the crux of the matter, I might be able to discover true freedom. Also, After he recited the luck enhancement ritual incantation in Mandarin, he actually didn't show any concern towards the special language, nor did he ask any questions. This totally doesn't match the sense of curiosity that he portrays. Did he deliberately use the word bug to probe me, so as to see what connections I'll make? But he didn't steal my thoughts. No, if all my ideas are disjointed from one another, I wouldn't be able to discover that they've been stolen. Klein recalled the situation back then, and he used the logical connections between his thoughts to confirm that he hadn't had his thoughts stolen. This made him confirm one thing, that was that being parasitized at a deeper level, Amon could directly monitor his thoughts without stealing it. Amon made it seem that he had to notice malintent before he took action. It was a bluff. I knew it. This deeper level of parasitization seems to be different from what Pallas described. Based on this deduction, the thoughts that I've been thinking of along the way have been heard by Amon, including Earth, fellow Earthling, and child education. How terrifying. Thankfully, when I was plotting to destroy the advancement ritual of George III, I had imagined the perilous situation of being parasitized by Amon. Half of my thoughts were my instinctive reactions, while the other half was intentionally let loose. This way, not only do I reveal my secrets, but I can also use this to gain Amon's trust, concealing the most important and core matters. For now, he definitely knows that I plan to obtain more historical secrets from him, so as to quickly digest the scholar of your potion. However, he doesn't know that I'm not far from being able to fully digest it. I'm just a few steps short or just one opportunity away. Did Amon deliberately remove the parasite and play such a game with me because he had once heard of Earth from the ancient sun god and had come into contact with some secrets? He plans on using my attempt to save myself to complete certain matters that might be inconvenient or impossible for him? If that's the case, there will definitely be something happening next. Yes. I have to show that I didn't notice this and still plan on escaping like a normal person. Once I've returned to my optimal state, I'll make my first attempt. After a while, Klein opened his eyes. The pointed hat-wearing Amon sat beside him and smiled at him. Have you decided? When are you going to take action? He acted as if he was Klein's partner and not the target from which Klein was trying to escape from. Klein pressed down on the grayish-white wall and slowly sat up straight. He smiled and shook his head. Before I fill my stomach, my brain refuses to work. He was speaking the truth and also a lie. This was because, before becoming a complete mythical creature, a saint would still be hungry and thirsty. But to a Sequence 3 demigod, not eating or drinking for half a month wasn't a problem. As for a whole mythical creature, eating was only a hobby, not a necessity. What he wanted to express was that, before he officially made attempts at escaping, he needed to be in optimal condition. The habit of a magician, Amon commented with a smile. I'm not in charge of providing food, but you can think of a solution yourself. Looking at the lantern on the ground, Klein thought for a few seconds before reaching out his right hand into the air. A not-so-tall coffee table immediately appeared in front of him. It was an item from the residence belonging to Dwayne Dantes. Under the dim yellow light, Klein reached out once again to summon a beautifully packaged box from the historical void. Inside the box was a set of cutlery, including a knife, fork, and cup. The reason why he chose this item was because he couldn't form a set of cutlery by individually summoning them. He could only maintain 3 images from the historical void at the same time. After setting up the cutlery in a leisure manner, Klein politely turned his head to the side and nodded at the pointed hat-wearing Amon. Following that, he summoned a medium well-done steak covered in black pepper sauce. It landed on the porcelain plate, emitting some steam. With him slicing the steak with the knife, he revealed the remaining edge of the pink protein. Klein forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that the texture was real and the texture was succulent. It wasn't fake at all, as it really calmed the anxiety of his stomach. For 15 minutes, not only will I not feel hungry, but I will also receive real provisions. After swallowing the piece of beef, Klein smiled and introduced it to Amon like a hospitable host, and not a pitiful beyonder who had been kidnapped. Amon pressed against the crystal monocle and nodded with a smile. I've tried it. It's not bad. Your ability to adapt is really quick. Are you really not considering being my blessed? After cutting another chunk of beef, Klein forked it up and replied as though he was chatting with a friend. Kill me. At that moment, the relative frequent lightning and endless darkness ruled the land. Wherever the light from the surroundings couldn't shine on, eyes were staring at the area with zero emotion. The twisted, dark red grass gently swayed in the occasional breeze. In the half-collapsed building, the dim yellow light painted the artistic coffee table and the exquisite cutlery with warm colors. The aroma of the steak wafted in the air, not showing any contrast with the outside world that was continuously connected to it. Under the gaze of the terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness, Klein enjoyed a sumptuous meal in a refined and poised manner in the desolate land that was soaked in extreme terror. After finishing his steak, he summoned a small glass of iced wine from Mager Manor and drank it in one gulp. Following that, cream soup, pan-fried cod, tender lamb stew with peas, baked potato skins, and all sorts of grape wines were summoned one after another before entering Klein's stomach. During this process, the steak that was the first to be eaten had already been maintained for a long period of time. It had vanished into thin air, but Klein's stomach and body were numbed by the subsequent food and he was oblivious to it. Of course, the coffee table and food were replenished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted to the end of his meal. At the end of the meal, Klein continued reaching out his hand, pulling out a cup from the void. Inside was a ball of vanilla ice cream. He then used the spoon to scoop the ice cream into his mouth, feeling it melt with its delicious sweetness. After the ball was finished, he still wasn't satisfied as he summoned another ball of ice cream from the historical void. As such, he ate 5 different flavors of ice cream in a consecutive fashion. When Klein reached out his hand for the 6th time, Amon, who was sitting on his side, suddenly laughed. Your fate has had an abnormal change. You're lucky enough. Is this your preparation? Klein's right hand immediately froze in midair. His pupils seemed to dilate to a certain extent. Almost at the same time, in the darkness around them, where the lanterns couldn't shine, strange creatures twitched and instantly became Klein's marionette. This time, Klein sent out 100 worms of spirit in one go, hoping that one of them would be lucky enough to avoid Amon's theft. Right on the heels of that, behind the coffee table, a figure wearing a black coat and no hat was replaced with a disgusting vampire covered in pus. The artistic coffee table and exquisite cutlery shattered like glass that had been smashed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared and shattered. They quickly returned to the historical void, just in case it affected Klein's subsequent summoning attempts. In the next second, the 100 marionettes, along with the Klein, who had hidden somewhere, reached out to grab at the void. He attempted to avoid Amon's interference with quantity. At that moment they were all scholars of yore. This was the ability of bizarro sorcerers, the source of the qualitative change of a seer. Of course, the chances of success of each marionette summoning was independent, so there was no influence each had with the other. At that moment, the projection that Klein was summoning was the projection of Inauthentic, who had recovered to her peak state in the Tudor ruins. Due to the contract and charms, she was the easiest angel projection he could summon from the historical void. Amon was still sitting leisurely in his spot. His monocle emitted a faint glow as he watched the 101 Kleins summon at the same time. With his right hands reaching out in an orderly manner before being retracted, none of his 100 marionettes succeeded. He didn't drag Inauthentic out of the void. At that moment, Amon raised his right hand and also grabbed ahead of him. His arm sank slightly, and he casually pulled it back. Outside the half-collapsed building, a huge cloth doll that was as huge as a castle appeared. It was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, bound by vines. Ancient Bane Inauthentic. Amon had stolen the historical image that was summoned by Klein. Inauthentica's red eyes immediately reflected the figures of Klein's 100 marionettes. Without a sound, the marionettes, that were either disguised with Klein's appearance or in the state of a monster, emitted a faint glow, turning into homed mountain goats, white rabbits, and other different animals. Transformation curse. Klein's actual body had long disappeared. Then, he walked out of the flames that rose up from the animal hide lantern. He looked at the various animals that might be considered his and suddenly sat down and chuckled. Taking a stroll after a meal effectively improves one's health. He didn't mention anything about his attempt to escape, as if nothing had happened. Amon maintained his relaxed posture and nodded cooperatively. I've read quite a number of books written by humans. There are indeed such opinions among them. With that said, he raised his hand and pointed at the projection of Inauthentic. This is your messenger? This was something that could be easily confirmed, so Klein didn't hide it. He tersely acknowledged and nodded. What a pity. Amon sized up Inauthentic's projection and shook his head with a TSK. As he felt the food in his stomach disappear, Klein asked, What's the matter? I should bring you to Backlund to wait for a few more days. That way, I can wait for your messenger to deliver a letter to you. Then, she will become my messenger. Amon nudged his monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, Snatching an angel messenger. That will be very challenging and fun. Isn't it? Life needs some fun, excitement, and anticipation. I share the same thoughts, Klein replied sincerely. What a pity. The hatted Amon shook his head again. Evemite is someone I need to be careful about. If we stayed there any longer, even I wouldn't have any idea what would happen. As he spoke, this angel of time dispelled the historical void projection of Inauthentic, allowing her to vanish in front of Klein. You seem to be very wary of the goddess. Klein pretended to be a devout believer of the Evernight goddess. Of course, he didn't need to don a disguise. He was still a blessed of Evernight. Amon's gaze shifted to the lantern inside the half-collapsed building and looked at the dim yellow light. I'm unable to steal things that I'm curious about from a concealed state. I can't decipher what other arrangements she might have and what the key thing to take note of are. To a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, there was sufficient reason to be apprehensive. Taking advantage of the opportunity while Amon was answering his question, Klein suddenly recited the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun. You are the Evemite goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. Just as he said that, his thoughts were lost. If he hadn't had such plans previously, he wouldn't have known that he had made such an attempt. Amon turned to look at him and said with a smile, Are you trying to sound me out, believing that I'll also repeat your words after stealing your thoughts and words? At Sequence 4 Parasite, one is able to control the stolen items and make them appear at a suitable time. Is that so? Klein nodded gently. Thank you. As he spoke, Klein quickly summarized his experience and lessons of his escape attempt. Because the existence of the contract and their subordinative relationship, summoning Miss Messenger is the easiest amongst all the angels I know. Summoning the ice cream from the past can establish a subtle connection with he who represents fate, and allow me to be blessed with luck. Yes, every ball of ice cream represents a portion of my luck. I originally planned on summoning ice cream as a cover to secretly summon the snake of fate. In the future, the summoning had to be done with a certain degree of interference. Otherwise, Amon would be able to directly steal the historical void image I summon. It would only be giving him a helper after going through so much effort. Just as his thoughts raced, Amon pointed at the bunch of animals that had been cursed by the transformation curse, and he said with a slightly evil smile, Aren't you worried that there won't be any suitable food in the forsaken land of the gods? There it is, as long as we don't dispel the curse, they're real animals. Klein was stunned as he suddenly looked at the goats and the white rabbits. With him willing them, the animals looked at him simultaneously. In a sense, they were all himself. After all, they were combinations of worms of spirit and monsters before being hit by the curse. After silently staring at the rabbits and mountain goats for more than 10 seconds, Klein closed his eyes and flicked his right index finger and middle finger as if he was pressing an invisible piano key. A third of the marionette collapsed, losing the feeling of being alive. Klein's expression immediately warped, as though he had been struck 33 times by a giant sword. The familiar and extreme pain he felt swept through his spirit body, causing light-colored meat tendrils to sprout on his body. Every sprout seemed to be forming a transparent maggot. This was the backlash from killing 33 worms of spirit. After taking nearly 15 minutes to recover, Klein made his second attempt at letting the other third of his marionettes die. The same pain, the same time to rest, and the same actions were repeated again. Finally, he completely finished off this batch of cursed marionettes. He couldn't handle it all at once because the damage caused by the death of 100 worms of spirit was enough to make him lose control. And being cursed meant that he couldn't directly solve the problem by retrieving the characteristics. Of course, this was the standard of a scholar of yore who had just advanced recently. It wasn't the performance of a scholar of yore who was almost done digesting the potion. In fact, the loss of 100 worms of spirit would only worsen the pain, without him showing any signs of losing control or affecting the battle. He was only acting just now, allowing his performance to match his role. At his level, losing half the number of worms of spirit that he had at the same time would lead to losing control. Once he completely digested the scholar of your potion, he would be able to recover from having nearly 500 worms of spirit die at once. Even if he lost all the corresponding Beyonder characteristics, he wouldn't lose his status and level. He could slowly recover his strength by absorbing the Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway. After completing this, the recovered Klein walked out of the half-collapsed tower-like building. He went to the darkness outside and brought back a few white rabbits and a goat. He then realized that the darkness in the forsaken land of the gods wasn't as dangerous as Little Sun had described. Most of the monsters were weak. No, to be precise, the danger lurking in the depths of the darkness. Apart from making people evaporate into thin air, nothing else can compare to the fellow beside me named Amon. Klein glanced at the thin man who was sitting near the lantern, smiling as he watched him busy himself. He summoned something like boiled water from the historical void, and he squatted down, seriously removing the fur and flesh from the white rabbits and goat. After a series of tasks, Klein set up a bonfire. He set up a barbecue rack that came from history, and he placed a white rabbit on it. He brushed it with a full set of condiments he made himself, like basil, fennel, and salt, as he constantly turned the meat over. At this moment, the delicacies from the historical void he had eaten before had long disappeared due to him no longer maintaining their existence. His body and soul were calling out for replenishment. A tempting fragrance was gradually emanated as Amon's nose twitched slightly. "You're really eating them?" Without waiting for his reply, the god of mischief continued. "They're essentially the flesh of monsters and your worms of spirit. Are you sure you want to eat them? There's no way to undo the curse at the level of an angel. If there's no way to resist or correct it at the same level, there's no way of dispelling it. Since a thing looks like a rabbit, smells like a rabbit, and tastes like a rabbit, it's a rabbit." As Klein seriously roasted the rabbit, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Besides, how can I not maintain the best state if I want to escape from your grasp? For this sliver of hope, I can only challenge my psychological limits. This is what it means to endure humiliation and suffering," Klein added inwardly. At the same time, he sighed at the ancient Bane's transformation curse. This was many times stronger than a sequence 3 disciple of Silence's curse. There's almost no limit to the amount of time it can be maintained. Clearly, an ordinary animal can use all of my Beyonder powers through the worm of spirit, but a deformed marionette due to a curse isn't possible. This is a curse at the angel level. Apart from putting up resistance from someone at the same level, one can use the correct method to remove it. No curse is irreversible. There are always loopholes. Will kissing this rabbit turn it into Gehrman Sparrow? Klein made a self-deprecating comment as he analyzed to compose himself. After hearing his reply, the monocled Amon nodded with a smile. "Very good. This is indeed a good revelation to have." Klein didn't respond as he resumed his barbecue. Not long after, with the help of flame controlling, he finished roasting a rabbit and a goat's leg. Taking advantage of the opportunity before the condiments disappeared, he matched some sweet iced tea he summoned from the historical void with the food, filling his mouth with fragrance. It nourished his body and mind, allowing him to effectively relieve the pressure, despair, and indecisiveness from being kidnapped by Amon. During this process, he would occasionally recall the disgusting looks of the monsters, as well as the fact that the worms of spirit were equivalent to himself. However, he was able to bring his feelings under control very well. After filling his stomach and replenishing his energy, he turned the remaining ingredients next to the fire into dry rations, as though he was saving up for his subsequent plans. Seeing him slowly but orderly making all sorts of preparations, Amon suddenly nudged his monocle and asked with a slight smile, "In actuality, you're trying to stall for time before we reach the actual destination, right?" Klein's hands paused for a moment before he continued with his actions. He smiled and said, "Yes, I'm waiting for help. Guess who?" Amon didn't answer directly as he said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to it." Klein continued his work until he prepared rations for 3 or 4 meals. He thought for a moment and once again reached his hand into the void in front of Amon. He failed again and again as he kept making attempts. It was unknown what item he was trying to summon, but it seemed like he was using his actions to dare Amon into stealing it. After watching for a few seconds, Amon smiled and shook his head. He slowly stood up and walked out the half-collapsed tower building. Klein's right hand stopped in midair before he retracted it and pinched his forehead. He muttered to himself in puzzlement, "What was I trying to do just now?" While trying to recall, Klein stood up as well. He brought along his packed rations, picked up the animal hide lantern, and walked to the back of Amon's side. The man and angel circled around the hill and entered a valley. The water was sloshing in the river, but when the dim yellow light shone at it, or when the lightning in the sky lit up the area, Klein realized that there was no water in the riverbed. The sounds he had heard earlier had also disappeared. A river that has been transferred into a concealed state? After some deliberation, he raised a question to Amon. "That's right. It will only appear in darkness void of light." Amon replied with a slight nod, unfazed with the question. "Can I drink it?" Klein pressed. Amon smiled and said, "Sure." This was once one of the water sources of a city that had persisted for 1,600 years in the darkness. As long as you can bring the water away from the riverbed, they can appear in places with light. Your next move is to suggest that I bring the lantern to wait by the side while you hydrate yourself in the darkness, and then take this opportunity to transform into a concealed state? Klein smiled awkwardly. How could I use such a simple method? Hearing that, Amon laughed and stroked his monocle. Sometimes the simplest plan is the most effective. You can give it a try. With regards to the words of this peerless swindler, Klein couldn't believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. He was afraid that the other party was using reverse psychology with the truth. He could only put the matter of the water aside and ask, "In the forsaken land of the gods, how many human gathering points, like the City of Silver, have yet to be destroyed?" Amon looked ahead and said without changing his expression, "The ones I know don't exceed 10. In this aspect, the City of Silver is lucky. At least they can see and have the ability to touch the light. This means that the City of Silver is very close to the giant king's court, the door leading out of the forsaken land of the gods. There's no need to risk death to reach it. As for the other cities, no matter how steadfast they are in the darkness, no matter how many exploration teams they send out, it will all be futile. There's no way to find the exit. Indeed, from this angle, the City of Silver is unfortunate and also lucky. This is purely dependent on the reference point." Klein held the lantern as he proceeded along the bank and began coming up with his second attempt at escaping. Amon walked beside him, occasionally providing him with ideas that seemed reliable but had unknown actual results. He appeared to be suffering from schizophrenia, trying his best to destroy his true body's hopes in obtaining Sapphira Castle, on the other side of the giant king's court, in the City of Silver. After receiving the chief's summoning call, Derek Berg brought the unshadowed crucifix to the top of the spire and entered a spacious room. There was a mysterious and complicated altar set up here. Different items were placed in different spots. A total of 6 items, each of them emanating a dangerous aura. With a glance, Derek saw an ordinary silver flute, a mask made from a skull, and the remains of a deformed person. You have the unshadowed crucifix. You can stay here for 15 minutes, but you can't exceed that time. Otherwise, you will suffer a sudden death. Colin Iliad wore a linen shirt and a brown coat as he exhorted Derek. Derek's spiritual perception was triggered as he asked, "Your Excellency, is this because of that twilight mask?" His right hand pointed at the mask made from a skull. "Yes." Colin nodded slightly and said, "I've already prepared the remains of 6 powerful creatures. These were all hunted by myself, or with me as the main force." Derek was immediately enlightened. "You still lack the blessings of a deity?" Colin instantly fell silent. After nearly 10 seconds, he opened his mouth and slowly said, "Yes." After some hesitation and struggles, he finally chose the Fool. At least those mushrooms had given the city of Silver hope. Derek suppressed his joy and thought back to the interactions at the Tarot Club. He raised a question in puzzlement. Why didn't you let those 2 god-level sealed artifacts give you their blessings? He remembered that subsidiary gods or angels could satisfy the requirements of the ritual. It wasn't the case that only a sequence 0 true deity could provide blessings. After all, a Silver Knight was only a sequence 3. Colin fell silent again and hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "They won't give blessings. They won't give blessings." Derek was a little confused by this answer, not fully comprehending it. Back in the afternoon town camp, when he handed the Silver Knight potion formula to Chief Colin Iliad, the other party had praised him for making a huge contribution. He believed that the upper limit of the City of Silver was no longer that of Sequence 4, and his tone didn't reveal the need to seek blessings from external sources. Hence, Derek had always believed that the chief would be able to use the 2 god-level sealed artifacts to complete the Silver Knight's advancement ritual. Now, it was inevitable that he was surprised. Back then, the chief didn't know that the 2 god-level sealed artifacts couldn't provide blessings, and he only realized this problem when he returned to the City of Silver. Derek subconsciously made a guess and didn't ask further. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, I will try my best to help you seek blessings from a deity." Demon Hunter Colin exhaled silently and pointed at the door. "There's no one in the room opposite." Derek turned around and passed through the corridor, entering the half-open room. Then he took a seat and recited softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Inside Sapphira Castle, and hidden within the gray fog, the crimson star representing the sun rapidly expanded and contracted. It kept repeating the process, producing rings of please. And not far beside it, the crimson star representing the magician remained in the same state because of the fool's lack of a response. The circular rings, ripples, and tremors that the 2 created intertwined and became more intense. Under the illumination of the bolts of lightning, Klein carried a leather lantern and walked into the valley. He suddenly felt that the illusory pleas in his ears became even more chaotic and louder. However, he realized that he had heard it clearer than before. Not only could he tell that the plea came from a woman and a man, but he could also vaguely make out certain content. The woman seemed to mention the world and Backland. The man used Jotun, and the keyword seemed to be a ritual. Ritual, Jotun, that's little son. That chief wishes to receive Mr. Fool's blessings? Mr. Fool also needs some blessings right now. The woman might be Miss Magician, but I can't rule out Miss Justice either. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched in embarrassment. He turned his head to look at Amon in the pointed hat and monocle, and he said, "Can I pop over to Sapphira Castle to answer a prayer? What do you think?" Amon was taken aback as he asked in amusement, "Since you want to play such a game, why won't you let it be more exciting?" In fact, Klein didn't have any hope regarding his request. This was because, as long as he could return to Sapphira Castle, he could use the power there to make the first step in escaping from his predicament. This was equivalent to getting Amon to just set him free. The reason he mentioned this was because he wanted to use this to start the subsequent topic. Amon nudged the crystal monocle with his knuckle and chuckled. As the god of mischief, I've been alive since the third epoch. I believe you know what that means. Yes, what do you want to ask? This is an accurate grasp of my state of mind and thoughts. Klein sighed and asked, why did you parasitize the City of Silver's exploration team back then? You even patiently stayed in the dungeon for decades. Amon nodded and replied in a relaxed manner. I had a premonition that the City of Silver would obtain extremely important information. Now, this prophecy has come true, right, Mr. Fool? He did all of that just to wait for me and the Tarot Club? From the looks of it, this Marauder Pathways King of Angels can see the disturbances in fate caused by Sapphira Castle to a certain extent. Klein had never expected the answer, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to how to continue the topic. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and said, you're really patient. He was a king of angels who liked to play pranks. Yet, he actually stayed inside a dark dungeon without any sources of entertainment for decades. This has nothing to do with patience. It didn't take too much of my time, Amon casually replied. I'm still used to using a human standards when talking about a deity. To Amon, who was born as a complete mythical creature, a few decades is nothing. He might even be more than 3,000 years old. Klein regulated what he knew and asked again. The City of Silver is one of the few places that persist on believing in your father. Aren't you going overboard with what you did to the expedition team? This question didn't seem to be necessary, but Klein believed that it would aid him in understanding Amon's thoughts and style, doing so in order to see if there was anything that could be used. Amon turned his head and glanced at him with his monocled right eye. He said with an indifferent smile, if it wasn't for their faith in my father, the City of Silver would have already been reduced to ruins. According to my observations, they're hiding quite a significant secret. As for what it is, because of the gaze directed by you and the Hanged Man, I haven't had the chance to pry into it. A true-born mythical creature. The deaths of just a few humans might be equivalent to trampling a few ants to death. He wouldn't take it to heart at all. The City of Silver actually has a secret that even Amon thinks is a big secret. What could it be? Klein thoughtfully changed the topic. Was Dark Angel Sassurer really created from your father's rib? This was something that Klein had wanted to ask the entire time, but he hadn't found the opportunity to ask. The smile on Amon's face faded as he looked at the darkness in front of him. Yes, he separated a portion of his characteristics and corresponding negative personalities. He used his rib as the material to create Dark Angel Sassurer. If that wasn't the case, how could a proud and arrogant person like Medici obey the so-called left hand of God, the deputy of heaven? Without Sassurer's rebellion, implication, and influence, even if Evernight, Earth, God of Combat, and the other kings of angels joined forces, it's impossible for my father to perish. Indeed, Dark Angel Sassurer is the most key factor in this matter. It's no wonder the goddess wanted to bewitch him at the very beginning. Who would have thought that he would betray himself? Klein's initial speculation of the Battle of Gods had been confirmed. He felt his Scholar of Your Potion digest a little more. He deliberately hesitated and made a guess. Could your father have foreseen such a development? Dark Angel Sassurer is also the key to his resurrection. Amon suddenly laughed. You asked so many questions in order to further digest the Scholar of Your Potion, right? Klein pretended to break out in cold sweat, and he quickly adjusted his state of mind. I'm just curious. What are you looking for in the forsaken land of the gods? What are you pursuing? The Marauder Pathway Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic that you're missing isn't here, nor is Sapphira Castle. Are you trying to revive your father? Amon maintained his smile and looked straight ahead. Yes and no. My zealous brother is already very close to reviving my father. He probably doesn't need my help anymore. Adam really wants to revive the ancient sun god. I thought that he was purely doing it for the sake of becoming a Sequence 0. Without hiding anything, Klein called out the name of the Twilight Hermit Order's leader. He was even looking forward to Adam beating his younger brother up. Of course, Beating someone up wasn't in line with the style of a king of angels of the spectator pathway. There's no need to mention his name. He won't interfere with my matters, nor will I interfere with his. I don't address him as Adam, because I think that a nickname like Zealous is very suitable for him. I have to say that Medici is very talented in giving nicknames. Also, even if I say his name, he wouldn't be able to hear it if I don't wish for him to hear it. At this moment, the monocled Amon smiled as he exposed Klein's idea. Following that, Klein didn't mention the Dark Angel any further, because it was obvious that Amon wouldn't answer. Before long, the man and angel walked out of the valley and saw a silent city. More than half of the buildings in this city had collapsed. The remaining ones had a sharp roof, as though they were towers that led to heaven. On the surface, dark red vines and plants grew, forming fruits whose edibility was unknown. After entering the city, he discovered that there were stone coffins placed in front of each house. Inside were skeletons or recently rotted corpses. A common point between them was them being greatly deformed. Some had 4 legs, some had a slit in the middle of their eyebrows. Some lacked skin, directly revealing their flesh. Some had arms wrapped around their necks like tails. This was originally a city that believed in the phoenix. Later, it converted its target of faith to my father, but it retained some customs related to death. The monocled Amon casually sized up his surroundings and said, "After the cataclysm, they were left behind in the forsaken land of the gods. However, there were no edible, relatively normal plants around them, so they could only eat those corrupted monsters. Over generations, their bodies began to produce defects and psychological problems. Eventually, they were completely wiped out. The cataclysm brought about by the goddess's assassination of the City of Silver's creator really was a calamity for civilization. Before that, there were elven, giant, phoenix civilizations and so on. After that, all that's left are traces of them." When Klein thought of the city that had been swallowed into the ground, he sighed. In the history books, in mysticism, it was very apt to call that history the cataclysm. He paused for a moment before asking, "Why are we entering this city instead of going around it?" Amon smiled and said, "In the second epoch, apart from wielding the death pathway, the Phoenix ancestor also occupied part of the apprentice pathway. Some of the decorations here can become a loophole that I can make use of to shorten our journey to our final destination." Klein's expression immediately darkened. City of Silver at the top of the spire. After waiting for a long time, Derek still didn't receive a response from Mr. Fool. This made him panic a little. He didn't understand what this meant, nor did he know how to deal with it. Mr. Fool is in a state where he can't respond to his prayers? Yes. He informed us 2 days ago that the gathering next week would be cancelled. This should be a sign. Having recalled what happened previously, Derek barely managed to calm his anxiety and nervousness. He couldn't be blamed for having such a huge reaction, because the City of Silver's textbooks recorded similar situations. The creator who normally responded to his believers suddenly stopped responding and forsook this land. After a few seconds of silence, Derek stood up and returned to the room where the chief was. He said to Colin Iliad, "We have to wait a few more days." "Wait." Demon Hunter Colin repeated the keyword as he frowned slightly. From his point of view, this was an unusual matter, seemingly symbolizing a bad development. Derek resisted his instinctive reaction of scratching the back of his head, and he nodded with some difficulty. "Yes." The grizzled Colin Iliad stared at him for a few seconds before nodding slowly. "All right, head back first. Backlund East Borough, inside a 2-bedroom rental apartment." Furs, who was wrapped in thick clothes, paced around the warm stove, her face full of doubt. Finally, she turned her head and looked at Zio. "Why hasn't Mr. World replied? Perhaps he's preoccupied with something." Zio explained the reason she had long considered. "Perhaps it's because it's not convenient for Mr. Fool to pass on your prayers. He has temporarily paused the gathering." Furs nodded thoughtfully and said, "Mr. Fool informed us that the gathering will be temporarily paused next week. It was only decided in the middle of the week. Is this related to George III? Recalling Mr. World's investigations all this time, Zio acknowledged and said, "Very likely. In the forsaken land of the gods, in the dead silent city." Dressed in a classic black mage's robe, Amon led Klein into a relatively complete cathedral. Segmented stone pillars lay tilted, and dark red weeds grew out from their cracks, wrapping around the avian sculptures. With the animal hide lantern in hand, Klein surveyed the area and confirmed that the residents of this city weren't truly dead. There were still a few survivors left. He had no idea what method they had used to transform into monsters of the deep darkness. They were hiding from the faint yellow light, surrounding a cathedral in a place that couldn't be seen. They wanted to attack the two ordinary-looking humans, Klein and Amon. The reason why Klein was able to confirm that these monsters were originally residents of this city was because their spirit body threads had a certain abnormality. Some were grayish-white, some were distorted, and some were sticky. They were completely different from the monsters elsewhere. They greatly resembled the corpses inside the coffins. I don't know what kind of despair and mental breakdowns will make the remaining humans choose such a path. Perhaps the deepest sense of despair was that they couldn't see hope on a daily basis while the situation around them worsened. With a sigh, he made use of this opportunity to adjust his mentality. He was experiencing various instances of hope surfacing, only to be met with despair time and time again. The monocled Amon walked to the edge of the light and walked all the way into the deepest part of the cathedral. Klein followed behind and saw a door covered in pale white light. This city is actually split into two parts, light and darkness. They're using certain abilities of the apprentice pathway to hide a portion of the area. They have to use a specific door to enter, Amon said as he pointed ahead. A secret sorcerer's powers? With some realization, Klein nodded, indicating that he knew what was going on. Amon then said, "Behind this door is the dark side of this city. I can use it to connect to a similar region far away. We can directly arrive there and shorten our journey." As expected of the incarnation of loopholes, Klein watched as Amon stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the door formed from pale white light. The light began to ripple as it rapidly spread outwards, becoming more and more intense. At that moment, a deformed monster hiding in the depths of the darkness, while spying on the cathedral, suddenly trembled, becoming Klein's marionette. 20 or 30 seconds ago, Klein had already completed the process of obtaining initial control over it and deepened his influence. However, he waited until now before he completely converted it. Right on the heels of that, Klein and the marionette reached out their hands at the same time. They took advantage of the opportunity when Amon changed the door, and they grabbed something. In his hand was something in the shape of a full moon, and was embedded with scarlet gemstones, the scarlet lunar corona. In his marionette's hand was an ancient, brass-colored master key. At the same time, they opened their mouths and made a bang sound. They used air cannons to push the scarlet lunar corona and the master key to the door of light. These two items combined could make one hear Mr. Doors pleas for help. This also meant that Mr. Doors' powers could enter the real world to a limited extent. And this was the controller of all doors. He was one of the existences who was most unwilling to see Amon become an error or control Sapphira Castle. Klein didn't expect that the sealed Mr. Door could really hurt Amon. He only hoped that he could use this opportunity to interfere with the Angel of Time and create a good enough opportunity for himself. Of course, if Mr. Door could cause any abnormal changes to the door, magnifying or distorting the loopholes created by Amon, thus affecting the King of Angels of the Marauder pathway and teleporting him far away, Klein would definitely sincerely thank Mr. Door for a week. After his previous attempts, Klein realized his greatest disadvantage. It wasn't that he was one sequence short and had a qualitative gap in power level. Instead, he had lost the initiative and couldn't make proper preparations. Every time he began preparing, he would be interrupted or foiled by Amon. For a veteran magician, unprepared performances were often synonymous with failure. If he could make preparations in advance, he could quietly summon Mr. Azek's, Rionette Tinker's, and Snake of Fate Will Osepton's historical projections. Against a sequence 2, even if there was no way to deal with him, it would definitely create a very good opportunity to escape. At that moment, the scarlet lunar corona and ancient-looking master key whistled through the air and arrived at the door of light. The white light that formed the illusory door distorted and devoured the two items. It was dyed crimson as it collapsed into a whirlpool. It was as though the bottom of the vortex was invisible like a gigantic eye. Just as Amon was about to turn around, he made a slight pause as if he had heard an old friend's shout. However, this pause disappeared instantly, as though it had never appeared. With Amon's gaze directed at Klein, the latter instantly lost 6 Beyonder powers. This included the control of spirit body threads, the summoning of historical void projections, paper figurine substitutes, flame controlling, underwater breathing, and bone softening. Of course, losing these 6 Beyonder powers for a marionette didn't affect Klein's subsequent operations. The indiscernible pause from before had allowed Klein to switch places with his marionette in time. He had already arrived deep in the darkness outside the cathedral. The deformed monsters around him trembled and turned into his marionettes. For targets such as these that weren't even Sequence 5, it took only 2 or 3 seconds for Klein to transform them into marionettes. And by the time he summoned the Scarlet Lunar Corona, he had already begun doing similar actions. As he enjoyed the darkness without any scruples, he attempted to transform into a concealed state or successfully commit suicide. At the same time, he reached out with his marionettes to grab at the fog interwoven with history. This time, he split the marionette into 3 groups, summoning Rionette Tinker, Mr. Azik, and Snake of Fate Willoseptin, respectively. He didn't want to follow his past mistakes, where he had managed to succeed with great difficulty only to have them taken away by Amon. With such arrangements, he might be left with 1 or 2. Of course, the premise was that Amon was unable to steal multiple historical void projections at once. This was something that Klein needed to confirm. Klein retracted his hand, but he didn't grab anything. All the marionettes who summoned the Snake of Fate failed. Among the scholars of your groups who summoned the Death Consul and Rionette Tinker, 2 of them had their arms tense up slightly. Klein was delighted as he suddenly felt that this attempt could end up turning into a real escape attempt. At this moment, the crystal monocle that Amon wore emitted a terrifying light. The entire city, including the surrounding rivers, hills, and wilderness, were all filled with pure, scorching sunlight. Day had once again descended upon this land after bidding farewell to it for thousands of years. Amon had stolen the day from the ruins of the Battle of Gods. In the face of such a day, not only did Klein feel like his body was about to melt, but he also heard familiar and crazy ravings in his ears. They were like steel needles that pierced through every worm of spirit. This caused his mind to be filled with immense pain. His marionette's summoning attempts had failed while on the brink of success. The day in the battlefield of the gods contained the true creator's ravings. The deformed monsters that were hiding deep in the darkness, which were the few survivors of the city, seemed to temporarily regain their senses. They stared blankly at the day and couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Then, they wildly charged towards the source of that day, melting one by one into dust. Far away in the City of Silver's afternoon town campsite, the guards at the stronghold also noticed that there was a light coming from the northeast. It was different from lightning, just like the scene of the sun rising from the legends. This scene only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered and the sky returned to its dark state. As soon as he recovered from the ravings, Klein saw the pointed-hatted Amon standing in front of him. This angel of time nudged his monocle and smiled. "Well done.